And we're live. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come and join. One man went to mow. It is that time of the day again. I say it is that time of the day again, but it is slightly later than our usual time. But nevertheless, it is that time, and I am that guy. The session is in session. Pardon the play on words, but the session is in session. I am here, or the session commences. All that is required now is your presence. You know how it works. That's time that you spend a few hours with your favorite or your laughing man. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Only water. Oh yeah, let's see go. Water, only water, where they see ma. Water. Oh yeah, say go come here. Yeah, baby. Water, 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 water. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Waila tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ pàtó. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ pàtó. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe o.
So there we are. Iku Koniriwa Agbeshe by the Kegites. So Iku Koniriwa Agbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Nigeria lost $50 billion investment in 10 years due to stagnation, uncertainty over petroleum industry. So here is Buhari speaking to that space now, trying to justify why he has signed that what's it called, that petroleum industry bill. So we look into the reasons why that we look into the reasons that he is giving and see if they stand to logic. So we explore that. Malami moves to vacate order barring federal government from arresting Igboho. Dead or alive now seems to be the pronouncement of Malami on Igboho now. I will catch him come what may, and no law can stop me. Essentially, is what Uthman Danfodio University lawyer Abubakar Malami is saying to Igboho. Ousted Afghanistan President Ghani arrives United Arab Emirates with family, multi-million dollar loot. So this is something that is a recurring decimal within that space. We've seen it countless times, and I really brought you this story. I am bringing you this story one because it is current to what is happening in time and space, and it is also something that has historically always been the case. So this is not the first incarnation that we see this happen within the third world, because of course every time these dictators are kicked out of power, they loot the treasury as they make their escape. So I'll bring you just a follow-on story and echo of the past. Yaya Jame, Gambia $1 million luxury cars. So this is essentially what Yaya Jame did when he left the Gambia as well. When he was kicked out of office, he similarly to the president of Afghanistan, now the former president of Afghanistan, loaded up the entire treasury of that country, Gambia, and luxury cars as he fled the space. So, a recurring decimal, as I said, this now a story, just a human interest story about excuse me, a human interest story about the former president of Nigeria. How I have been managing diabetes for 35 years. Obasanjo is the person speaking to this, and this is just now a nod to that space where people are carrying all manners of ailment as they continue about their day. So even the president of Nigeria, the former president of Nigeria, has not had the full function really for 35 odd years. So diabetes and Obasanjo will speak to that space. And still staying within that realms of human interest story, Nigerian woman says she once took a flight and showed up unannounced at her man's workplace in Lagos because he was not picking up his phone. So this is the length now that women will go to. So experiences of this nature is what I am inviting if you've ever experienced something similar and you'd like to share that with us. So plenty to go through, both the traditional matters that we digest every day and the matters of human interest that we're introduced to now that we're introducing now. So, plenty to go through. I was just taken by Alexander's super chat. So, plenty to go through, and all that is required is now your presence. So, the hyperlink, as I said, if you are new to this space, then you'd see a hyperlink in the comment section saying StreamYard. So, that's a hyperlink that brings you on the screen to come and interact with the session. So as soon as I present the talking points, I'll then let you into the room fully, and then take your opinions on the talking points, and then we have a conversation around that. So that is essentially what that means when I say it is essentially an open mic session. So an open mic session. So I catch my breath as we come in via the Igbo quarters, this time to Yoruba land and Habatogunde. So a little bit of a Habatogunde as I catch my breath and we get further into the throes of it. Habatogunde.
Àgbà kì í ṣòro bí ewé.
And then we are a little bit of about Ogunde just to usher us into the session. So let's just get straight into it then and start off with the excuses for signing this petroleum industry bill. Nigeria lost $50 billion investment in 10 years due to stagnation, uncertainty over petroleum industry, a headline attributed to Buhari. President Muhammadu Buhari Wednesday in Abuja said Nigeria lost an estimated $50 billion worth of investment in 10 years, created by the uncertainty of non passage of the Petroleum Industry Bill PIB, lack of progress, and stagnation in the petroleum industry. In his remark at the ceremony on the passage of the PIA, which preceded the Federal Executive Council meeting, the president said the stagnation affected growth of the economy, sacking lack of political will on the part of past administrations to actualize the needed transformation. The president said assent of the Petroleum Industry Bill on August the 16, 2021 marks the end of decades of uncertainty and underdevelopment in the petroleum industry. We are all aware that past administrations have identified the need to further align the industry for global competitiveness, but there was lack of political will to actualize this needed transformation. This lack of progress has stagnated the growth of the industry and the prosperity of our economy. In the past 10 years, Nigeria has lost an estimated $50 billion worth of investment due to uncertainty created by the non-passage of the Petroleum Industry Bill. This administration believes that the timely passage of the Petroleum Industry Bill will help our country attract investments across the oil and gas value chain. In view of the value of our nation and investment, in view of the value of our nation and investors to derive from a stable fiscal framework for the oil and gas industry, our administration has found it necessary to work with two chambers of the National Assembly to ensure the passage of the Petroleum Industry Bill, he said. The president said signing of the Petroleum Bill was part of the administration's commitment to building a competitive and resilient petroleum industry that will attract investment, improve our revenue base, create jobs, and support our economic diversification agenda. Let me just pause there for a moment. I'm not quite sure how passing a petroleum industry bill supports economic diversification agenda, because Nigeria essentially, to all intents and purposes, a mono economy, which is to the vast extent 70 to 80% reliant on petroleum and gas. So now signing a petroleum bill, how that means diversification, only the Aboki from Daura would know. The president said, as a nation that depends on oil resources for the development of other sectors, Nigeria runs a petroleum industry that is governed largely by Nigeria runs a petroleum industry that is governed largely by laws enacted 50 years ago, such as the principal legislation, the Petroleum Act of 1968, and other obsolete legislation. He said the presidential assent of the bill to Petroleum Industry Act 2021 marked the beginning of the journey towards a competitive and resilient petroleum industry that will attract investments to support the nation's economic recovery and growth plan. The Petroleum Industry Act 2021 creates a regulatory environment that would ensure efficiency and accountability across the oil and gas value chain and reposition the NNPC to a commercially driven national petroleum company that is accountable to the Federation. The Act also provides a direct benefit framework that will enable sustainable development of host communities. I appeal to the host communities to look carefully at the content of the bill, which in the implementation will bring real and lasting benefits to them. Furthermore, the Act provides for deliberate end of gas flaring, which would facilitate the attainment of Nigeria's national determined contributions of the Paris Agreement through a funding mechanism to support gas flaring out projects in host communities. The president said the administration believes that the timely passage of the Petroleum Industry Bill will help our country attract investments across the oil and gas value chain. While directing immediate implementation of the framework for the Petroleum Industry Act, the president urged all relevant stakeholders to comply and reposition for full activation within 12 months. The president said the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Mr. Temipre Silva, would head the implementation team, urging all ministries, departments, and agencies to adjust to the transition designed to reposition the economy. To consolidate the commitment of this administration to delivering the value proposition of this law, I have approved an implementation framework commencing immediately to ensure the industry envisaged in the new law begins to take shape. The implementation process, to be headed by the Honorable Minister of State, Petroleum Resources, is hereby tasked with the completion of the implementation of this act within 12 months. I am therefore directing all relevant ministries, departments, and agencies of government to fully cooperate in ensuring the successful and timely implementation of this law. The President commended leadership of the Ninth Assembly for their continued pursuit of national aspiration and demonstration of mutual harmony with the executive in pursuit of patriotic act with the executive in pursuit of patriotic outcome in passage of the PIB. I also commend the entire team in the executive that worked tirelessly to ensure the delivery of this strategic legislation for our country. I thank Nigerians and other industry stakeholders for their contributions and support in achieving this historic landmark, he said. The ceremony was attended by the Senate President Dr. Ahmed Lawan, Deputy Senate President Omo Ovie Agege, Deputy Speaker Honorable Ahmed Idris Wase, and other lawmakers, members of the Federal Executive Council, and the Group Managing Director of NNPC, Male Kyari. So there you have it, gobbledygook and hoo-ha-ha. This guy has now signed this thing into law. I have to say that that is the speediest thing that he has ever signed. There are countless bills on his desk that has been there since 2015 that has not even had any visitation, never mind being signed. But very quickly, of course, this bill now that enables them corner the oil wells of the Niger Delta, they quickly signed that into law. So the ownership of the Fulanis, the ownership by the Fulanis of the Niger Delta space now instituted in law. Malami moves to vacate order barring federal government from arresting Igboho. So to that space again, Attorney General Abubakar Malami AG, pardon me, Attorney General Abubakar Malami AGF has filed an application before an Oyo State High Court praying to vacate the order, stopping the arrest and freezing the accounts of Yoruba Nation agitator Sunday Igboho Adeyemo. The court had on August the 4th granted an ex parte application by Mr. Igboho restraining the State Security Service SSS and the Attorney General of the Federation from harassing, intimidating, and freezing Igboho's accounts. Mr. Igboho's counsel, Yomi Aliyu SAN, had informed the court that his client's life was being threatened after the invasion of his house by SSS officers on July the 1st, 2021, when properties were damaged and some occupants killed. Mr. Malami, however, through his counsel, Abdullah Abubakar, on Wednesday, informed the court at the resumed hearing that he had filed a preliminary objection on the matter. Mr. Abubakar said that he could not move the application at the hearing because he filed the preliminary objection and other processes in the matter out of time and urged the court to grant him an extension of time. He said that the delay in filing his processes was not deliberate, but due to the fact that he was not briefed on the matter at the appropriate time. The counsel to the SSS, T.A. Nuruddin, informed the court that he has responded to the processes served on him by the applicant's counsel. In his response, the applicant's counsel, Mr. Aliyu, said the processes filed by the AGF was incompetent, adding that the respondent had exceeded the five pardon me, adding that the respondent had exceeded the 5 day stipulated by law to respond after the receipt of originating summons. He urged the court not to grant the application, adding that time was of essence in a fundamental human rights suit. Justice Ladiran Akintola granted the application for extension of time and awarded 50,000 naira against the respondent. Mr. Akintola said that the order restraining the respondent from arresting, intimidating, and freezing Mr. Igboho's account still subsists until it is vacated by the court. He adjourned the case until August the 30th after the hearing of the application. Other respondents in the suit are SSS, Department of State Security Service, Oyo State, and the Attorney General of the Federation. So there you have it. Malami now determines to hunt down Igboho come what may. So the next story, an international dimension. So this next story, an international dimension, but of course, the hot burning topic globally at the moment, the Afghanistan space we go to. Ousted Afghanistan President Ghani arrived to United Arab Emirates with family, multi-million dollar loot. The toppled Afghan president Ashraf Ghani has landed in the United Arab Emirates UAE with his family members and the multi-million dollar assets he allegedly plundered when he escaped from Kabul following Taliban takeover. Local media reports announced Ghani's arrival into the emirate on Wednesday, adding that the ousted Afghan leader was welcomed into the country with his family on humanitarian grounds. The UAE Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation can confirm that the UAE has welcomed President Ashraf Ghani and his family into the country on humanitarian grounds. Sharjah-based outlet UAE Barge reports. Correspondents had earlier on Tuesday reported that the exiled Afghan president fled the country with 4 vehicles and a helicopter filled with cash. The spokesman of the Russian embassy in Kabul, Nikita Ashichenko, told Reuters that some of the money looted by Mr. Ghani was left flying on the tarmac as it did not fit into the helicopter. 4 cars were filled with money. They tried to stuff another part of money into the helicopter, but it did not fit. It did not take it all. And some of the monies was left flying on the tarmac, Mr. Ischenko said. On Sunday, Ghani fled the presidential palace in Kabul after Taliban fighters took over the country's capital. The extremists made rapid inroad across Afghanistan over the weekend as the United States and other countries started withdrawing their troops from the country. Heavily criticized by his cabinet members for abandoning the country at a very critical time, Mr. Ghani pushed back by saying he fled the country to avoid bloodshed. So, especially his own blood being shed is the real thing. The original date for the full withdrawal of US forces in Afghanistan was September the 11th to mark the 20th anniversary of 9/11. So now let me now bring you a throwback narrative. This now story from when was this? What's the date on this? This from January 2017 now. So remove the president of Afghanistan, remove that is the former president of Afghanistan, and insert the former president of the Gambia, and the story pretty much mirrors each other. So this is how he fled now the Gambia. It's just to show you that nothing really changes in that space. This is what they do, and this is how they do it. Jame leaves Gambia, allegedly takes millions and luxury cars. So the same headline word for word, but this Jame headline now, January the 23rd, 2017, and fast forward, these are Ghani, Afghanistan headline that is now when was it? And this thing is just freezing on me. Let me refresh it, see if it comes back. So this now headline of Ghani, this is today. So from January 2017 to today, the actors, the protagonists change, but the narrative remains the same. Yaya Jammeh, the former president of Gambia, finally left for exile amidst mounting international pressure. However, as per Mir Fati, advisor, as per Mir Ahmed Fati, special advisor to the new president, he has taken more than $500 million and luxury vehicles along with him, practically vacating the state coffers. The Gambia is in financial distress. The coffers are virtually empty. This is a state of fact, Mr. Fati said. It has been confirmed by technicians in the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of the Gambia. Meanwhile, the Gambia celebrates so on and on it goes. So exactly deja vu, rinse and repeat, exactly the same thing, and this is what they do. So this is what they do, but this is what Obasanjo has been suffering. How I have been managing diabetes for 35 years. Obasanjo saying this, former president of Nigeria. So diabetes now something that a lot of people suffer in silence, insulin and whatnot, and managing the sugar in your diet. How I have been managing diabetes for 35 years, a headline attributed to Obasanjo. So he speaks to space just to show people that, this thing is common and even the high and mighty are, that this thing is common and even the high and mighty are affected. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has narrated how he has been managing diabetes for the past 35 years. Obasanjo lamented that many of his friends have died of diabetes because they were unable to manage the disease. The former president said this on Wednesday during the closing ceremony of Ogun State Diabetes Youth Development Camp held in Abeokuta. Obasanjo, whilst advising the young patients to maintain, whilst advising the young patients, maintained that diabetes is not a killer disease. He revealed that he went around with his drugs and testing kits so as to ensure he has the right blood sugar level. He, str- He stressed that he was above 80 years of age and could manage in every activity despite being diabetic. The former president, however, told young patients to follow prescriptions given to them in managing the disease. So this is just, I think the real storyline is that, okay, let me just give you the fullness of it. So he added, I have been diagnosed with diabetes for more than 35 years now, and here I am. I am still going about. I am still jumping up and down. I am still doing many things many people of my age cannot do. Since I was diagnosed with diabetes, a number of my friends have died, and the reason is that they just did not manage their diabetes the way they should manage it. It does not matter whether you are type 1 or type 2. So far, there is no cure for diabetes. Maybe there will be a cure before I die, but I pray that there will be a cure before you die. You have to understand the type of food you should eat. You must completely abstain from sugar. The number of carbohydrates that you take must be watched. Don't miss your drugs. In your own case, your insulin injection. I take my drugs along with me everywhere I go, and I always check. So it just goes on. Let me just give you just a couple more paragraphs. So you have to understand the type of food you eat, and you must completely abstain from sugar. The number of carbohydrates that you take must be watched. Don't miss your drugs. In your case, your insulin injection. I take my drugs along with me everywhere I go, and I always check my blood sugar level regularly. Don't let anybody put fear in your minds. Diabetes has no cure for now, but it can be managed. In his remarks, the camp coordinator, Dr. Olubisi Adesina, said the camp was organized to give information and encourage young people living with type 1 diabetes. So Obasanjo just start visiting now to give encouraging words to young people there to say that, look, this is not a killer disease, and just do as you're told by your doctors, and everything should be fine. So that's just human element. This is really one of the ways that these people should be using their position really to just pass on personal storylines as motivational stories to the next generation. So, still within that human interest space, Nigerian woman says she once took a flight and showed up unannounced at her man's office in Lagos because he was not picking up his phone. Hell had no fury like a woman scorned. A Nigerian woman, Chinju Nwanko Udura, has revealed how she once took a flight and showed up unannounced at her then boyfriend, now husband's office in Lagos because he was not picking up her phone calls. Chinju, who is expecting her first child with Obena, revealed this on Wednesday, August 18th, whilst celebrating their third wedding anniversary. You know, when someone says a couple has come a long way, Obi and I really come a long way. Those who know, know, and they become families at this point. I once took a flight unannounced and showed up at Obi's gym in Lagos because he was not picking up the phone. I'll save the full story for another day. This was pre engagement, though. Thank God for not letting it end in tears, she wrote. So it's just really that, I mean, it's just really alarms and confounds, but then, of course, typical of that female space. So just a human interest element to that. So before I start taking samples from our contributors, let me quickly acknowledge Alexander's super chat. So Alexander say now, one man, can you check on the engineer? He has not appeared on the platform since his court appearance. Watching as always. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. But engineer now here with us, fresh, no doubt, from his victory in the court. So fresh from his victory in the court, a regular now, Vin with us as well, and Charlie Boy from America, he joins us too. So to engineer first, engineer, as you can see, people have been asking about you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Good evening.
So did you go well with your matter? Did you?
Yeah, obviously it went well. It went well, very well.
All right,
Yeah.
brilliant.
Mm.
That's always good to know. So now,
Yeah.
Buhari now explaining why he has signed this petroleum industry bill, claiming that the country has been losing 50, well, over 10 years. That is that the cost of the ambiguity within that space has been to the tune of $50 billion to the Nigerian economy. Now justifying signing this bill that would permanently now and forever vest the fortunes of the Niger Delta in foreign hands. So Buhari passes the bill, signs it very quickly. What are you making of it, engineer?
Well, good evening, one man. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, engineer.
Yeah, when it comes to Buhari, to be honest, the man is on his way to exit himself. So anything Buhari is saying about Nigeria now, to me, is a story, and it's something that he wants to do for his people, to create a pavement or space for his people to enjoy the country money. That's all I can say regarding that issue. Because at the end of the day, if you go to NMPC, you will shed tears, because most of the people there controlling that cabals in that area, most of them are Fulani. So when it comes to things like this. To be honest, Buhari
Ovie,
is.
Ovie, we are in the next level.
That's not a way. That's engineer.
Engineer,
Oh,
we are in the next level.
yes.
Yeah, exactly. Where
But really, engineer, just to that space that people think Buhari is living, but he can do a lot of damage as he leaves, and this is one of the biggest damage that he can do. That petroleum industry bill is probably the biggest law that has yet been signed within the Nigerian space because it goes to the very heart of the Nigerian economy, that space where all the money is, and it's now signing it off to unknown shadowy figures, and this is what essentially because he's asking them now to implement that law within 12 months, which is to say that he wants to perfect that theft before he leaves.
oh, obviously, you see, this is what is happening in that country. Buhari cannot come out and be saying things and people are keeping quiet. You understand? I don't know. Honestly, we have leaders in that country that can come out and say no to this man. But I don't know what is happening with them as well. You know, because as the way this man is, he is just there to make sure he reigns Nigeria before he left. And what can he do? He rather start doing things implicating, implementing laws or this and this and that. You know what I mean? But at the end of the
There'll
day,
be a lot of controversial laws and a lot of controversial decisions that will be made over the next 12 months or so, pretty
of
much until
course,
this guy leaves power. He'll just
of
be
course.
signing off everything and putting it in the hands of his
Yeah,
people.
but if you look at it, the House of Senate, what are they doing? They are the
Yeah,
people to tell the man to stop.
the Senate is his
Hmm?
lapdog now. What is Ahmed Lawan going to do about anything Buhari has to say?
Exactly. So it's
His
just, it's
daddy.
just the thing is,
They
if you
are
can't
rubber,
do
they are rubber stamp.
Hmm.
exactly, yeah, they stand,
Nigeria,
rubber stamp.
Nigeria, Nigeria don't die. Pain, I tell you.
If you can't beat them, then you have to join them, innit?
Wallahi tallahi.
And we have to
One man
rise
that
up
Uh,
he
uh,
and take him out
so,
by force.
no, settle down, Charles. So, engineer. So let's now go to Abubakar Malami. Still continue to issue threats against Sunday Igboho. You know, there's a court judgment now in Ibadan, asking, compelling Malami not to arrest Igboho and not to freeze his that account, his bank account. So there's that court judgment, but he is seeking that judgment be vacated. So if he's seeking that judgment be vacated, then that is signaling that they want to move quite aggressively against Igboho now. So with this now court case, you can expect a lot of activity in that Igboho space. So Abubakar Malami signals to the space. Engineer, what do you think is playing out?
One man, I just want to ask you a simple question. Is there no people in that country to sue Malami himself?
Yeah, they can sue him now, but who is going to pass the judgment is the thing.
Oh
Because
my goodness.
Malami, they can't sue Malami as an individual because he's acting as an agent of the state. So they have to sue either his office or the federal government. And who has ever sued the federal government and really won any, you know?
Wow, wow. This is shocking because at the end of the day, let's be honest, this is what is happening. This guy, they are, I think, imagine, okay, look, he has his own retired military guy that they're sending to go and be checking Igbo, you know. So we all know what is happening there. And now look, he's there trying to like enforce things against that Igbo's account on this. You know, what has this guy done to him? You understand? I don't know why some people they left their job and they do another thing different.
No, no, I think they are emboldened by the success of what they did to Kanu, and then because it is not complete then until they get Igbo's as well. So they are emboldened by the Kanu success. So they now want to get Igboho as well to assert their full dominion over the Nigerian space. This
But
is what
what
they are
has he
trying to
done to
do.
them? After they
And
raped
I
his
think they're
house.
trying to assert authority. They don't care about him. It's not really about Igboho. It's about going to taking hold of this Yoruba man and chaining him to the desk In the same way
Wow.
that they have changed the champion of the Igbos to the desk. This is dominance. This is politics of dominance.
And people are
Yeah,
keeping quiet, watching things going on like this.
yeah.
I'm just wondering what is happening. It's time. It's time. It's a wake up call.
Hmm.
It's a wake up call to the Yoruba nation, to the Igbo nation, both to the Middle Belt and the rest. You
It's,
understand?
it's
Hmm?
just really it signals to the helplessness and hopelessness of the Nigerian person because these people they can do as they want and there's absolutely nothing to
Does
stop
that
them.
mean now Fulani they have the right to walk free or to do whatever they want to do in Nigeria? This
Is
is
that not the case?
ah
Yes, it's true. They have the
wow.
right to do whatever they want to do. Nobody questions them, my brother. It's evidently proven. It's evidently proven with this man. This man that has ear
Wow.
problem. This man that has ear problem as your president.
Yeah, I think it's the brain problem that is really more the issue.
Now I think
He has brain problem.
the
Is really
infection affected the brain, then
the
that's it.
yes.
You
You know
know.
if you have ear problem, it disorients you. So it's completely yeah.
But the
It's-
question is the man not coming out to give speech?
you
Engineer
know
who is coming out to bring speech.
you know we're coming towards the end of Buhari's administration, and in the course of 8 years, I think this guy would have only addressed Nigerians maybe 3-4 times in 8 years of administering. You know, you are saying you are the president. Less than that guy has not addressed that country. I cannot recall him ever addressing that country.
No,
One
no,
or
no,
two
no chance.
interviews every 3-4 years, and that is how he accounts for his stewardship to the people that are meant to be his bosses. It's just there's nothing that commends that guy.
You see,
It's quite it's just oh
a
god.
lot of people have
See,
been killed. You know,
He
this
has
man.
I
no
see.
regard. He has no regard for the Nigerian populace. He has no regard for anybody.
Okay, just hold on. Yeah, sorry, engineer. Let me take you from the sorry everybody, I just want to keep it steady until we get to the later stages, so apologies, I wasn't intending to so engineer, let me take you out of the Nigerian shores to the international space, and let's go to Afghanistan. So it's pretty much the same template that they use. This guy, the so-called purported president, he that on the wrong Ghani, that he's now in the United Arab Emirates. So, firstly, he's claiming that he ran away because he does not want bloodshed. The only blood that he was concerned, of course, was his and his family's. So, he got those blood out of Afghanistan fairly quickly. They were packing 4 cars he took. You think, why would he be taking a car to Dubai? But then he needed those cars as pretty much suitcases. They packed all those cars full to the brim with dollars. $169 million was the figure that they are giving in cash. They stuffed 4 cars full with dollars, then put a helicopter on a cargo plane, then stuffed that helicopters with dollars to the point that the helicopter could not contain it. And as they were flying off, dollars were, just diluting. So take that, go back 3-4 years to Gambia, exactly the same thing. So this,
Uh,
third world despots, they only seem to have this formula: loot the place dry and run to the Middle East.
wow, that's shocking when I saw the headline. You see, when people are greed, this is the end of it. That's just the truth. How long will you be greedy? You see, why did he have to take such amount of money to run away? You understand? Hmm?
Yeah, he
It's,
wants to live in style now. You know Dubai is expensive. Eh?
it's sad. It's really sad, to be honest. It's really sad. And if you look at how the people in that country are just running away, we have some British citizens, and I think they took their cars from them. And there's nothing they could say or they could do because imagine someone is pointing AK-47 on your head and telling you to hand over your car's key. What will you do?
No, where they point.
Hmm?
Sorry, where's that taking place?
In Afghanistan as
Mm.
well. So there are British citizens over there. They are nowhere to come back again because they're scared of their lives. They always come on air to plead how people could help them out. That's what is happening. But at the end of the day, one man, There's something I need to ask. It's a simple
The same
question.
thing Yaya Jammeh did in Gambia
Yeah,
as
yeah, yeah.
well. It's
You
just
see.
the same. Pretty much the only thing you have to change is Yaya Jammeh for the same thing. He also emptied the coffers, took it out in cash, piled it into into some vehicle of some form, and flew it out of the country. It's just the same thing.
Yeah, but the thing is, what my concern and my question about these people, right? If they worship the same God, why are they fighting themselves? You understand? If you can go and pray together and maybe celebrate it together, so what is happening? Does that mean the God you're worshiping is not helping you, or what? You know? And you end up saying you're worshiping the same God, or you pray at the same time. You see, it's something that sometimes people they are, I think, lack of is, will I say, greed or hatred in between themselves, because people like a president of that country like that to take that kind of money to the stage that the cargo plane can't even the
Kaka, the
weight of
kind of
that money.
country.
Huh?
I'm just trying to imagine it, engineer.
Ah,
As it's like something you see in a James Bond movie, as it's
exactly.
flying away with stolen funds,
Whoa,
dollars flying from a helicopter, and then
that's
people running and
serious.
scrambling to. This is
That's really serious. This is
this is the future of
unbelievable.
Afghanistan.
But the thing is, I really hope he will live well, and he should also remember, if he dies, make sure he died. They bury him with some of the dollar
Yeah, with the
money,
dollars, this is the
at
thing.
least, so he will be happy. It's sad. It's very sad. But hopefully they will catch him and send him back to his people.
No, once they get to the Middle East, they'll remember how Idi Amin spent the rest of his life in Saudi. So once they get to the Middle East, nobody is touching them, especially when you come with a plane full of dollars. I mean,
Of course,
you know.
they are second Britain, innit?
Yes.
Once you come with the dollar, they open the gate for you to
They
come
open
in.
the gate for you. Maybe we should have that space in Nigeria too. Go and loot your country. You see, instead of us looting our countries and taking it abroad, we should have a banking. We have an island off the coast of Lagos, which they call Snake Island. I've always been of
Mm,
the thought that they should make that thing like a colony that has its own laws, and then make it a financial hub where people can be looting money in Africa and packing it in Nigeria. So
exactly.
if we can, we might as well take advantage of that space if we can now. But engineer, let me bring you back to Nigeria and Obasanjo, who reveals now that he's been battling with diabetes now for 35 odd years. It's just really that human interest story. So he has gone to this camp where they were holding like a seminar for people with diabetes and just to sensitize Ogun State about diabetes. So he has turned up to give that just motivational, encouraging speech, citing his own life as an example. So Obasanjo contending with diabetes, but then of course people contending with all manners of ailments that they manage in
Mm,
one form or the other. So to just briefly on that, engineer.
yeah. Oh well. Let's just pray for his quick recovery, and even though the illness has no cure,
Mm,
let's just pray that he will be following his prescription and he will keep things standard to himself.
mm,
And because he's one of the leader we have in that
mm,
country, and also if a leader will come out, he's
mm,
passing through pain. You know what I mean? He's
mm.
passing through a lot. For him to come out and voice it out, that means it's getting worse. So I really
Yeah,
sympathize with him. I must be honest to you, because
it, it just took me to that space, engineer, that how a lot of us manage, a lot of people manage all manners of. I myself, I had a glaucoma, which I've since had treated, but I'm on constant eye drops, etc. So it's just these little things that people manage through life,
yeah,
just
yeah, for
managing
35
ailments.
years.
Yes, for
Wow,
35 years. Imagine
wow.
that. That
No,
just speaks to the discipline of the man as well, because, you know.
mm, he's a strong man. He's a
Mm,
strong man. I give him credit for that, because having that kind of illness for 35 years, my goodness, regardless
because
how he lost his own colleagues, his friends, and
mm,
others. So it's something that let's just keep praying for him. Things goes well. Imagine that there was a time I have a ear infection. I'm telling you, I I almost see hellfire in heaven because the amount of pain and things I passed through, I couldn't sleep properly. So imagine people like that at that age, you know.
Also, the restriction that that thing places on you, you almost have to have like a sugar-free diet, which is one. You have to manage your carbohydrates, which is two, and then your blood sugar level, which is three. So these are some of the things that his friends might not have been able to manage that has led to their demise. So this is why I was saying that managing it for 35 years speaks to the discipline of the man.
No,
Obviously, that's military training.
he really do well, to be honest. He really do well to control that because not everybody would control that. And sometimes my advice to people is sometimes go and check yourself. You understand? You don't know what is happening in your system. So once a time,
You know, some people are too afraid to even check. They know that they're not 100% because they can feel it in their body, but they don't want to go to that doctor because they don't
is
want to hear that bad news.
exactly. Some once they hear the news, I think that's the end of it.
Yes.
But let's keep praying for him. Things will go well, and hopefully, like he said, before he passed away, let the medication come out. So we're praying for that, and
All right,
God
brilliant.
help him.
And just finally, this one is it's not a bit of a silly little story, but it rather made me chuckle just the way the female mind or some female minds work. So Nigerian woman says she once took a flight and showed up unannounced at her man's workplace in Lagos because he was not picking up his phone. So because this party man was not picking up a phone call wherever this girl is, she did not storm an anger. She got herself to the airport, bought a ticket, turned up at his office that I am calling you. Why are you not be? Have you heard such a thing?
She
It's
have
some
done well. She have done well. She have
unbelievable.
done well. One man.
Hmm.
You know, if I'm there, I'll respect her for doing that. I'll give her credit. You know why?
Right.
A 21 years old girl murdered a billionaire, so it's eye opening to every woman.
Yeah, there you go.
You understand?
They say
It's
hell
eye,
hath no fury like a woman's
it
scorns.
is eye
One
opening
man,
to every
Yes.
woman.
one man, tell
Go
the
on.
lady to get in contact with me. I will give her a flower.
No, they've gotten married now, so he ended in good news. In fact, I think they've just had their first child. But if I was, a lot of men will run. Oh, maybe she's in Abuja or somewhere. She's taking a flight all the way from Abuja just because she phoned. Maybe your phone was
One
on
man, one
silent. She
man.
was she was she
She,
wants to come
she
to the
love her
video.
husband.
She wants to catch you with babe. But what is going on there?
No, 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 no.
Eh?
There are things. One man, come on. A whole billionaire was shot down with 20-something years old girl. She
Hmm,
pulled that man down. So what do you expect? Every woman will be scared of their men, and if they go out, they don't pick call. Imagine she has a kid in it. She'll be thinking all those negative thoughts will come into her head. And that's why you see sometimes they said the women, their brain is
hmm.
is a machine. Their
You know,
brain
when
works.
she was
Yeah,
taking that flight, she was not taking that flight because she was worried that something has happened to him. She was taking that flight fully convinced that she was going to catch him with some babe and then give the two of them the beating of their lives. This is what she was going to do. Can
yeah,
get
I
going
but
don't
all the
think
way
so.
from Abuja
I
to
don't think
Lagos
so.
because the guy did not
I
pick up
don't,
the phone. Eh?
one
Because
man,
the guy did not pick up the phone.
one man.
Unbelievable.
You
Eh?
are putting up your own theorem.
But what else now? Okay, what is your own theory?
one man,
Eh?
one
Eh?
man. Let me be honest.
Conspiracy theory,
This
man.
is it. Eh?
Say let's be honest. Today, let's say we didn't see you for 2 or 3 days online. Everybody will start
We'll
looking for
begin to
you.
ask.
Eh?
So
Yeah,
everybody
now.
will start looking for you. Hmm?
Eh?
Not
So
because
the
you are a
lady,
woman. Not because you're a woman. We'll begin to look for you. Where is he? Look at
It's
the
only
other day.
because I
Your
provide the
internet.
space
Your
for you
internet
guys to
went
come
dead.
and gather.
No, look at the other day. Your internet went dead. We were surprised. We were afraid maybe the DSS has arrested you.
imagine. Hmm?
Ndugurudu. Maybe they say
Oh no,
Ndugurudu. Eh?
Did
Dugrudu
engineer
will
go
take
to
care of
Nigeria?
us.
Dugurudu.
No,
Engineer,
no,
did you go to Nigeria?
no, Nigeria. People noticed your absence too.
Ah,
Ola is asking. Yeah, sorry, Ola.
Did
Yeah,
you
go
go
on.
to Nigeria?
no, 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 no. I know, not yet, not yet. I checked everything about going to Nigeria. Just imagine, I took my COVID test. I got everything. They said before I go to Nigeria, I need to pay $105 US to go to Nigeria for COVID, blah blah blah. And if I'm coming back to UK, I'm still gonna pay again. You know what? I said, let me chill for now, to be honest.
It's
It's not
horrible.
worth
It's
it.
horrible, engineer. It's horrible.
The level of the
Yes.
stealing now is too much, man. It's
Because
too
that
much.
$300 that you are just paying, throwing in the bin, you can do something. If you give it to somebody, they will thank you forever. Just pay
No,
$300.
no, it's $105. Just
Is it not two ways? You pay it one go to
yeah,
and a half, so
exactly.
$200
Coming
now.
back is the same thing. I'd rather send the money for poor people back home. They should,
Exactly, not to
you
give it
know,
to some nonsense. All right.
unbelievable.
Thank you, engineer. People have missed.
Sorry. Also, thanks to Alexandra for checking on me. I really
Yes,
appreciate it. To be honest,
yes. Uh, uh,
yeah,
uh,
I'm
uh,
I'm
uh,
I'm I'm back online now.
So you see, so the superstar is back. Engineer, the the chief priest of the Indugurudu religion. So thank you, engineer.
After Ola is me.
The Ndugrudu and the Babalawo.
Who did that?
Dibia.
The chief
The
priest,
Dibia.
the Dibia of Indugurudu. Oh, okay. Let's hear from Charles, who is always a delight as well. Charles, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay, good to have you, Charles. So to the talking point, we were talking about Buhari signing the Petroleum Industry Bill, which I think you may not have any real interest in.
Yes, he
But
signed
go on.
he signed he signed a bill, but why you still sign the bill? Nigeria in the future the water need gas. America in 10 years from now, gas could be obsolete in America. So like gas come in
How
Nigeria.
can it be obsolete? It's not going to obsolete. What do
Do
you mean?
you know that in America, they say in 10 years from now they will ban gas. There's plans of doing that in America and around the world.
What would they look to substitute it
Electric
with?
car. That's what a lot of car companies are going hybrid.
No, but it
electric.
powers your electricity and other things as well. It's not just for cars.
No, it's true.
And by gas, I think you mean petroleum. Because I think that is what you call petrol in America, isn't it? Gas.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, gas will be absolutely. That's why Nigeria should change. Because gas, Nigeria economy will probably fail in 10 years from now. It's gonna happen. Nigeria will rely on gas. You see, that's you look at Dubai. That's what Dubai.
But it won't be obsolete in countries that still need it, because of course you have to remember that America is an advanced country and Nigeria is a third world country. So even though petrol, which you call gas, may be obsolete in America in 10 years, it will still very much be in use in most of the rest of the world.
Like eventually the car companies will not use gas, so it affect Nigeria too. Like new cars.
No, they will.
Charles, you are dreaming too much, honestly.
Yes. No. He's American, you see, so he's looking at it from an American.
If I may interject, you see all this story of oil will be obsolete or this thing. All these things are being driven by policy. Now, the policy will be territory dependent. Now, before you ban gas in Nigeria, for example, what substitute do you have? As we speak, you don't have electricity. Even some of those people that are getting that are powering the industry today, they are using diesel. They are still using something related to petroleum. Then the train they are bringing to Nigeria today will be powered by diesel. Most of them will be powered by diesel. Then when you go to aviation, you see the product coming from this petroleum to power aircraft and so many other things. So before you start thinking of facing now petroleum in a country like Nigeria, I'm not still talking about some other component like embryo results that
it's 100 years or more away, even not 100. Not just Nigeria, by the way. 2/3 of the world will continue to be dependent on petroleum products for the next 100 and more years.
I know, but
how can they transit? Nigeria, you've been to Nigeria. What capacity do they have to have for this green space?
No, I went to Alicia one time, and all the car companies say gas. They don't have gas in their cars. I went to all the car companies, and all the shows.
Yes, you may well have that in America, and the cars produced for America, Europe, etc., may well be more electricity and environmentally inclined. But the cars produced for other nations, especially third world nations, will continue for the foreseeable be dependent on petroleum.
It's not gonna
they
happen
don't
like
have
that.
Huh?
Even Toyota company. I asked the Toyota guy. He said Toyota there will be no gas for Toyota. They're gonna change their cars for the whole world.
No. They can't change it for the whole world, can they? because the whole world doesn't have electricity. In fact,
Yes, sir.
most of the world don't have electricity. So how then are they able to drive if they don't have electricity?
Yeah, I'm just saying, car companies are changing. You guys don't understand.
No,
Car
no, no,
companies
Charles,
are
no, no,
changing.
no. Hold on,
Charles,
please. Hold on,
Charles.
Vin. I want you to understand this, Charles.
Yeah.
The car companies are changing in your country and
No,
in
for the whole
Europe.
world, not in my
They
country.
cannot. Do you not understand what I'm saying to you, Charles?
Do you know
The
Toyota's
whole. No,
made in
no. Wait,
Japan?
wait. What? Don't say anything. Just listen, and then, so that you can hear. The whole world does not have the capacity, for electric cars. Most of the world do not have that capacity. So if they change it for the whole world, then that means that they are not going to sell electric cars in most of the world, because the most of the countries do not have the capacity for it. So they are going to produce as it suits the climate. They'll produce electric cars for the Western countries, and they'll produce what the capacity is in other countries.
But
They
but
cannot
does
not.
but doesn't Nigeria import cars from the US?
Well, no. Then
I
they'll
got you
produce
there.
it for. No, they import from all over the world.
Yeah, so all
I
the
would
cars
like
will be
to
putting
speak
electric
to
in 10
Charles.
years from now.
I would like to speak
Well,
to
I don't
Charles.
think you
Charles,
get it, Charles.
can
Yeah.
you just allow me? Charles, please.
Yeah.
You see, the automobile companies has once, in our lifetime, I have witnessed that produce what they call hybrid vehicles, hybrid integrated vehicles. I think you are aware of that.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
early
Did it,
90s.
did it last? It did not last. Even with the hybrid vehicles they produced, we still have petroleum. They still have the hybrid system and the petroleum, the gas system in it.
Mhm.
But all the time, we have always considered conventional or what they call straight engines instead of hybrid engines, because Africa has no, technical know-how to manage or maintain those hybrid engines that are coming to us. Put conventional engine and hybrid engine for me, no matter the price, I will buy the conventional engine. That is what is happening. So this is exactly what is going to happen to this, electric cars that are going to Africa. It's market driven, my brother. It's market driven.
Yeah.
Mm.
But you know why electric cars getting popular? Climate change. That's the reason why electric cars in the
No. We know the
climate change.
arguments.
Climate
We're
change is
just
real.
saying that some spaces are not ready for it. That's
The
just
reason why
the
electric
thing.
cars, user car companies around the world been electric because of climate change. They realize that climate change is affecting the world. That's what they're changing. Go ask other car
No.
companies. I'm not lying. That's what they say.
No. You are not lying, and we do know that. But what we're saying is, anyway, I think,
Can I just chip in something regarding the
Yeah.
hybrid buses? You
go
see,
on.
like in England now, this is what is happening. You see, England is facing a high difficulty of maintaining those buses that runs 24/7 in England, because they said the maintenance of those things, maintenance of those buses, the hybrid buses is high, because
Yeah.
the parts, everything about that car is about the buses is expensive, and maintenance of that buses is completely. I think now they will end up doing debating or how to scrape that thing out, because it's going to consume a lot of money, and apart from that, it's going to make things hard for the buses
Okay.
company to run the road. So this is what is happening currently in England.
Yeah.
Yes. So if they are struggling in England, imagine them putting it in Chad.
Because gas
They are
isn't there
telling them to
forever.
run electric
Gas is
vehicle in
eventually gonna
Niger
run out.
Republic.
That's what
They
I'm
don't
saying.
even know
Gas
what
is eventually run out.
electricity is. Never mind. They don't even know what a car is in Niger Republic. Never mind.
Yeah.
But
No,
Guys,
no, I think you are speaking from an American prism.
no, I'm
But
just speaking from the truth of
no,
climate change. Climate change is
with
real. It's
Africa
happening.
don't need electric cars, they need charcoal
Even
cars.
in the America that is mentioned,
eh?
it's not going to be that this state will ban everything will go the same year. Each state are proposing the day they want to start taking off this gas engine off the street.
No.
So
What will happen, Ola, is they will legislate for it to be more expedient for you to go green. this is it. They'll give you tax breaks if your car is electric. They'll maybe even make the charging free. So they'll reduce the cost of it to the point that it just makes more sense for everybody. So they'll just legislate you to that space. That is what they usually do.
Have you heard about
I
Tesla?
agree.
Yeah.
Have you heard about Tesla? Because Tesla's so
No,
popular.
we have not heard about Tesla. What is Tesla, Charles? You know,
It's
we're in the
electric.
villages now.
It's electrical.
Electric car.
Yeah,
Amazing.
Tesla
it's a
uses
popular one
diesel.
in
I
the
hope you know
Oh
that.
yeah,
Uses petrol.
that guy is the guy that has done so much about electric car and is investing in energy and even
No,
free internet. Yeah, even
he's the one
specialized
that has.
internet for this.
Yeah, is the one that has really opened up that electric car space. Is it Elon Musk or who is it?
Elon Musk, yeah.
Elon Musk. Yeah. All right. Thank you,
One
Charles.
man.
Yeah.
One man.
Yes.
We always debate on what the white man, the Western world has done, produce and what they want to impose on us. What has African generated? What have they produced by themselves, my brother? What
you
have they
tell
produced?
us now. You tell us now.
You produce herdsmen. You produce cows.
Yeah. I know we produce moi now. We produce kilishi according to the Nigerian Science Agency. When they appeared in front of Senate that you have been going for 30 years, what have you done? They said they've
Modernized
perfected kilishi. So this is what we produce, kilishi.
Yeah, I think
that is the sum totality of Nigeria science, kilishi.
Let me chip into to my brother Vine. To be honest, Nigeria has done well, but they need to do more. Let me tell you why they need to do more. If you come in terms of palm oil, let me start from palm oil. Palm oil, Nigeria can do palm oil, but if I tell you what happened now, it's going to shock you. Malaysia, they came to Nigeria. They took a sample of palm oil. If I tell you how they go and refine it. They refine palm oil. If you see the way they manufacture it, you'll be like, "Wow, this is shocking."
They are the world largest producer of palm oil.
Yes, and now they sell it back to Nigeria now.
Exactly.
They
if
took
you
the
see the way they refine it, you'll be like,
they
wow,
took the
this
seeds,
is
took
shocking.
it to their country, refined it, and then. But is that not the story of Nigeria in totality, engineer? So the Malaysians they come to Nigeria, they take this. Hold on, they take the seeds for palm oil. They go and perfect the industry of it, and now they are shipping palm oil back to Nigeria. Nigeria produces crude oil. They will send it to Brazil to refine and then import it back. Is this not the story of our lives?
Exactly.
Engineer?
Even toothpick as well. We are importing toothpick.
Just brainless something.
You put everything in Nigeria.
Sorry, Vin, you wanted to come in?
Yes, you see, that is why anytime, if not now that they've arrested Nnamdi Kanu through this extraordinary rendition, anytime I listen to that man, he always so many people might not like the way he is doing things. He is a critic of a black man's intention.
Thank you.
Black man is
black mind. Is that not what he says?
Black man, my brother.
I know black sense.
He's a Messiah.
Black man.
African nation.
Just look, one man. To elaborate on what I just want to say. If you look at, I do not know if there is any African country as way back 1967, 68 that were able to refine their own crude oil by themselves, produce jets. Produce Ogbunigwe, weapon of mass destruction. In Igbo language is called Ogbunigwe. Weapon of mass weapon of mass destruction.
Yes.
WMD, right?
Yes. Ammo tanks and so on and so forth. Refine their own crude oil locally was done by the Biafrans.
You see,
as we speak, there are so many of them that have been. If you allow these people,
no, please, don't buy into that narrative. Don't buy into that. They didn't produce anything. All they do was to cobble together something. What is it?
One man, listen to me. One man, listen to me. At least you have to give somebody like what you are doing right here. I will give you credence to what you are doing.
Right.
Okay, so if I am able to do all those things since the time, if you look at the history of the Port Harcourt refinery, most of the people that were working there were just Igbos. And immediately after the war, they sacked them. They refused them. No, listen. They refused them from going back there. Has that refinery worked to today?
Oh God!
I see, and that's what makes me angry.
All right. Okay.
See,
So let's go back
to
Charles.
Doing something, once you do something, I will give you credence for what you are doing. But if I am doing something, my brother, you have to give me credence for what I'm doing.
Well, it's only because if I buy the veracity, if I'm able to verify, and if you are not known for embellishment, then of course I will give credit. Credit where credit is due.
Did you listen to the interview?
Storytelling and making up stuff.
Look, one man. This is not my makeup.
Hold on.
It is not my makeup. Did you listen to the interview of the Ikwere people in Rivers State by British journalists after the war?
Don't worry, there are plenty of interviews of play. But let's hear from Charles.
I know you won't take it. I know you won't take it. With your understand, you will not take it. Go ahead. Anyway, go ahead.
No, hold on. I've not seen
the history is there for us to look at.
Hold on, please. Charles, can you hold on?
Yeah.
Vin, anything? Have you heard the phrase statistics and damned lies? Statistics and damned lies. Anybody can go through history and curate a storyline. That is a curated storyline. You pick from here, you add from there, and you merge it together and present a tale. So we can all curate history. We can pick and mix, but history is not pick and mix. So don't pick and mix. But let's go back to Charles. That's statistics.
Let me ask Charles.
We have to. You see what you are doing here. The whole world is watching what you are doing.
Right.
The whole world is watching what you are doing. And whatever we say here, whatever we see here, they listen to you. They listen to us. Whatever we say here is one way or the other can be authenticated.
Yes,
Mr. Vin.
Go ahead, Charles.
Sorry, Charles, because Charles had the floor, but rational mind you go, and then we'll come back to Charles, who was go on, Charles.
Mr. Vin or Mr. Maxwell. I think is that the name Maxwell?
Just call him Vin. Yes, call him Vin.
Yes, please.
All right. Yeah. All right. So you said at some point the Igbos were the one who were majorly working in the refinery in Port Harcourt, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, do you have any evidence to back this up?
Of course, I can send you videos of interviews after the war when they were interviewing those people from the Ikwere land in Port Harcourt. I can give you that. I can forward that to you. Yes, after the war, when they told the British people, the British people asked them, why won't you allow these people to come? They said no, they will not allow them to come in, or maybe if as time goes on, they may allow them to come in.
Okay. Which means, let me make this point. This is my point. Now, if you agree that at some point the Igbos were the one who were majorly, maybe the 90% of the people who work at the refinery.
How can that even be? But
hold on. Let's just assume that is what happened.
Yes.
So now, you not quite agree with Sadwana when he said that Igbo likes to dominate everything. You not agree with that?
See, yeah. Look.
You agree
listen
that
to me. No. Listen. You see, what we are doing here. What we are doing here is a constructive argument. Okay. You put up your own first. I put up my own. Look, what happened that? See. Within that, if you look at the history, this is not what anybody asked.
We were not even doing Igbos today, but we always let
no.
Always
something. This is one man is something that just come up. Then we have to digress from there. But you see, my brother, you okay? Let's just forget about this one and concentrate on what we are here to do.
I just want to make sure we are not mixing things up. The question I want to put to you is this. Hope you are not mixing a crude oil as in black oil with that of palm oil, because two different things. In 60s. There is no way. We have never used that. Please, let me just say this thing. In 60s, Nigeria
they
used to
have
be
used
one of
pilot
the
to fuel
largest
a jet.
exporter.
To
Wait
fuel
now.
a jet.
Wait,
Used to be one of the
There is no
largest
how. There is
exporter
no
of palm
time.
oil.
Wait
Now.
No.
Even up to
No.
1965, they used about 14,000 hectares of land for palm kernel. So Nigeria used to produce one of the leading exporter, if not the number one exporter of crude palm oil then. So that's why I'm just want to be very sure that let's separate this thing. Then what they produce during the Civil War is different from those one that Nigeria was producing officially. So I just want to make sure, are we separating this fact or we are missing everything up? So because
look,
the one that the refinery that British set up was totally different from those one produced during the Civil War, just to fuel the cars and to fuel the weapon.
This that is what they call this what do they call modular? This modular refinery that we are talking about.
Yeah.
The refinery that we are talking about did not start today, my brother. If you go back to the arsenals they use at Umuahia War Museum, you will see them there. These are some of the things that the history cannot show you. They are all there at Umuahia. If you go there,
no, sorry, guys. Let's go back to Charles who had the floor. Then
let's go back to what we are saying. If you want to know about that, you just go to that War Museum. You will see them well documented. They are all there, my brother.
All right.
Well, I agree with Vin.
Yeah, of course you do.
You know why? You still don't want able to leave. Able to have helped Nigeria a lot. We don't want to leave. Vin's 100% right. You're 100% right.
No, that's fine. And I don't necessarily disagree with Vin, by the way, Charles. But what I'm just saying is that you can hold on. What I'm saying is you can take isolated elements of history or of anything and put them together to paint a story. So anybody can do that. It's called curated history. You curate an history. You pick from here, you mix from there, and then you tell a tale. It's storytelling.
This one makes me mad. This will make me angry.
What has been started the first modular refinery in Nigeria? So I'm just wondering, because we have to be very careful the way we mix history up, because this thing are well documented on Bloomberg. So we just have to.
They call it locally. They call it locally. It was called locally refined crude oil. That was what it's called. It's not palm kernel. It's not PKO.
No.
It's not palm oil.
I said let's separate
locally refined.
Even the crude oil, the first modular refinery was by Watersmith. So that even those people that refine, we stole that technology from someone too. So let's just.
But it was not. It was those palm oil or palm oil, PKO oil, palm kernel oil or palm oil were not used to power jets.
Yeah, but you see,
what jet were they powering?
It's verifiable. These are verifiable. It's not something I'm just making up.
But
PKO and palm oil cannot be used to power jets.
This what makes me angry.
Okay, let's go back to Charles. Yeah, what makes you angry, Charles? Tell us.
Like the Igbos have done a lot of things, Nigeria, but don't respect them. That's making me angry. Nigeria have done a lot. The Igbos have done a lot. What they say 100% truth. You might like it, be saying the truth. Igbos have helped Nigeria a lot, but Nigeria don't respect them.
In what way? In what way? Sorry, no. So sorry, Charles. You made that statement, so back it up. In what way have they helped Nigeria?
Nigeria don't want the Igbos to go.
Charles, hold that space. Don't say anything. You said the Igbos have helped Nigeria a lot.
Yeah.
So back it up. In what way?
Example: all the buildings in Lagos, the Igbos have created Lagos. Igbos have money. They have helped Nigeria.
All the buildings in Lagos. All right.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right.
Have you ever been to Nigeria before?
That's making me angry.
It was there for 2 weeks.
And then you are talking like this. All the houses in Lagos.
For 2 weeks.
How many of the houses
were
built by the Igbos in Lagos?
Was it even 10 days
why do people get all these stories from sometimes? I don't even understand it.
No, this is propaganda, isn't it? You are saying this is the effect of propaganda. This is what they are saying.
One man. There is something I would like to tell you. See, the people I'm directing this to you.
Yes.
You gave after the war, you gave Igbos 20 pounds, didn't you? Didn't you?
Which is more than the average Yoruba man
You
had in his
gave them
pocket.
20 pounds, irrespective of the
training
amount
abroad,
they have in the banks.
and training
Listen
abroad.
to me. One man, you
Mr.
gave
Vin,
them
How much
20
were the
pounds,
Yorubas? No, how much
irrespective
were
of
the
the
Yorubas
amount they
giving?
have in the bank as at
How
that
much were
time,
the Yorubas
and they
giving?
build themselves up from it.
How much were
Go
the
to
Hausas
Alaba
giving?
International Market
How-
today as we speak. In Alaba International Market, if you listen to the New York, there is a New York report that said
New
the
York
biggest
report.
business incubator in the world is in
Right.
Alaba International Market,
There
worth
you go.
$7.5 to $8 billion. I didn't say
all
it.
right.
You
Is
go
that
and see
Alaba?
it there.
Is that Alaba
These
market
are the
in
people
Newe?
you gave.
Sorry.
Woman,
Is that
you gave
Alaba
them
market?
20
Hold
pounds.
on.
You
Is
gave
that
them 20
can you
pounds.
hold on, Vin?
You
Is that
gave them 20
can you
pounds.
hold
And
on?
these are the
We
people
can
that
shout
made
over each
all these
other,
things over
or I
there.
can
And
equally just mute
you
you.
sit there and
Okay.
tell me
all
that they
right.
don't they don't
Okay.
contribute anything.
God bless
Can I
you.
chip in something,
Okay.
please?
All right, let's just excuse Vin for a moment. Sorry, don't chip in. Let's go back to Charles, who had the floor. Otherwise, we would not progress with anything. I'll bring Vin back in a moment, just for him to go
You know
calm
why I
himself
say that?
down, because we don't want the place to get rowdy. Charles,
The reason I say that is because is the reason I say this because Nigeria don't want Igbo to live. They don't want Nigeria. They want Igbo to leave Nigeria. Then if you don't live, then why you hate on them when they help your country? That's why I don't get Nigeria.
I still don't understand the help that you are claiming that they gave to the Nigerian space.
Because Nigeria don't want Igbo to leave. Because they know Nigeria knows Igbo leave, Nigeria will fail. That's a fact. That's Nigeria. I know what Nigeria Igbo say. They know Igbo leave, Nigeria will fail. That's a fact. Right. Think I'm lying? That's the truth. Because Igbo people are smart.
What are you predicating?
And say Igbo are dumb. Chairman to that. Igbo are not dumb. Igbo are smart people. That's what Nigeria don't want Igbo to do. I know the truth. They can't trick me. I know the truth of Nigeria. They want Igbo to live. Because no Igbo people are nice.
They're nice. They are nice.
Yes.
Who told you that? But they are nice, though, I have to say. I won't disagree with that. Professor Datao is a good example. Bia is another example.
Only
in fact, all the Igbos on this platform, they are
Charles, let's stop this ethnic something. So if Igbo people are smart, so other people are dull. See, let's stop all this ethnic something, please.
Hold on, Ola. When Charles is speaking, you have to understand, Charles is a very, very young man, and he probably only been to Nigeria no more than 10 days in the entirety of his life. So his understanding are just things that he hears on the internet. So you have to facilitate for that. It's just a young man.
You really know how to underrate people, I swear to God.
No, the thing is,
this is what Hausa people call. This is what Hausa people call.
No, what are you talking about, Vin? No, hold on. How is it being underrated?
Come on, boy. Come on, man. This is horrible.
No,
He is making his own assertion on what he knows about. So you can just ask him how. Then he will explain to you.
I did ask him. Did you not hear me ask him?
For you to just ridicule him that he's a small boy, that he knows nothing, he has not stayed up to 1 year in that place. Oh, it's horrible.
Do you know him? Do you know Charles? Vin, answer my question. Do you know Charles? I know Charles. Charles has been on this platform for a long time. Charles has a YouTube channel. You can go have a look at it. I know Charles very well. Charles is a young man, and Charles has told us on this platform that he has.
But what Charles is doing here, is it not more than what the old men are doing in Nigeria that bring us into this mess we are in Nigeria today?
My man, don't do this. If I tell you to hold on, then please hold on, because I gave you the chance to speak. So now you give me the chance to speak because now you've put me in a position. Charles has been coming on this platform. I know him quite well. He is a young man. He himself has said he has been to Nigeria just for about 2 weeks. So he's a young man who has only 2 weeks experience of Nigeria and is speaking to the Nigerian space off the back of a 2-week vacation in his father's hometown. So this is a guy that gets his information just from social media. Charles is here. He can speak for himself. So what are you talking about? Do you know him, Vin? Do you know him? What are you doing, my man? Don't do that. Sorry, back to you, Charles.
Yeah. The reason why I say that is because.
Sorry, Charles.
Yes.
How long have you spent in Nigeria?
3 I was born in Nigeria, you know that?
Right. And when did you leave Nigeria?
A long time ago.
Right. And since you left Nigeria, how often have you been there?
Only one time.
For how long?
2 weeks.
There you go. So did you hear that, Vin? Vin, caution yourself, my man. Caution yourself. Carry on, Charles.
Yeah. So yeah. So the reason why I say that Nigeria is scared of the Igbos to leave is because all my hate people already know the truth. I can't lie. I'm not. Here's the reason. Nigeria, why is Nigeria scared of the Igbo to leave? Why is West Nnamdi Kanu for a reason? Why did West Nnamdi Kanu for a reason?
This is it. Yesterday we were hearing somebody calling rational mind darling, and now Allah is telling us this is just a little. Who was calling you darling yesterday? Rational mind. This is it.
Swallow chewing gum. Someone that wanted to swallow chewing gum. Don't mind him.
I'm just worried that we don't see something that we are not meant to see on this platform. We're seeing something that we are not meant to see. Sorry, Charles.
That's what the Yorubas again food. They're tricking them.
Sorry for the outburst. Sorry, Charles. Sorry for the outburst, Vin. But when I'm saying Charles is a young man, he is a young man, and you've just heard him now say he's only really been in Nigeria for 2 weeks, and I'm only really saying that.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, because I'm apologies if I came across a certain way.
Oh, that's okay.
I'm only saying that because he told me that himself, so I wasn't patronizing to him. So if he has only been to Nigeria for 2 weeks, really in his life, then you have to obviously take cognizance of that for whatever he's saying. He has no experience of this space. He just knows it from social media. This is it. He said so himself. So I wasn't being patronizing to him. So that was what, I said. But apologies if I came across.
Sorry to cut you one man. I think Charles is just saying based on his experience. So he air his mind, he air his view. You understand? And he's an Igbo guy, so he hasn't lived with other individuals like the Yorubas or the Hausas or the Middle Belt or the Queries. So most of his time he spent with his people, and that's why he's speaking on behalf of his people. So it's just something we need to understand that.
Yeah, it's an American really to all intents and purposes, but sorry, Charles. Yeah, so Charles, now to Sunday Igboho, Abubakar Malami threatening Sunday Igboho.
Why is he threatening the guy who's sending for his people?
Well, that's the Nigerian space, isn't it?
See, that's why I think the Yorubas should save them. Saying but they should save him, but they're not saving him because the Yorubas they're also tricking them. That's why I think the Yorubas should wake up, save Yoruba just to save him. But they're standing there and he's in jail, and they also are playing like chickens, like football. That's sad. They should stand up and get him out of there, because Bah's very dangerous. He might kill him. Bah's a very dangerous guy. You know he's doing it. He doesn't want people to speak the truth. He don't want people to speak the truth about what's happening. He doesn't want people to speak the truth. He doesn't want people to lie. That's what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Why know what he's doing? He don't want him to speak the truth. He know the truth is happening. He know that the also want to take over Igbo and Yoruba. That's what they want. That's the plan. But not gonna happen.
Is that your response to everything, Charles? That the Hausas want to take over and the Fulanis want to take over?
Yeah, they're gonna do it. They have plans. That's what the doing secret plan. I don't trust them.
All right.
Why the Hausas staying in the net trying to take over the whole country? What they doing there? Even they're in the north. That's shame on them. Just standing there, finally taking over the whole country. What the Hausa people doing? They sound like chickens. They gotta step up. Say, no, it's not your country. Go back to Nigeria. But they're standing there. It's sad.
All right. And in Afghanistan, so the president has left the country, emptying all the treasury in dollars into his aeroplane, and he has now fled to Dubai. So this is something that we see.
That guy is weak, the Afghanistan president. He's very weak. Why you left the whole country just to go to Dubai? He's very weak, that guy. People
do you think he should have stayed back and fought?
Yeah. But I also can blame Biden. Biden should have not left. She have a plan. She have a plan. Say, hey, I'm left this 8 months. I have a plan to leave. She shouldn't leave that quickly, because the Afghanistan are weak, and the president just left like that, and then people die. And I hope that people being kill Taliban or surround the people. They hit them with battle guns. They can't even let them, all the news. The Afghan people can't move to the airport. They're not to go into the plane. They say no, you can't go. And Nigeria and America say, oh, we can take them. How you take them out? And the Taliban say no, you can't get out from the country. See, that's sad.
Okay. Charles, and just finally, this just a human interest story. So this lady now, she was phoning her then boyfriend, now husband. She was probably just for the purposes of the narrative in Abuja, and the boyfriend then was in Lagos. So she was phoning him, and he wasn't picking up the phone. So in anger, then she bought a flight ticket, flew all the way to Lagos, marched into this guy's office in Lagos to demand answers as to why he wasn't
But also, I broke up with a girl on time for girls.
You will break up with her.
Ladies cause trouble. Some women cause trouble. Some women, they cause you trouble. They make
Women
you
wala,
crazy. Yeah, they make you go wahala.
Women wala, this is it.
Like, why should you travel to it off where on phone? I said, get out. I don't have time for you.
You tell her, get out. She don't have time for you.
Yeah.
That's not how to treat women, though. You pet her and then you explain yourself, and then you reassure her that you are not up to mischief. That would be the way to go.
Can I say something to Charles, please?
Go on, engineer.
Charles?
Yeah.
Just a quick one. You know, when you're talking about Lagos, I just want to advise you be very, very careful how you talk about Lagos, because there are people in this platform. It's like you're trying to tease them. If you can see people like Rational Mind, don't go to Lagos and say things you don't know, because he will be there to slaughter you. So just take my advice, okay?
No, they just know the truth. They don't want Igbo to live. They don't want Igbo to live in Nigeria. That's the truth.
But do you really think the Igbos want to leave, Charles? Because
yes.
I don't think they want to leave.
No, that's for us to do. But
no, I don't think they want to leave.
When has Igbos ever asked to leave? That's the question.
Yes.
You never asked to leave. You're asking for Biafra. That's what you're asking for.
Yeah, but Nigeria government doesn't want Igbo to get Biafra.
Do you listen to Nnamdi Kanu at all?
Yeah,
do you follow him? Did you hear him when he said that the government offered him his Igbo land to leave, and he said no? Did you? Are you aware of that? He refused. They refused to leave.
Yeah, but Igbos, I want Biafra, but Nigeria comes and no. This is weird. I know Nigeria comes that.
So Igbos don't want to leave then? Are you aware of when the north in the north, when they gave Igbo people 3 months to leave the north? Why didn't they leave? So you don't want to leave. You are just crying about you want to leave, but then they will actually leave. You don't want to leave.
It's just really they want a better treatment. It's really.
Not that kind of leave. Anyway, leave. This one is a violence, something that leave or else we don't know. It's totally different. So leave my territory is different from we want to have our identity as a country. So we should separate that.
I keep saying this.
All right, hold on. Sorry,
leave Lagos now. I leave Lagos. No, it won't happen that way. No, you want to kill that person economically. That is exactly what.
Sorry, Ola. Let Charles just. Sorry, Charles. Repeat everything you just said because I didn't catch anything.
Nigeria's gonna fail. That's Nigeria scared the Igbo to leave. They don't know what they're doing.
Why? Okay, I think you've already said.
Because they know if Igbo leave, Nigeria's gonna fail. That's what they're scared.
All
right. Even your boat knows that. That's that also scared.
Yeah, talking like Mumu.
Okay.
For example,
Mike,
that's the truth.
Mike, what you are saying is not right. Honestly.
All right. Okay. Well, that is Mike, though. We caution him about language
Mike,
all the time.
Because the same thing you said the same thing the other day here, and you shave somebody's head in his absence. Here, you, Mike. Don't do that. This is a platform that all of us are saying. You don't need to say such things here. You have just been derogatory.
No, that's Mike. You can take the man out of motion, but you cannot take the motion out of the man.
Is it from motion?
No, I don't know if it's from motion or not, but certainly if it's not from motion,
that's what he said to me the last time.
We are not here. We are not here to insult anybody. For you to just wake up and raise your mouth and start telling somebody that he talks like Mumu, which means that you are not brought up in a good home.
No, that's not fair. Okay, let's just calm that space down.
What's gonna happen if the Yobo
one man
left?
control this
What's
studio,
happened to the Hausa
control
people?
this. Don't allow people to
one of the people I
No,
need
no,
to
one man reacted.
hold on,
One man
hold on.
controlled it immediately anyway.
Did I not
So
remove
I need to
him?
take him off.
One of the people I really need to control is you, Vin, because you don't let anybody land. Charles has been trying just to complete a sentence for the last 5 minutes.
Please.
So let's hear from Charles now. Charles, repeat everything you just said because again, nobody heard you. Yeah.
I'm saying if Yobo people leave Nigeria, I also find it will fail. They know that that's what we want Yobo to live.
You might be surprised that they would not. They have an economy in the north which sustains them. Kano used to be an empire. They had a wall built around that city which still subsists till now. It's one of the biggest cattle economy in the whole of the West African space. They have a history of hide. They have a history of metal work. They have a history of
hide and skin.
So they have a long history of commerce. They've traded the entirety of that Sahara space. So they have an economy.
Yeah, but I'm saying I know the reason why the Hausa and friends don't want Yobo to leave because the Yobo have like resources that they want. That's what they want them to leave. I know the fact. That's what they want Yobo to leave. Because if they leave, they're gonna fail. They're gonna fall. That's what they know.
If they leave, Buhari will still find them now. That's just the truth.
This is it.
Huh?
You know what to solve. You know what to solve all this problem. If Buhari just goes and takes an Igbo wife, then that will be the end of it. He should just marry Ngozi. All right. Thank you, Charles. You got there in the end. So thank you, Charles. Let's now hear from Professor Data O, who we have not heard from for a long time. Prof, I thought we offended you or something. You just abandoned us. What happened? Prof. Look at that. It's been so long. You don't even know how to work.
Okay, wait. I know I'm coming.
You don't know how to work the system anymore. This is how long it has been.
No. Don't be offended. I did some travel sometime last week. So.
All right. Good. Good to have you back.
Yeah.
I see you are busy as ever. Go on.
No problem. I'm at work.
Yeah.
You say Buhari? I don't want to talk on that man now.
Yes.
Leave that entity.
Yes.
Leave that entity. Wow. Yeah.
What is it that guy calls him? Ignoramus. Who's that guy again that calls him Ignoramus?
Is it you're referring to evolution?
Evolution, yes, that's the one. He calls him Ignoramus. All right. Good to have you back. So yes, we were just the talking points. The Petroleum Industry Bill has now been assented to by Buhari, the fastest bill he has ever signed. So there's some bills that has been on his desk since 2015. He has not even looked at them, and never mind. So essentially, the wholesale now of that Niger Delta wealth are to foreign hands. So how much of that goes to the Niger Deltans? 3%, and now the ownership of that space now by outsiders. So Buhari signs the Petroleum Industry Bill. What are you making of that? So it's now law.
You see, I'm not happy hearing this because this thing is just like your nation you're meant to be in charge of. You just sell it out. That's how I'm seeing it. It's just subjecting people that are meant to reap from their dividends. You just expose them in such a state that they are helpless. What is 3%? What is that 3%? What do you call that? It's not. I don't see it as something that. Let me use the word in my language. Itiakanobi. That's to console them. It's not. You see, that person, whomever is on that seat, I don't know the type of heart, the type of concern or thinking faculty he has. You see, I'm not bothered too much on royalty or whatever, but this is just too bad. I'm not surprised. This is somebody, I think in 1978, is it during Obasanjo when he was petroleum minister? He knows what is there. He knows this thing he sold out or whatever, which is in foreigners, and he has a share there. That's why he's doing all these things. No, I may not have a proof, but it is clear. You see, why there's harm, why there are uprising in the nation, why there are people that are unhappy is simply because people are not treated well. I just don't know why this thing goes on. And again, to those so-kind people that were on seat when this bill was being signed, can't they think as well? Most of the time, yeah, we blame the head, yes, but those people on seat, can't they think and know that they are harming people? This harm is going to affect everybody. I don't know. I just don't know. Every day, instead of the nation to think to resolve matters, to see how they can bring things together, they're doing things that are hurting people, and not only hurting and harming people, and even haunt people all day. So I'm not happy hearing this. I'm very, very sad. This is a very sad one.
You know what my fear is, and almost something that is starting to happen. What they are going to do now is to use this petroleum industry bill to license things to their friends and cronies that have no capacity, and then their friends and cronies will then sit on these licenses, and there will not be development. This was what we had when they unbundled the electricity space and they sold all these electricity grids to people who don't have capacity, and they're just sitting on licenses that they don't know what to do with. So there's just going to be like a moribunding of that place again. It's just a total nonsense. It just shows the helplessness because nobody seems to be able to do anything about it.
The kind of queue of qualified quacks we have in this government is something that's shocking me. Can't they think this is something that belongs to the nation, and they're just they'll do it like nothing happens, no shaking, nothing. They're not this nation. They're clear they don't want this nation to be together. They don't want the nation to be together, and they want to finish the nation. They should sometimes look at history. In Burkina Faso, when what's the name of that man that ruled? I think 1983 up was the man that changed the name of the country from Upper Volta to Burkina Faso. This man, when he came into government,
was that Sankara?
Sankara. He started and he stopped seeking for loans outside. But these people, they'll borrow money. It's not enough. The one they have, they'll give. Hey, these people are all.
You know what you said, engineer, that is as though they don't want this country to be together. Sometimes I wonder about that because they put all this heavy weight on spaces like that Niger Delta. They control the oil and they are saying they shouldn't benefit from it. So they must be confident then that the Niger Deltans they don't have the capacity to do anything about it. That is why they're able to do these things. Because, you are going to their land, taking their resources, and you are saying they don't get a share of it, and you take it all to Borno. The biggest oil baron in Nigeria is Ndimi, Buhari's in-law, although he was already that oil baron before, so they take all of this. They don't have, Ndimi from Borno is the biggest oil block owner in Nigeria. They don't have oil in Borno. They don't have anything other than sand in Borno and Boko Haram. And the people that own it, you are saying they get 1%, 2%.
And that 1% will not even circulate around the airspace or the land area of those people in concern.
You know what is going to happen to that 3%, engineer? It's the same thing that we had with NDDC. They will create a board that is going to superintend that 3%. And then on that board will be Mukhtar, Danladi, etc. So even that 3%, they will take it from them still. This is the thing. And then give
the truth of this matter, right? I keep saying it. These people, they know what they're doing. Fulani man knows what he's doing. He wants to siphon, he wants to rinse that country to the stage that let's see example is on the top, it's on your top topic line. Afghan president, he ran away with such amount of money. So what do you think Buhari is planning to do his own? You understand? It's like a wake-up call to every president that they are not doing well. This man, This man will rent everything, and at the end of the day, if he's leaving, he will leave that country for good. And all the people he put them in power, they will definitely follow him and run away from the country and leave the country in debt. That's just what is happening.
Professor Datao, let me say something. One thing I was just even looking at, talking about this PIB petroleum something bill. The thing is this: they said it took them for many years to be able to get this thing done. But then we had two Southerners that were there, OBASANJO and what's his name?
Jonathan. Yeah.
Why could they not have been able to sign this into law? Now, finally, we got to a northerner, and then they were able to pass it. Does that not prove that fact that we've been saying that the Nigerian political space is skewed to the favor of the northerners? Because if you look at it very well, even when this whole thing came, we know that some of our senators and our rep from South, they kind of they buy into the bill too. But what I'm trying to say is that even if they oppose it, they don't have the numbers. So the bill was essentially a northerner kind of bill that favored the northerners. That is why, from what they said, the 30% that they're saying now, because the oil prospecting states in the north, the large bulk of that 30% will go to them. So far, they said they only had about three states that they are looking to find oil. So imagine 3 states from the south, and you're talking about more like 9 or 12 states from the north that they say they're looking for oil there. So you can see how they siphon that money to their side with that bill. So the point is, what was the Southerners looking at when this David Mark was there? When we had this guy from Ogun State, they were all there as the Speaker of the House of Representatives. They could not get this done, and now we're complaining about the Northerners. So it's go on, please.
Okay.
I'm done.
Okay. Yeah, rational mind. You say something that is very, something that we ourselves should think about. But sometimes when I look at this matter, I see it as if there are 2 things I see here. One, either if they were programmed not to do it at that time they were in power. The second instance, I think there is either they never thought of it. Why I say sometimes they may be programmed not to do it. We all know what happened. It was at the national conference or whatever that took place in 2014. After everything, we know what happened. The North still ensured, or whomever the powers to be, ensured that sitting, upon all the money that was spent, nothing came out of it. That is how I see this matter. And every day as days progress, it is just clear to me there's no point we are together. I just don't, the thing that what's paining me now, the nation doesn't want us to divide. Good idea. Okay, if you don't want the nation to divide, why not put things in place to harmonize people, to heal wounds? Not okay. Now, okay, you just said this thing. Okay, after the money generated from this so-called petroleum, they will start using it to search for oil in the north, which we know the tendency of spotting oil is low, my brother. Oil is normally got near some water areas, or like what they use it water masses.
You're breaking up, Prof. You're breaking up.
Hello, are you hearing me?
No, that's better. Yeah.
Are you hearing me?
Better now.
There's no. Okay. The water masses in the north, I don't see it yielding that petroleum they're looking for. This is all way to siphon money. These guys keep on doing. They know what they're doing. I'm just this nation. I just don't know. The clear thing is just as this go on progressing, they just keep on bringing out agendas, actions that just make it clear that they don't want any progress. They just want siphoning money. They want this money will come, they siphon this one and just be subjecting a set of people, bringing them down, down, down. Why is this going?
Essentially, that's what it is.
It's a pity that Jonathan didn't do that, and what's his name, OBJ. But even if they didn't do it, this one they have done, they should have acted better. If this what I call it, the so kind amount given to that Niger Delta was reason, better. I don't see what is there. Okay, you rise up. Okay, you say, okay, these people in Niger, you can bring down their school fees to a particular amount. See that people there have good education. We pay their
They should be living the best life. The Niger Deltans should be living the best life in Nigeria, better than anybody.
I just don't see. It's not too difficult, but these guys, they just want
it's politics of domination, isn't it, engineer? Prof, it's politics of domination.
Yes, that is their aim. And I'm just hearing this news today. I was too sad. I said, what kind of nonsense is this? They'll build a seaport in Lake Kaduna. Where? Which river leads to that place? Is this Alice in Wonderland they're thinking of? What kind of nonsense is it? Or Wizards of Oz? Is this what we're thinking about? These Disney stories. I just don't know. But the thing is clear. They're not ready to fix this nation. They're not ready to harmonize.
No, it's politics of domination, and they are institutionalizing. They are institutionalizing.
The only way out is a breakout. I don't see any.
But how is that going to happen? How is that going to happen?
The only way I'm seeing is just through these two people that have been captured. We all know, but I still believe strongly it's not going to end there. Something is going to come out of it. It may look like there's no hope. But
no. I think Ninas are doing something as well. So it's Precious from our front.
Okay, yes. Even if the two of them, but I've looked at it. No, we can't just remain in this.
Yeah, but who are you blaming?
Because if there's a breakaway, they will have no resource to act on. That's why they don't want this set of people.
The thing is,
I saw what happened in Taraba State where I sat. They won't come to work. At the end, when a month end comes, they'll come and take their money. Even kids in secondary school, their names on payroll.
Engineer, who will you believe now? You don't blame the Fulani men. Blame the elite, the so-called elite that are covering that territory, that zone. Those are the people that people should be hunting for them now. Because if you hunt them, they will back up, and the Fulani will know that yes, the people on the land, they are angry. This is what is happening, because without people going and hunt this elite, I'm telling you, there will be nothing. There will be nothing.
Engineer, that is very true. But one thing I have seen, this thing is just like it has been a planned design right from time. I was listening to an interview by Babangida of recent, which he made it clear. He said he entered the army. It was a political process. He made it clear. It was a political process. Said he was in the army, put in strategic position, this, that. It's not today these people plan. Okay, now what they will do, they will subject people to hunger. They forget what the main thing. That's this hunger agenda money. And people no more focus on these things, all their main ideas. Okay, let's see what we'll eat first. That's one of the biggest problems. Hunting down these elites aren't easy because with time, day by day, year by year, money has been one thing that has been using to keep the mindset of people down. Instead of them to agitate, or not, let me not use the word agitate, but see how they can, kick against all this evil going on. But since money enters their hand, they will just move away. And I think some level of education, but the elites. They have a very big clique, which is not something that can just.
Their big clique is Big Brother now. That's why they brought Big Brother, and you see every youth in Nigeria they are keeping quiet.
All right. Let me move you from that space, Professor. Let me even move you out of Nigeria to the Middle East. So, the hot space in the Middle East at the moment. Afghanistan, the president, of course, has left the country. He fled the country. $169 million in cash. This guy piled into 4 luxury cars. The 4 luxury cars, of course, were not enough to contain $169 million. So he piled them even into a helicopter and then packed them onto a cargo aeroplane and then flew it to Dubai. The money was such that as this guy was flying, making his escape from Kabul, there were dollars flying out of the aeroplane into the sky as people were rushing to grab dollars. So this is the story now. He's saying he was fleeing to avoid bloodshed, but the blood that he's only saving is his own, as he now goes to the warm embrace of Dubai with $169 million. We saw this in Gambia. This is the third world story. They just bastardized the space, brutalized the space, and parked the economy into the... Remember, they accused Gowon of this as well. That so just that space, just $169 million in cash as he flees to Dubai. Ghani, the former president of Afghanistan, professor.
What I'm laughing at is, I don't know, some people as a president, I think he's meant to be like the last man standing.
Last man standing, go down with the sheep.
But he decided to
first man running.
The first man run with. I'll call this loot. He looted, and ran. It's a bad example to us seeing this, and he even shows maybe, though I may not say he's a coward, because one thing I believe strongly is when there's a contest in a fight and one sees he's losing, it's left for that person to run away if he wants to run away, and that's what he decided to do. And he took off to whoever.
Prof, we call it tactical withdrawal in the military.
With $169 million with the whole treasury, he just looted.
But the man really dealt with this individual, so that shows you the heart of the man. Such helicopter, this one cargo plane, not ordinary. So the space in the plane that occupied money. In short, maybe most of the passenger seats will be occupied with money, and the cargo space is a very sad kind of thing. And I'm sure he did this because
the dollars were raining out of the plane. He packed it so much. Can you imagine that?
That's a movie. That's a movie. I think I'll post it on the line. I think the guys, they went and robbed a bank and they put the money in the plane, and unfortunately the amount of the money is too heavy for the cargo plane to climb higher, so they have to start distributing the money on air.
And this is it.
So I think maybe those are the things that all these leaders are watching. And,
these are leaders. Most of them are bad, but this one, I don't know what I'll call it. But as you said, tactical withdrawal with cash. That it's just very sad. It's very, very sad. I don't blame the man. He knew if he dies, the money will die with him. So he decided to run with the money. And he knows there's some people that will speak for him with that, as far as he has that cash. So in a way, you don't blame him. He did what he should do.
Yes, Prof. When I saw that story, I went and dug into the archives because I felt a sense of deja vu when I saw that story. So I went and dug into the archives, and word for word, action for action, exact same thing that Yahya Jammeh did in Gambia in 2017. The country fell. He took his cars in a luxury, all his luxury cars, he piled them into a cargo plane. The country's central bank, he emptied it, put it in that cargo plane, and he flew off to wherever, probably a Middle Eastern country. So this is just something that they do.
Equatorial Guinea.
Is that where he is? Equatorial Guinea.
Yeah.
Dubai has now a big cash inflow into Dubai, so they'll be smiling about that.
And that 69 on top, they will collect it from him as entrance fee.
Well, Buhari
was not bothering him now.
I said Buhari one is the train line that he's doing to Niger.
There you go. Because the money is that much more, so they need a train to pilot.
Exactly.
No, there's an agenda behind that train line. He's not just building it for any sake. Sometimes in this life, when somebody makes a statement, you may not know the meaning of it. That reminds me, I remember in Anambra State, Obi, before he left, he said that nobody has ruled the state from Soso area. And guess what? The current governor ruling the state, Obiano, is from that area. That area has never ruled the state. Yes. That's why that's the time I found out you just don't sometimes when there's some statements made, like this Buhari building railway, don't look at it just like there is a reason.
There's a reason. I keep telling people.
As far as the man it was Peter Obi that walked him into government, into his position. And the man is a drunkard. He's a drunkard.
I've watched that.
You don't blame him because he didn't work for it. He said, hello?
I said the man, I watched one of the video when he stopped Peter.
When he did what? Sorry, when he did what?
When he's trying to say hello to Peter, I think one of the bodyguards tried to push him away, and Peter said, no, allow him. He knows him.
All right.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Prof. And this human interest story that we were just having a look at, this lady now, for the purposes of the narrative, we're saying she's coming from Abuja. It doesn't say Abuja in the thing, but she essentially flew all the way from Abuja, where she's working, to Lagos, where her then boyfriend was working, to go and confront him because she tried to phone him and he did not pick up the phone. So imagine that. So let's say you are in Texas and you are toasting some babe in Houston, and because you did not quickly pick up the phone, maybe you were having a shower, the next thing you know, she's on that flight and she's knocking on your door. What do you make of that? Just,
The thing I would simply make of it is, the lady is, I would say, suspicious. Either she's suspicious or she's anxious, or she can't just wait. She wants a rapid response from her boyfriend or whatever, and maybe that's what prompted her action. But that action of flight surprises me. But I'm not surprised you can do everything. And this will also make me comment among the topics you gave. I saw Malami. There's a statement Malami would said he will get Igboho watch it.
Yes.
Those that are in the interest of Igboho should not take that statement for granted. This government in place they can go to any length. They're not ready to look at protocols. It's only the protocol that concerns them. We all see what's happening to the so-called Abakari. They said due process. But if it's something that really is not of their own interest, they don't care. Protocol is dead. They will just plunder everything and grab that person. So, that statement, for those that are interest of Igboho, I don't want anything to happen to him. But I know some people hearing me shouldn't take that statement for granted. They can do anything. These guys can do anything.
Just to add some background to that, Prof, there was a judgment in Ibadan High Court to pause the government arresting Igboho. So the judgment now said that the government cannot arrest Igboho and they cannot freeze his assets. So Malami has now sent lawyers to Ibadan requesting that the judge that made that pronouncement that he must vacate that judgment. So he's trying to strong arm that judge to remove that judgment, to open up that space to move against Igboho. So then I've extrapolated from that to then conclude that he's essentially wanting to free up that legal space because they are now looking to move against Igboho. So they want to move against him, but they want that judgment out of the way first so that judgment does not come into play if they do move against him. So essentially trying to rendition him in almost the same way that they renditioned Nnamdi Kanu. So that's just what he is trying to do, Abubakar Malami.
Okay, let's see what. It's a shame we have someone in that position that's acting anyhow. He's just acting like, would I call it a predator? Looking for, like you just say predator, how lion pursues deer in the bush. This is how he's acting.
The question is there no leaders in that country to question this man? You understand? He can't come out and be saying things like that.
The people to question him are almost like his set of people. they have the
taking
same
money
mindset.
from him.
Yeah, they have eaten Jacob's porridge.
Oh yeah, look at that, and the prof is back. They've eaten Jacob's porridge.
That's the problem. Almost all of them, most of them, maybe
exactly. You're right, though. You're 100% right.
Yeah, so that's why they don't want to talk.
Prof.
Yes.
Prof. Okay, this is fine. I would like to say here, if you will permit me, when you see a small bell dancing in the center of the road, the drummer is nearby. What Nigeria is doing, they are not doing it just for themselves. The UK is backing every activity of the Nigerian government. That is why they have the alacrity to do what they are doing. Thank you, sir.
That one is clear. That one is clear. I know that. I wish I will come. There's something, I'm sure I snapshot it of someone in UK that made it clear that UK is behind most of this thing. Because as you said it, that one, one thing I found out in life, the statement you said is very clear. It's an Igbo adage, but it's clear. I mentioned one day on this program an Igbo adage, and let me just say how it's the interpretation in English. The adage is a small kid the dad sends to go and rob. That small kid uses his leg to kick open the door. Why? Because he has the courage. So there's something that's giving this government the courage of them doing this nonsense. You understand?
And you think it's the British?
The British, yes. Then who else will it be? The British.
Are you not sure it's the Arab? Do you know that Buhari signed an oil deal with the Saudi crown?
The Arab may have some hands, but if you're to check it on percentage, the British have the most.
Because I think the Arabs control Buhari more, because you know that Buhari is steeped and satiated in
that is only control. I would say only control, but to do the main thing, the Arabs are not in control of the earth. We all know this earth, this world, we all know, okay, the G8, Britain is there, US is there, Russia is there, Germany, France, I think South Korea, North Korea, and Japan. And we all know what happened to is Russia. I don't know if Russia is still part of that G8, because I know during Obama's time, they were like kicked out because they said they were involved.
Is it G8 or G7?
No, it's not G7, because it was during that Obama's time. They had a kind of what I call it conflict or conspiracy. They said that the Russia were part of rigging the election in favor of Trump. And from there, like play, Russia
took them off.
They were taken off. And there's something some people didn't know then. That the comment that is that Putin made a comment then. He said that Obama is sponsoring ISIS. But that comment wasn't aired. I'm sure that's what triggered all that. So what I'm saying is that however you see, Britain is still part of the power, would I call these stakeholders on this, the nation. So whatever they say holds ground one way or the other. We're all aware it's the same Britain that ruled France. So it's the same Britain that ruled the US.
One man.
Yeah. So what you're saying, there's truth in it. I know that. But me, I don't normally like mentioning it. But you don't need a prophet to tell you. You don't need
exactly. I want to address my one man. You see, I think you have a British. You are a British citizen, right?
Carry on. I'm not admitting to anything, but carry on.
Okay. I am advising you to be careful of what you are going to do, because anytime they are extraordinary renditioned, Britain will not come for you. A president has been sent. Have you seen how they are now discussing about the Afghan people in the United Kingdom House of Commons?
Yes,
but they have not discussed. But they have not discussed of their own former colony about the killings of Christians in Nigeria and so on and so forth. Thank you, sir.
No, that is a non-point that you just made, Vin. And I've heard this point made several times before. Do you know what goes on in the world every single day? The Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar, do you know what they are going through? Do you know what the Muslims are going through in China? Do you know the level of savagery that is going on in the vast swathes of Africa? Do you know the savagery that is going on in the Middle East? Do you know what is going on in the Philippines? The whole world is in chaos. So why should the world pause and stop just because some guy from Umahia has been arrested? Yeah, I'm wanting them to be discussing it in the British Parliament.
No, that is not what I said.
Of what relevance is what you are saying to?
Mike, can I tell one man directly what you're trying to say here? I understand.
Okay.
Basically, what he's trying to say, one man, is like the Christians, they were killed in the north by Boko Haram. You know what I mean? Britain are watching it, America are watching it. You understand? And one of the reasons that look at what happened in Afghanistan, the president fleet, he ran away, and people are. The Taliban that they took over and they're slaughtering people.
Yes.
But the thing is US pulled their troops out.
Yes.
And atrocity is going on there.
Is that not what has made it the headline news?
The UK is about to resettle about 2,000 or 20,000 Afghans.
Yes.
Yeah. But
so why can't they apply that to Nigeria?
Why should they apply it to
Because we are black people, man. Since when we white man care about black man?
It's not even about us being black people. Why should they apply it to Nigeria? Of what relevant or what importance is Nigeria to anything? This is just
It's horrible. It's horrible. It's horrible.
Who's colony? Come on now, you got the independence,
They
man.
owe you nothing. You are 70 years a nation, and what are you talking about? Come on, man. Prof, are you still with us? Let me take your sounding on Obasanjo and diabetes, and then I'll move it on. But really, Britain is not obliged to Nigeria in any way. Britain controlled half of the world at some point, and they are not going to be resettling whatever is happening in some former colony in their very tiny country. Nigeria is nothing special to the United Kingdom, and anymore so Ghana, Liberia, all of the countries that they colonized, India. Why are they not resettling the Indians or the Bangladeshis that are always savaging and killing each other? I mean, what are you talking about? As though, Britain is there just with the microscope on.
He has a passion for his country.
Nigeria is nothing, but Prof, the Obasanjo coming to the space to speak to diabetes, just to highlight that space and to speak on how he has been managing that ailment. Just human interest element. Just him using his position now just to speak to a silent killer essentially within the Nigerian space. So what are you making of Obasanjo? He says he's been managing diabetes for 35 years.
The only thing I'll say is simple. First of all, as being human, let me not be just human, open mind. It's not a nice thing, and it's sad. Thank God that he has the fund to, will I call it, manage it, because I believe strongly that the state of diabetes he has is not something to joke with. And I believe also, if maybe not the funds he has at hand, maybe he will not have been able to manage it and be alive this time around, but I will also say, in this state he is, he should make good use of his life. I'm not trying to insult him, but time doesn't wait for everybody. Sometimes when we look at this life, it's just before you know it, a story may be told, the person is no more in existence. So, as a former ruler, we should, speak well, see how he controls, let me say, be a good person. He's no more a seat of power, but he should stand up.
Is that not him going to, because what he did to highlight it was he went to some camp, which is essentially a seminar that they were holding in Abeokuta on this topic of diabetes for young people. And then he spoke about his experiences of managing that ailment. So is that not then a good, just what you are saying, use this time for good? So is that not along those lines?
Okay, you're just saying this, the main purpose of what made him speak out is good. I commend him for that. You understand? I commend him for that. And I still wish him well. I wish him well. Because as a leader, I'm not, he's not one of those northern leaders that really cause havoc to this nation like IDB.
Prof,
Yes.
I'll open a charity so everybody can start, throwing some wazobia inside there for you.
That charity to buy you for your origins. Where's your origin? You're not drinking origin today. Is that what's the charity for?
I will go and bring my origin in a bit. Let me be honest with you.
All right. Thank you, Prof. It's good to see you. Everybody has been asking. They say, does Prof now hate us or something? I said, no, Prof will never hate us. It's just busy.
No, I'm not hating you guys. It's a platform I've remained with. I think this is the only platform I come to regularly, apart from sometimes. Though Simon Epa's platform doesn't create that much of a time, then what's her name? Ada Biafra. Sometimes I got
but that's Simon Epa. Sorry, he has been chiming in a lot, speaking a lot. Is it getting above his station? Is it getting too big for his boots? That fella?
No. The thing is that there's a statement he made today. He said that. I think the worst
did not say somebody would die. He was saying somebody would die today. Did they not say somebody would die?
I know I didn't listen all length, so maybe he said that I didn't hear it, but I know he made a statement. Let me just use pick what he said, not word to word, that he's going to step up, his effort in giving broadcasts, and this is not something it's something he has been doing. You understand? If you watched him today, he handled IBB. I didn't finish watching, but that man was a very bad man. IBB.
Oh, okay.
A man that called himself, I think he called himself smooth operator. Wasn't he what he called himself?
Evil genius.
Evil genius.
Evil genius. Yeah, he's a bad man now. Someone that I registered Nigeria in Islamic organization. These people, these Islamic folks have really done harm to this nation. He said,
go on,
talking much about these people. Let's leave that one.
Let me just bring you this headline, which is what I was speaking to, that this guy was getting is getting to a worrying stage. Joe Igboho, get ready to die. Nnamdi Kanu's disciple, Simon Epa. So this is now this guy's language now. I'll pop it in the comment section if anybody wants to go read it at their leisure.
The thing is,
what I'm just saying. The guy is getting a bit wild now, Simon Epa.
You see, that's his statement. He has a reason he made it, but you see, Joe Igboho, he's what he's saying. His heart, his mindset towards, will I call it Nnamdi Kanu? It's something I don't know. He was caught. Even though I didn't watch it, it's not something nice. You remember that day Evolution came to this show and he made it clear that he threw a party. You remember, maybe you didn't know what he was saying in Igbo language, but I was making it clear to him, you should not laugh. You should not laugh. This is somebody from the area. So that is why I get these things wrong. You understand? No, it's not proper. It's not proper. So
all right. Thank you, Prof. So stay with us just for as long as you can, Prof. If you don't mind, I'll shuffle you just
no problem.
To bring in Ovie. But as I shuffle Prof to bring in Ovie, there's a character here saying he calls himself Goodman. He says fake news. He never said that. So I've popped the article in the comment section for everybody to go have a look. So this wasn't even an article written by anybody. This was a screen grab of this guy's Twitter feed. So whether it's fake news or not, if it's fake news, then that fake news is coming from that person himself, because this is from his Twitter feed. So just, anyway, I'm not. Let's just leave that because it's just people just say things. But let's go to Mike now. Mike, you have to really mind how you speak to people. People are quite upset with you. I know that you don't mean offense in most instances, but just caution. Yeah, if you see how people are coming after you in the comment section, they
forget those people, man. They always, you can't listen.
No, but you can't call people mumu now. I mean, what are you
how
saying?
can somebody say my tribe is afraid of? You say Yorubas are afraid of Igbos. What kind of insult is that?
No.
As I was
saying, it's a young man. It's a young man, and it has no.
So since when have Nigerian culture? We don't correct young people anymore.
No, but just don't do it. People are not happy. Even Vin was quite upset by it. Just caution the language. I can't be saying this to you all the time now. Just caution the language. That's all. Yeah.
But that's the language to be correcting is his language. People should watch how they talk about other ethnic groups. You know, you can. No. You have to. No, woman. You have to also caution people's the language of someone putting another ethnic group down. You have to caution that.
But I am the one. Hold on, over here, an engineer. Mike, I am the one to caution language, not you, because I am the one moderating, not you.
Well, why are you only cautioning my own language then?
Yeah, because
you are playing double standard.
It's too aggressive. It's the thing. You can't
somebody telling you that your tribe is afraid. I mean, come on, that's aggressive.
Okay, can I say something, please, Mike? This guy is like a younger brother to you. You understand? Yes, the way you need to address things.
How do you talk to your younger brother now? Come on.
You get me? But don't say that kind of words to your younger brother, because this platform is a platform everybody they respect it. That's just the truth, my brother. Okay. And today I would never sit and see someone maybe telling you the same kind of words. I will be happy. I must be honest here. I will not be happy. You understand? So at least let's just try make things cool, because this platform, everybody everywhere in the world, they're watching it. You understand? So
by the way, the word mumu is not an insult. It's just
no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, my brother. It doesn't matter. Please, let's just make it cool. I beg.
Okay, let me just do something here. Just hold on. Bear with me 1 second. Just bear with me. Just give me 1 second. Okay. No, hold on. Just give me 1 quick second. I'm just trying to show you guys something, and this is to both Mike and this is to both Mike and Vin. So I was saying that Charles is a young man, and Vin was saying I was being patronizing, and I'm explaining to Mike that Charles is a young man and he is cautioning. So, Charles, with your permission, I'll show people one of your video clips, and then I'll point them in the direction of your channel. So this is Charles. So then you see, then when I say he's a young man, he is a young man. So that's Charles doing one of his skits for TikTok or whatever. So Charles is a young man. So just have that as the backdrop to, just as the backdrop to how you address him. So Charles, that was one of your videos. But now to you, Mike.
But I didn't know he was young. I didn't know how young he was.
No, but you see how young he is now. When I
now I know how young he is. Now I know. But I never saw him. I didn't know much about him.
Even if it's not your mind, you every day they call Nigeria zoo. They define me as an animal. Is that not derogatory?
Okay, we say I call Nigeria zoo. What are you talking about?
No, what's the difference?
Okay. All right.
No. I didn't come here to call Nigeria zoo. That day was one man I called Nigeria zoo.
In the past.
No. It was one man.
It wasn't even me. It was Nnamdi Kanu, the Zoological Republic. This is it.
I think it was somebody.
The Zoological Republic of Nigeria.
Now, okay. See, that's a different Nigeria is punishing all of us. So that one is a different case. You know?
All right. Mike, just bear with me one moment. I think Ola is about to leave us. So let's go to Ola first, just whilst we still have him. So Ola, let's come to you, because we still have you. Ola, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So just your comments on the talking points then. The Petroleum Industry Bill has signed by Buhari. The Afghani president entering the coffers and running away, Malami issuing threats, and a lady that flew to Abuja all the way to Lagos just because the boyfriend wouldn't pick up the phone. So to those.
Yeah, thanks for the audience. I will start from the Petroleum Industry Bill, and my position on that is yet to change. The question I will still ask people now is, if people were complaining about the bill, for example, what do we have before? What's the intention of this bill? You know, like in everything, in every change or in every situation, as you have the intended consequences, you will have unintended one. As a matter, because you will need some people will try to factor themselves into the game. Now, as you speak today, who controls Nigeria's oil and gas? Foreigners. What will this PIB do, whether as deficient as it may be? For example, it will bring the indigenous people, whether they are Hausa or whosoever they are, those people that call themselves Nigerians, it will give them more opportunity. Because when you license people to seek investors to bring funds into developing the economy, it's another thing entirely. The 3% derivative, the 3% the people will gain. What were they getting before? 0%. And someone is saying you are going to get 3% now. You are saying no. Will you prefer that thing for all those Chevron and all those people that have been siphoning everything, that you could not account for everything to go to foreign hand? So as we have the positive, we have the negative side. But must we throw everything away because of that? No, we can always improve. It doesn't matter now whether it is Hausa or Fulani or whosoever. As far as it's Nigerians, because look at what I'm looking at. If these people eventually manage to bring in foreign investors and they actually implement something in Nigeria, and Nigeria is going to benefit, forget about the sharing of 30%. What about those workers they are going to employ? What will be the impact when they are buying and selling in the market? That's where I see this thing from. Now, on the other side of the on the other part of this this bill, we are saying, yeah, Buhari accelerated it and quickly signed. That thing somehow favoring. But this thing is just a symbiosis. It's just like symbiosis relationship. You understand? It's not completely parasitic. That's the way I see this thing. So I've tried to follow some commentators. Unfortunately for me, I was able to follow this guy that participated actively in that thing. And everybody can go to his Facebook page and read what it is. Like the name of the guy is Ademola Eshadigun. He was involved in that. If we are getting 0% before and you are saying you are getting 3%, 3% of what? You are getting 0 before, like you are not getting 3% and you are complaining. Should we just scrap it and go back to 0%, for example? You can always fight to increase later. It's better for the thing not to take off, because the problem in Nigeria is this: anything you don't allow to take off, in 50 years, you will see this, be discussing it. See, look, if not because of the power of decree by Babangida that deregulated the broadcasting sector and the telecommunication sector, by now we still have United that will be putting money into, like we are putting money into all this Genco, Disco, and all those jargons. We will not liberate that thing. Now, see the broadcasting now. Probably someone will be budgeting money to NTA and they will put one Fulani and this thing there and be shopping the money in there. At the end of the day, there'll be nothing. But today, we can talk of the impact of that deregulation of broadcasting station, where this all this Keke Ogungbe, when they started promoting young guys like Abdul Karim, this guy, when they were having all these plantation boys, they were having so many people that Nigerian artists that they promoted that time. And see what the Nigerian music industry is today, for example. Those simple policy, liberated. See some of these musicians and those people that are in Nollywood today, when you look at people like Shaggy, when you look at people like Macaroni, all those people that even Davido, all those things, maybe some of these guys will be area boys doing something somewhere. So simple policy like this, though it's not perfect, but we should not condemn it. Look at how they use third-term agenda. Even when that thing was just a phantom, like I keep telling people that talk about the third-term agenda, just give me an evidence, some pieces of evidence, and let's do this thing. So look at those things. They use that thing to tumble.
It was a total lie, wasn't it? That third-term agenda,
it was a total lie, and unfortunately, Nigeria believes stories. One which push it into the media space because these are the tools. The same media they used to bring Jonathan down, Goodluck down. Now, those people that use the same media to bring Jonathan down now, they don't even want you to talk at all now. They ban everything. They cover everything up. And these are the type of people we want to listen to. Petroleum bill agenda, petroleum industry bill is not perfect. But let's just take something off. It's giving more power to the indigenous people rather than the foreign people. As of today, those people that are in joint venture with NNPC, you don't know the exact output. It's whatever they tell you, they bring out. That's what you know. Then I've heard people talk about all this modular refinery we were talking about. The first modular refinery that I'm about to show up happened recently. All those ones that they call the modular refinery that time, they are just the same like fractional distillation we used to do in a chemistry lab when Nigeria was Nigeria, that whenever we had chemistry, any idiot that was ready to create refinery could create it using the same principle that we learned from Lambert and all those things. You will refine oil, there's no big deal there. But you are not considering the danger of such thing that you call modular refinery we are talking about. If you do not control those things, we will be having series of wildfire. The only thing is that this time is not going to be natural wildfire, but induced by the natural resources. That is what we'll be having there, and that's what they control. As far as I'm concerned, the first modular refinery we got in Nigeria was recently. All those things that they were calling modular refinery were illegal. So there was this thing, we should get this thing clear. When people are saying modular refinery, people think that modular refinery is what you can just go to market and do with 100,000 or 1 million. No, that's not modular refinery. Modular refinery too is expensive, but the only thing that is not as expensive as the standard one. So all these things is that we should not just listen to media propaganda. We should try to get information from those people that are involved and try to understand this thing. The bill is not perfect, but the bill too is not a total disaster. Let's just get that in clear. That's what I will talk about petroleum industry bill. Then on this Afghan, this thing, I keep telling people, exactly. I think Nigerians are learning, because when we take all our time to defend our oppressor, to support them, when someone tries to criticize the government, some people from nowhere that are not even benefiting, they will come and tell you that if they won't do this thing. These guys, they are building their empire around themselves. Sometimes I've even brought this hypothesis that even these politicians, sometimes we think they love their children. They don't love their children because, why did I say so? They are even though they want their children to take over from them after, but they are creating crisis for those children. It's telling you about the mental state of a typical Nigerian or African leaders. They don't know that whatever that, just like Buhari now, for example, he has already put the Fulani ethnic group now, he put them to a very tight corner, because I can bet you with decades, people will never take their mouth off anything like Fulani. You understand? So people, because whatever Buhari is doing now is dangerous. That is exactly what the political class they are doing even to those people that are coming behind them. It may look like they are getting away with it now, but I tell you, it just whatever goes up must come down. It may not be now. It may just be like 50 years or 100 years time. I can tell you they don't love their children too. So those are the people that we are supporting. We like praising our oppressor. We like clearing path for our oppressor to get more chances, opportunity to oppress us. if what happened in Afghanistan, even it hasn't even happened, even our political class already, they are even moving their children out. I told someone one day that, no, not in another forum, that you know what these people do? Once you are able to steal your money, you become senator. The next thing is that they took some money to foreign this. You just take $1 million to America. It won't take time before you will get your green card. And by creating job in America, they quickly move their family out of that country. And you will still be on street of Lagos and you'll be shouting Tuale to Tinubu, and you say, let me lie down and just match me and pass. Even MC Oluomo that is even supporting them, for example, now, he has even developed a strategy to even move their people out of the country. And yet, the oppressed will be the mouthpiece for the oppressors. Those are the situations we find ourselves. Whatever that is happening in Afghanistan should be a serious lesson to our people, that this is time for us to take our destiny into our own path. So now, what is happening in Afghanistan, especially for those Taliban, do you think these people in Nigeria, do you think because they are not reacting the way they do, you think they are not learning? They are learning something. That's why I'm saying that their strategy may be not to come out openly for now. We don't know what they are going to do later. So the Baba Gbowoja, we don't even know what Buhari has been doing with our own money to where is there, you understand? Because some of us will lie to defend Buhari, that Buhari was clean, was not even joining the executive council meeting, was not taking anything from the federal government, didn't send his children to school overseas. I will now know the truth. So whatever happened in Afghan, I can even say it has been happening in Nigeria before Afghan. It's like we are a mile ahead of them. It's only that maybe those people that do not really realize this thing before, we just suddenly realize what they can do. So appear is an mitigated disaster. How can well, it's opinion, but what I just tell people to do is this: people just take time to sit down and do research. Don't listen to analysts alone. Take some of the document. You'll be surprised that this thing, you don't even need to spend more than 1 hour to even understand some of the content of this thing. Because I don't want to appeal to any emotion on that PIB. But I see something that is better than what we used to have. That's my opinion about it. So if you want to go back to the era where Shell and Chevron, all those people will get everything, good too. We can do that. Like we don't know the real output of that accrued production in Nigeria today. It's whatever they tell us. And whatever they even bring back to us, we still use that one to settle some people that are doing importation on the what do we call it? They will be saying that we are subsidizing. So that's the way I see that. If the thing is not working in 3 years, then people rise up and repeal the law, or you amend the law. But let the thing just start, first of all. Then you can.
Yeah, but the 3% will go into different individuals now. They wouldn't use it for the main masses there. That's just the truth.
The one we have now, are they using for the masses? Let them distribute that 3% first, and let's see how it works. That's what I'm saying. But the important thing we are missing there is that we are forgetting about the ability of developing the local content, whereby an individual can get a license, for example, people that have a license, that they can brought in investment and develop this and to employ Nigerians. And this thing is not in isolation. It's always been in different value chain. You understand? You cannot just sit down and calculate what will be the impact along the value chain. So that's the way I see telecom today. The impact is not about carrying your GSM alone. Today, now look at what happened when Buhari banned this microblogging, this Twitter. Look at how the revenue dropped right from the data point, because data is what is bringing all these telecom people this thing, and that thing is dropping. Do you know that people lost job in that telecom? Are Nigerians, are they announcing this thing? People lost job. Even some people that depended on all those online things to do this thing, they could not do something. They couldn't do some other thing. Those are the impact that we do not realize by the time we are killing some of these initiatives. So like I said, I was one of those people that was vocal when they were revoking the license of this refinery, this thing to Dangote. That time when Yadra was doing the policy somersault. So to me, let this thing kick off. Let's learn from it. Then we can shout again and correct it. But now I won't spend my energy on that. Then on what did Malami say? What's Malami saying again? Malami is saying that
he is asking the court in Ibadan that has delivered a judgment barring the government from arresting Igboho and freezing his accounts. Is asking that that judgment be vacated because he wants to open up that space to move against Igboho. So he's asking the Ibadan judge, Ibadan court, to vacate the judgment barring him from arresting Igboho.
So is that the job? Is okay? That's not the job that tried. The judge that travel. Okay, the one in Abuja is well. Malami is just doing is removing any thread that can stop their agenda. You know, these people, they have agenda, whether people want to believe it or not. We are seeing the impact. So don't let me even waste so much time on this thing. So he's doing his job, and let's see where the thing goes. So he's doing it by either using direct threat, when these guys, people will say he's swing, he's doing all this kind of thing, but these people know how to threaten those people at the ends of affair at different institutions. So I think that's what they're doing. Then on diabetic in Nigeria, where I was expecting Uncle Alex to come here and lecture us, because when you were saying it the other time, what I discovered there is so shocking that they say 3% to 15% of medical admission in Nigeria are due to diabetics. That's a serious thing, and death resulting from diabetes alone is 2% in Nigeria, which is very huge. Then the other thing is nutritional condition. But the problem of Nigeria is this, especially those people who live in the cities, because I know when I was living in the village, we had variety that you could actually trace diabetics to people in the village, but people in the city, that people will drink, we take big bowl of rice and big bowl of junks, all those stuff. So, I think when people like OBASANJO, when they say they suffer from this thing, I think what we need to do is this: Nigerians need to learn from the lesson of how he managed to. Because as a matter of fact, when one of my uncle died last year, I suspected diabetes to be one of the reasons, because when people are getting big in Nigeria, we see that in as like of a status. That's when someone is very big, is that status. But underneath that, the bigness, underneath that stature, sometimes, we have some kind of health issue with it. Like Mofe Damijo, this artist said recently said none of his family members, if I get the way he said it very well, that live up to 60. That is the first person to cross that 60, and he gave us how he managed that. Number one, he cut down on his calorie. He went on by doing some physical exercises, aerobic and all those things. So listen, and when people see the likes of OBASANJO too, and the way that man dance openly, you see he's so active. So the lesson we have to learn from the likes of OBASANJO is
it's all about discipline, isn't it, Ola?
Discipline, and you exercise yourself. Like myself, that I'm talking to you, I used to weigh 88, and I complained about it, right? So, but there was a time I worked aggressively on my this thing. I cut back to 74, but now I'm back to 79 again now.
Look at that.
The
pounded yam, maybe.
You guys know this.
Are you drinking origin too, like engineer?
Woman, do you notice that people live longer in the villages in Nigeria than the cities? Like in Lagos, like those inner cities, people don't live less. Life is like people die so young, like in their 50s, some in their 40s. Like, because in the villages, people actually live organic, they eat organic food, they grow their food, they eat it, and also the atmosphere, the air is cleaner in those environments. There's no industries. Last time I went to Lagos, I couldn't believe that I grew up in the mainland, honestly, because after I haven't been in a long time.
Were you sweating a lot? Because every time
the kind of feels that those buses, those down for those vehicles, in America here, right? If your vehicle is after some years, you have to do inspection every year to your car.
Yes.
They call, you know what I'm saying? Now to inspect to make sure.
They call it MOT here.
We call it MOT over here.
So if your vehicle doesn't pass that thing, now for environmental, they won't register it. You understand? Mm-hmm. But in Nigeria, you have cars that have no business being on the road because they have some kind of leakings and that's exposing licking some kind of flues or like bad chemicals in the atmosphere, and people inhale these things every day. Last time I went to Nigeria, I went to the mainland. It's straight up mainland area. I couldn't breathe.
That's carbon monoxide.
Yeah, all kinds of stuff coming out.
I don't think I could live in a city anymore.
Yes, I can't live in the mainland anymore. Like,
so just for me to conclude, you see, in the village, when I used to live in the village, maybe I only eat rice on Sunday. Even if I wanted to eat rice during the week, we mix it with beans. What we used to have that time is a variety, even within yam profile alone, we had like about 6 to 7 varieties of yams. We have different type of beans, if I start mentioning that, those people from Ekiti, we say Otili, Feregede, Kokondo, those things like about 7 series of legumes, that we used to eat. Then you have cornmeal, you have all those things. So the variety. But in Lagos, it was like eating rice 5 times, even 6 times, 7 times in a week, and those are processed rice already. They are not just a natural one that we used to have in village. You know what? That was when I started having a big stomach. I started having pot belly in the village.
Nothing to do with the Gouda that you drink every evening.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. In my life, I can only tell you that there was not a year that I drank more than 10 or 12 bottles of beer. I only drink beer on occasion. That's one thing. That's one thing about me. Because the problem, I remember one last time when I was staying in Nigeria, when they measured my blood sugar, that it was an error. If you see the way the tension rose for almost a week, I was still wondering what happened. So, and I bought myself this digital blood pressure measurement and sugar, this thing, you understand? So I started monitoring my blood pressure. So that's just the way I do. Now, like I told you now, even when I was 88, I cut back. And again, when I was not disciplined, then I moved back to around 79, which I say back in now. But one good thing is that I'm able to reduce my big stomach. So my stomach is not as big as that of Baba OBASANJO. So that's
can we see the shape?
So, you want to see the shape? Okay, I can show you my stomach. It's not a big deal. I can show you my.
No, show us your stomach, because I'm a bit worried about some of the things we see and hear.
Yeah, so
I need to run now.
All right. Do you want to speak quickly on that lady then that flew all the way to go and try and catch her boyfriend out?
Yeah, that's Nigeria. That's Nigeria for you. What's he looking for? Within your banishe, it's just like women here that used to drive trailer now, for example. Because when I just came to this country, I was looking to become I was willing to move into that trailer driving too. when they were not giving me lecture of how to drive that, even it was used to be a family business that when they were driving, maybe the husband will drive for like 8 hours. Then they will be sleeping in the compartment in the trailer, and the wife will take over. Now, what am I trying to tell you about that is that if those guys get job, although I could not do that anyway at the end of the day, because I couldn't do trailer because I had young family, so I couldn't do that. But what am I saying is this: in Nigeria, when it comes to some certain things, lady will say, "Oh, but I'm a lady now," so that lady, you use that one to rob men, right? But when it comes to something significant to you, but lady first, right? Now, a lady that will go from Lagos to Abuja to see his boyfriend, I think that lady should find something to do, because ain't no get job. So a lady that is driving trailer from Canada to Mexico will not be running to see one boy that this is. So it's just our environment and the way we think, Why should a lady?
All right, before I let you go, because you've opened up this space now, just like yesterday when we just picked up a quick fire question from just something that somebody has said. So you were saying that you were talking about that truck driver life, and a lot of us there are certain lives that we wish that we could have lived, or we would have preferred to have lived. So I would have loved to have been a farmer in the rural parts of Nigeria, which I still hope to do. But then that truck driving lifestyle that you just spoke about is something that I wouldn't mind too, especially in a Western country. So just being in a truck and driving all the way from, let's say, from the Eastern Bloc to Europe, ferrying goods, just the adventure of it and the freedom of it. So just really two sort of jobs that you just romantic jobs that you wish you could have done or you would not mind doing. So just quickly on that, Ola, and then we'll let you go.
Yeah, I love farming and I love my IT business consulting. That's where I play. I play in the banking sector, so payment solution, the IT business consulting, for example.
Those are your dream jobs. Those are not dream jobs now. What are you talking? Who dreams to be an IT person?
No, my dream, my dream job is like I used to joke with my friends that if I'd gone for any other course apart from electrical engineering, I would have failed. I used to tell people because I said that was the only course I did in my life that I was into politics, I was into everything, and the level of reading was so minimal just for me to understand and to pass. But now my father was asking me to go for medicine and surgery. Then I told my father that, brother, I will fail, because it was a serious argument. I said becoming a doctor was never my dream job, but becoming an electrical engineer, and especially the electronics part of it, was my dream job. It was because that time I look at my background too, that in Nigeria, man, who did I know who will give me job? So I was even thinking that if I didn't get a job, I will be doing electrical installation, be wiring houses, and be doing all those things. Those were my dream job. Those were my dream job that time. But as things change, right? As things change, so I found myself in the IT. So other than that aside, when I came here, I was looking for something that would bring me money. And the idea of being a trailer driver came in, right? So now when they were now teaching me, they were saying, okay, getting driver to manage it is one of the major issues. Getting money to buy a truck is like taking a mortgage. So what will you feel if you give your trailer, you give your truck to a driver today, he drives your truck for like a month, and all of a sudden, maybe he takes it from Edmonton to Toronto, and he drop it there, and he told you that, I'm tired of this work, and he walked away. And you'll still be paying your for the finance, you'll be paying the debt.
All right,
so
thank you.
Now, when this guy now told me that, okay, that for you to do that thing successfully, you have to be in partnership, because you make money when you do long this about. He said it's not too good for a family man. Otherwise, that marriage will capital. So.
Okay, Madam Nobly.
No. I didn't go eventually when I saw the rigor, because I knew that I could not. There's no way. So, I was just new in the country that time. I was looking for what to do, the fear of coming to a new life.
Just getting something first. Then
exactly.
All right. Thank you,
Thank you very much.
A real delight. Enjoy the rest of your day. So thank you, Ola. And thank you, Mike, for yielding the space. So now back to you, Mike. You had the floor, but then Ola just had to quickly drop his thoughts. So Mike, back to you and the talking points. The Petroleum Industry Bill, Abubakar Malami making threats, the Afghanistan president on the run with the national economy, and the lady that flew all the way from Abuja to Lagos just in the hope of catching her boyfriend in the throes of it. So to those, Mike.
Abubakar Malami and according to what you said, he's trying to go after Igboho. This is what I think. I think if Nigeria end up breaking up, right, we'll have to give the credit, 100% of the credit to Malami and Buhari, because the way they are approaching things, basically, they're just pushing the country towards the brink of breakup, to be honest. Every decision they are making. Because those guys are not thinking. I don't think they know how to think. It's like things they do a lot of times, it just doesn't make sense. The approach is just senseless. Right now, you're in a situation where Igboho was pushing for secession, and it was gaining ground. He was gaining ground. And then a situation happened where it's a pause. The guy's in, what do they call it, another country, whatever. And he's not talking. It's not like he's out there shouting on the radio or doing something, still pushing it. The guy is just, everything has quieted down. This is the time for you to just leave it like that and let things die off. But now you're pushing further to further escalate the situation, right? That does not make sense, because the way I picture it is, if you go after Igboho now, and you do something to him, arrest him, especially arrest, because the moment you put him in jail, there'll be people out there that'll start agitating for his. They start pushing, fighting for his freedom and things like that, and then it will be more campaign for separation and more escalation. He might have another group of people that will be so, his ethnic group are going to sympathize with him. That's natural with Nigeria, with Africa in general. Once you going after somebody, people from that ethnic group feel like you're attacking an ethnic group, So him going after a goal is almost like you make many Yoruba people start feeling like, okay, this is an attack on us, and you know what? Let's jump on board with this Urudua Republic thing. Even though before it wasn't something I was into, but the fact that my ethnic group is being attacked, it's kind of like Abiola situation. I remember when Abiola was being mistreated, even though that time many Yorubas didn't like Abiola. Many people. I remember my father back then, because fella used to make song about Abiola and calling him
international thief.
Yeah, so they didn't like Abiola. I remember now. But then when that whole June 12th thing, him being arrested, I have people that hated Abiola started like agitating for. They became people that they felt like their ethnic group was being attacked. It was no longer about Abiola. It's more about Yoruba people being attacked. You understand? So I guess these people don't learn from history. They don't learn anything from history, because that Abiola situation almost, if they didn't make Obasanjo president, no, Yoruba people were done. Remember that time now? The agitation was going on, like, okay, we're done with Nigeria. They had to, good thing that Abacha died, and then, they brought up, what's his name, Obasanjo to become president, and then they used that moment to die this situation. Now they are repeating history, making the same mistake. Because now if you go after a goal, and the guy's already, earned the hearts of many people. Even some people that really don't agree with him, they just like the fact that, okay, he's crying that he's looking out for his people, because all Igboho is doing is just saying, he's presenting a case that, okay, my people are being killed, and I'm standing against that. I'm looking out for my people, and he's articulating himself in a very charming way where people are just liking his personality. Even some people that don't agree with him, they still kind of like the fact that, okay, this guy here is willing to sacrifice himself for his people. He's fighting for his people. But then if you now go after him and say want to jail him or kill him, you further push the people towards his ideology. Like, okay, now we want to get out of Nigeria. So if Nigeria breaks up, we have to give that credit completely to Buhari and Malami.
Yeah.
You understand? So that's why, in fact, I want Nigeria to break up. So right now, Buhari is my man. Buhari and Malami, I like them right now.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you sure?
No, anybody that wants Nigeria to break up will always favor, because
you have to like them now.
They just shoot themselves in the foot all of the time.
That's what they're doing.
All those idiotic nonsense that they do all the time. They think they are showing power, but they're just showing. What Buhari has now shown us is just now the complete divide of that country. He has given us a real insight into the Fulani mindset, and we have now seen that mindset does not sit with either the Igbos or the Yorubas. So that division that we've always understood was there is now in full play. This is what
that is in full play. That's exactly what he's doing. Because we've always knew that, we always had it that, the North, they're just dominating us, or they're trying to conquer or things like that. They're bullying us. We always hear it, but then even the past leaders will deny it. You understand? They would deny it. Like Babangida would deny it.
Balance a little something.
Yeah, a little something.
But this one is not balancing anything. It's just
this not balancing, man.
Yeah.
It's just straight up like, okay, you guys to help with you, I will shoot you. Come on, man. Who do you think?
I will kill you. This is what he's saying.
Who you think you are? I mean, people right now, we are like, who do you think you are? Especially, the guy, we have to give him the credit if Nigeria end up breaking up. Because right now, he's just pushing our country towards points of, the brink of separation. And we just have to end up giving him that credit if that happens. And if he continues the way he's doing it, the way I look at it, if he continues that way, Nigeria may, unless it doesn't happen before 2023, but if he continues the way he's doing it, Nigeria will break up. I'm telling you, man, because people will just time has changed.
But do you think Nigeria might just survive just because it doesn't have too much time left?
That's what will save Nigeria. That's if he doesn't do it,
3 years or 4 years left at this rate that is going, then almost certain,
Yeah, if he had like maybe 7 years left, Nigeria is gone, and the guy doesn't change his ways. Nigeria is gone because if the Abiola era, if it was today, where we have social media, where things, because now people don't understand the world has changed. That's what these leaders don't get. For people who can be communicating, like people can really connect easily, fast, and carry out decision quicker than 20, 30 years ago. Because during that MKO time, there was no internet where people can easily connect quick, like organize things, set up, events, set up
social media hasn't come in.
social media, mass protests, because the Nigerian leaders didn't learn a lesson from that NSAS. If those young children, those young boys, young Nigerians can organize that kind of events. Imagine if the entire tribe, leadership of entire tribe or entire region, the elders actually join that kind of organization, organizing. You understand? Because that answer just a bunch of young Nigerians now that organized it. Imagine if it's something that the older men, older people were involved, like young and old, put their wisdom and experience together. Because that's what's going to happen. Because if Buhari push people to the limits, especially the South, because simple thing that's going to happen now will be a situation where the whole South just unites. You understand? Like, okay, this guy is bullying us, man. Because what's next right now is for him to just start bullying people from the South. And that's it. Because right now, the Yorubas and Igbo feel like, okay, this guy is disrespecting us. It's just, you're not listening to us, you're just choosing our people and your own people that are doing bad things. You're not doing anything about them. You're just crushing us. It's an insult. You're insulting us. But right now, it's not happening to the South. But the moment maybe they start going after one South guy, and the South people start having the same feeling. It's a matter of time where the South, Southwest, and Southeast say, okay, come on, guys, let's come together and just break this country or something, and let's organize they can call those NSAS guys to come and show us how they did it, and then they'll just organize similar thing. And this time they will plan it for that, because the NSAS people didn't plan it beyond just NSAS, they just
the only way they're just now. If there's no evil president in 2023, Nigeria will break. That's a fact. If no evil president in 2023, Nigeria have to break. That's the only way.
But why would you want an Igbo president, Charles, when you've already told us you want to leave the country? What do you want to preside over?
No, I'm saying that if it's not evil president, you have to break.
What man?
You can't have both now. You can't be president and then break up. What do you want?
Rational mind, thank you for catching one man in that area.
Goodness. I mean, that's the point. I mean, if you people say he wants to go, but then why do you want the president?
That's I keep saying. You see that one thing,
you just want
thing. I keep saying that.
Okay, so if you don't go there, you want to be president, have you?
You have to want to go. You have to force to stay here. You don't want to go. You keep saying you don't want to go. We keep saying we do want to go, but you guys don't want to go because you guys are scared of us going.
No, it's because we love you too much. It's because we love you too much. That's
if people go, Nigeria will fail. I'm gonna keep saying it until you hear.
Okay, no, I hear you, but I just don't agree.
We need to consult the Grudu. That's it.
This is it. The oracles have to speak. The oracles have to speak. So, Mike, this woman that is flying from, thank you, Charles. This woman that is flying from Abuja all the way to Lagos just because the boyfriend will not pick up her phone. What is her? I'm sure you would have had experiences like that. Being a man about town.
Women are very dangerous, though. I'm telling you, man. The way, you see, that in America here, what women are doing to these boys here, man. Hey, the thing about women, they are very very, very sensitive and very. They say wickedness of a woman is worse than anything, because once a woman loses trust for you, I always tell my younger ones, I say, listen, man, if a woman don't trust you anymore, and just run, just end it. If she doesn't trust you like that, just end it, because women can go any length, man. I'm telling you, they can go any length if you mess with their feelings deep enough. And once they don't trust you, women will do things like that now. Like once she loses trust.
When she got on that flight, she was fully expecting to catch him in the hands of some babe and then smash up the two of them together. This is what she was.
But my problem with some men is this: why did they marry? Why would you marry a woman that doesn't trust you? Right?
Well, there you are.
And so I think the mistake some men make is they hide when they are cheating. They hide it. You understand? They being too sneaky. If you want to cheat on a woman, let them know. Just let them know, man.
You cheat openly. What are you talking
Just
about?
let her know, like you're doing it. Don't be hiding
Have
it.
you ever dated a woman? What is wrong? What are you talking about?
Me, listen, man.
You let them know.
Yes, why not?
All right.
Why sneak around, man? You don't know the way. Listen. Let me tell you.
And you're wondering why you don't have a girlfriend, eh? You don't know the rules.
No. The boy, I'm not a cheater. I'm not a cheater.
Train him, eh?
No, I'm not a cheater. But the thing is this. But I'm not like a guy that just naturally like to cheat and play games and things like that. But there are moments where you're in a relationship with a girl, but you know that you have desire to smash another chick. Don't hide it, man. Just let her know that. Listen, this is a situation. Just be honest. If you're honest with women, a woman will put up a woman. Trust me. If you're honest with a woman, she don't care if you cheat. I'm telling you.
Are you honest?
Are you
no. If you let a woman know, like, listen, if you let a woman know that,
I agree with that statement, engineer. That if you tell the woman that
Mike, make money. That's what's your language. Make money.
No. I'm saying, like, if a woman know that you're likely to cheat, right, and you yourself know that you will cheat, but you just have to let her know that if I'm going to do it, I'll let you know. I won't hide it from you. And if you're going to do it, let her know.
You can't. You will not stay alive.
And she would accept
you say that and you are broke.
It depends how you break it down. It depends how you break it down.
There are some women like that.
There are women that I'm telling you, man. Our fathers used to marry multiple wives now.
No,
our fathers used when our fathers used to want to marry second wife, were they sneaking around? Now these generation men that are foolish. Our forefathers, they didn't used to sneak around. They let their wife know, okay, listen, I want to marry that one right there too. Second wife. And their first wife accepted. But today, man, we just be sneaking and be lying like idiots. Why are you lying? Just be honest.
If you make that statement,
because it's even more dangerous.
You will not see the next day. I promise you.
Look at this guy. He's joking, isn't he?
Let me say something. Let me say something to you guys. Have you heard about what they call the red pill guys? Alpha males.
Go on.
There's a concept now called the red pills, blue pills. The
alpha males are not broke. You can't be broke and you say alpha males. Alpha males are achievers. Hold
on. You also understand the concept.
Yeah.
I mean, in dating, it's a concept now that some women they prefer to have an alpha male, and then this alpha male will cheat on them. They will do them anyhow, but then still they go still not want to leave them. Eventually, if the guy won't leave them and move on and maybe impregnate them, they're gonna go look for a beta, but still they long for that alpha male. And
that's friends with benefits.
What they cannot do to that alpha, they will do under the beta. I don't know if you guys maybe you guys should just go online and read more.
Some
alpha male, they can cheat on their wives or on their whatever, and then there's nothing, no consequence because they are high value men. They look at them as high value men. You get it? So
I don't think what really hurts.
Can be too hard for some of us who are not here in America or Canada to understand. But maybe
no, it's not.
Even in Africa,
in England, they say treat them mean, keep them keen. So that's essentially what it is. Treat them mean, keep them keen. Yeah.
The thing is, the dishonesty is what the women hate. It's not really the cheating. The lack of transparency is like you putting a woman in the dark. She doesn't know what you're doing. She'll be concerned. She'll be worried, like panicking, like okay. But once she's clear, she knows
because somebody is not picking up your calls. I think that's a new extreme to me. I've never heard something like that before.
So it's the guy's fault. It's the guy's fault. When you're not clear with your woman, you don't let them know
exactly what you're up to.
Plane.
Not everybody people enter plane. That level be that.
I know she did the level, but still the action itself is quite a concern. And as
no,
Mike was saying,
if you don't get the bar, if you don't get the guy, maybe the guy should not marry her. To action. If you don't have the resources, you can't swing to action.
No, it's not the bar. We're not talking about is the action itself that we're saying, the lack of trust, and then just on something just as flimsy as the guy not picking her call, she gets on a flight then to go and knock on his. If she went to meet him at work,
I believe there's more to that story.
No, there's more. There's more. It's just like what happened to billionaires. So every woman.
No, to the relationship. I mean, they have more. There's more to lose within that relationship. It could be. That's what.
Listen,
for me, you won't do that to ordinary person now. I mean, jumping on flight. That's a lot.
For me, the lady is just it's an act of infatuation. That's how I put it.
All right.
Cause
No,
her
what I think
boyfriend has
is,
been
I
her
think the
husband.
guy,
Sef.
the guy
Is
has
it
been
I
boyfriend
lying.
or
support the
husband?
girl, you know.
No, the
Is it
guy, this is
boyfriend or husband?
no,
No,
no.
The
it was
woman.
sorry. It was a boyfriend at the time, but they've subsequently married, and she now has a child for him. So this is now she's now telling pre-wedding stories that this was our history, and I'm
That's a
surprised that we
woman
got
that know
into
what
our
she
yeah
wants and
yeah
she went for it. That's a woman that
Okay.
know what she wants and went for it. She's like, I
right.
mean, what's you can't I don't you can't fault her for that. She
Now you
achieved
agree
what she
with me,
wanted at the
oh
end of the
hey. I
day.
said I
Uh,
like what she
She
do.
get the goal. So I mean
it's
she
a
should be
concern,
applauded.
you know.
It's
She should
love.
I mean
That guy should
that's
run. Is my own recommendation. He should
Have you
run
ever
for
been
his
in
no.
life.
love before?
That's a woman that know what she wants and
If she
she
can
put
do
into
that,
action and she gets
what
it.
else would she do when she's vexed? Will she go to the kitchen and grab an object? I mean, is that not the sort of woman that will go to the
No, she
kitchen
will
and
keep
grab an
calm.
object?
She will keep
Possibly,
quiet. She will shed
possibly.
tears.
All right. So yeah. Mike, going back then to politics again, Afghanistan president empties the country's coffers, flees to Dubai with dollars flying out of the plane as he makes his escape. Third world countries and despotic leaders. So the same template.
That one is not a news, man. That's always something they do. All those leaders, once they are leaving, especially when they are fleeing, you understand? Because you are running away anyway. So it's not like you're leaving office and you're still living in the same society where they can say, okay, hey, we are looking in the book, right? It looks like you stole money and we can prosecute you. No, he's running away. So that means there's no, he's running away. Has opportunity to run away with the money. He did it. He took the money and ran away. You understand? He wants to make sure his family and his generation are good to go. I mean, it's not news now. Nigeria, we're very, like you said, Jamaica guy did it. Everyone that flee our country,
All the way from with their men, all the
all of
way
them
to
did it now.
this is just
They are
the
leaving the
yeah.
country behind. They don't plan on coming back. So whatever they can set their hands on, they take with them. We were just lucky during Go On time that Go On, when he was overthrown, it was not in Nigeria. It was in it was in Uganda. So he didn't get a chance to, to grab everything and run. So we're lucky with that one. Even Ujuku. When Ujuku was fleeing Biafra, the guy emptied this thing out.
Of course,
He
now
emptied the treasury,
he
man.
looted the whole place.
The guy
That
did
was one of the reasons why they changed the currency. I think, yeah.
the guy did Philip Effion dirty. I didn't dirty, man. Philip Effion didn't forgive him today because the guy filled the plane to the point where he told Philip Effion there's no more room on the plane, and he told the guy that listen, when I get there, I'll send the plane back to come and pick you up.
Look at that. The Mugu. That's when they say play him for Mugu.
Effion was lucky. Effion was lucky. The guy said, man, if he wasn't there, it was OBASANJO that captured him. If he was one of those northern soldiers that captured him, they would have executed him, man. The guy don't forgive Ojukwu, man, for that thing he done. He said, man, you couldn't even leave a room for me on the plane. You put your Mercedes, your luxury, everything, and you left me behind.
All right, let's stay within that Nigerian political space. Abubakar Malami asking the Ibadan High Court to vacate a judgment barring him from arresting Sunday Igboho and freezing his bank account. Do you think he's trying to clear the space to move against Igboho Nnamdi Kanu style rendition?
Wait. Since when Attorney General has the power to be ordering judge? I mean, who's more powerful?
No, he didn't order him. He went to court to file for that.
Oh, he went to court. I thought you said he was ordering him to.
No. I say he asked him, so I don't think he ordered him. But the judgment is still in situation, but it still subsists. Yeah.
The offense where it goes in charge, the jurisdiction was in Oyo, right? So the case has to be in Oyo now. I don't even understand why they take cases that happen. I mean, out of even the people arrested in Oyo, why would they take it to Abuja to go and face trial? You shouldn't be facing a trial in Oyo if the crime was committed. Your alleged offense was committed in Oyo, right? I mean, I don't know if Nigerian system is different because in America, in borders area, no, wherever crime is committed, offense is committed, that's the jurisdiction where the cases will be done, right? So if Igboho was allegedly accused of committing an offense in Oyo, then the case should be done in Oyo. Should be handled in Oyo, not in Abuja or Even it shouldn't be Attorney General should be handling the case. It should be State Attorney General now. I should be handling the case.
That's to
Right?
tell you the flaws that is found in that constitution.
No, but the thing is, the judgment was against the federal space because it is the federal space that is after Sunday Igboho. So of course it falls then at the desk of Abubakar Malami either to comply with that judgment or to request that it be vacated, which is what he's doing. But why he is moving aggressively now, it just tells me that they are looking to move against Igboho and they want to clear the legal space.
Woman. Woman.
Carry on.
Is he appealing on the ruling of the court, or he is asking the court for a retrial?
No, he's asking the court to vacate the judgment, to step that judgment aside, to remove it.
In court, in judicial, what do you put, jurisprudence, is that acceptable?
Yes, yes, you can ask them to vacate the judgment. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see how the court in Oyo will do that. In Oyo State will do that.
So if the court now don't honor his request, then what's next? What will he do?
Then the judgment subsists. Then you can go to the appeal court and then continue to fight it.
But you think Buhari and Malami, those strong-headed people, you think they will give up there? That's what I'm saying. These guys they are leading us towards, because Yoruba people are they are very sharp. They, like you said, the way they do things, they are steps ahead. So they're trying to use the legal way to face Buhari. You understand? So now Buhari, we end up to a point where it will start going against the law, the rule, right? The constitution, and that will make a case for secession. Because now if we get to a point where the rule of law is no longer the paramount thing governing his nation, if it's just dictatorship, if Buhari start breaking the constitution, right, going against suspending some constitution just for his own, start being a dictator, and Yoruba people say, okay, fuck it, we are gone, we're out. Anywhere we take that case, we win that case. Because yes, a nation is no longer, a constitution is no longer.
You see, I'm just surprised that he has gone to court because they don't have a history of abiding by judgments. So you'd have thought that given their template, they would just disregard that judgment and then just act as they will. So I was even surprised
they did it with Kanu. Remember that first arrest? They did it with Kanu. They went against court of that. But the problem with that's the problem. The people of the IPOB people, and it's all of them. That time they were Buhari was acting outside of the law against their people, their man. That's where they should focus. That's where they should have focused, But they didn't focus on that, They didn't focus on that. All they were doing was just whining. I mean, you have to be strategic, man. You have to use that first. Once, okay, we are the presidents now. The constitution is no longer matters. Then that's the case for secession.
You see, the problem with the IPOB matter is this. I think IPOB is being run by essentially one man, I would say. Even though there are other people that work with him, like Uche Mefo and all of them, who later maybe they turn against him. That's to tell you that's to tell you how the nature of the IPOB and some of those people who are so-called the elites among them. What should I say? Well, even though the Yoruba too doesn't really have the elites among them. But what I'm saying is that it's like a one-man show. You get it? It's like Nnamdi Kanu is the main person there. And now that he's out of the picture now, it's like it's becoming difficult for them to put the house together, so to speak. So for me, I think that one-man thing should be taken out of it. Like we have Igboho now, we have, what's his name? Akintoye. And even within the Yoruba agitation group, we have some other bodies, other people too who are also active, who are actively doing something. Not that everybody one person just grabbed the whole thing. Like Akintoye is the only main man. No, even though we know he's the main man, perhaps. But what I'm trying to say is, Kanu run the IPOB thing like a one-man show. It's kind of seclude some people that should be part of it, but when he thinks they are traitors, or possibly true, he might be right that they are traitors. But what I'm trying to say is that he needs to bring some other people on board so that they could be part of it.
And then he was just insulting his people. Even that time, during that first arrest, people like Tony Nadi, the guy's a lawyer now. Tony Nadi knows the law. You know, those people came to see him. That's the time he was supposed to put them together, bring his people together, so they work together and use that basis to fight. You know, use the system to fight the system to fight. You know, and then
sorry, Vin. Just on that Tony Nnamdi space that you were speaking to Mike now. Have you noticed now that we are now hearing more of Tony Nnamdi's voice now that Nnamdi Kanu has been somewhat silenced, and we are now hearing a more structured pathway out of Nigeria than just shouting on some radio platform.
What confused me?
This is why I say that guy, he was just crowding the space without really. It's just relentless abuse and aggression.
It was more about the movement. It was more about money. Because if he was really serious about that Biafra, there's no way.
I think it was just about money too. Actually,
yes. Because if he was really about Biafra, right, there was no reason for him to be fighting Nnamdi, because he was fighting Nnamdi. They were, two of them were fighting each other, and because again, Nnamdi was not in your way. What Tony Nnamdi was fighting for is almost the same thing as Biafra. He's just in a different way. You understand? What Tony Nnamdi is fighting for is a separation, which
Nnamdi was a saboteur.
Sorry. Vin wanted to come in, so let Vin come in.
You see, Mike, what happened was that when Mazen Nnamdi Kanu started the campaign, the agitation, he was not welcomed by the elites. If you remember, it was the governors of the Southeast that first proscribed him, unlike the Yorubas.
But let me jump in real fast. Why did they proscribe him? Was because his boys were beginning to
from the north.
No. Let me. I remember what happened because I followed that event. When the government decided they had no choice but to do that was when his boys started carrying out violence in the east. And remember, there was the time when they were stopping buses and pulling down Northerners from the bus in the east, and they were killing them. They killed almost 80 Northerners. It was becoming a situation where the lives of the Igbos living in the north was becoming so threatening that the governor had to make a decision to make sure things don't go out of hand, where they start slaughtering Igbos in the north. So those governors were being careful, because in the beginning, before the Nnamdi Kanu took a wrong turn, when he was just being arrested, the cry of the northern youth was that why are the eastern leaders keeping quiet? That their son is insulting them and being arrogant. The eastern elders were not saying anything. Even in fact, when he was first arrested, I remember Olaneze was agitating for his release.
As an evil guy
I get what he's saying. Can I just say? Let me tell you, I stayed in the north. For almost 25 years. Okay? If I tell you the number of times the Southerners are killed in the north, you won't say this.
Thank you. What? No one is denying that in the north is a violent.
Good. There is something triggered. Do you remember? Within that, a woman was preaching in Abuja and her head was cut off. You remember that? You see, my brother.
The difference is this. We should not
go there. You see, what we are going. If we talk about all this, you begin to exhume old wounds. See, what happens is this. Take for instance, the AK-47s bearing bandits in the north. Have you seen the northern elders or politicians or governors condemn them?
No.
Have you seen them condemn them?
No.
They are only campaigning. They campaign for blanket amnesty for them. Why will you now set your own people up for the slaughterhouse for them?
No. Let me jump in real fast. In the beginning, the Igbo governors, what they were saying was for Buhari to let the elders in the Igbo lands undo the Kanu situation. You understand? Undo Kanu, and they, in fact, were telling governments to release him. That's almost like amnesty. It's the same thing. Every leader in Nigeria do this. Just the same way the Yoruba leaders are doing with Igbo right now.
You said from the beginning, you said that they were bringing people from the buses and killing them. You did not say.
I didn't say in the beginning. I said the point. The point when
any information we pass out here, the world listens to us and they know whether you
But
are.
Vin, he did not say in the beginning. He said it got to a point
Thank
where
you.
they were doing that, and that was
No,
the point then
he said
where
in the
the Eastern
beginning. He
governors
said
had
in
to
the
take a
beginning.
stance.
No, I
He
said at the
said
point.
in
I
the
didn't say in the
beginning.
beginning.
Mike, you said in the beginning. I had that.
No, no,
too.
no, no,
He
no. I
said in
say
the
to a
beginning.
point where they started. No,
Now he's
listen.
correcting himself. Let's ask. Let's
No,
accept
you
that.
said in the
Go on.
beginning. You are just
Okay, it
correcting
doesn't
yourself
matter.
now. You say
Okay,
in
if
the
he's correcting
beginning.
himself,
No,
then we
no,
take
no,
that
no, no, no,
correction.
no. I know what I said. Though. Wait. I
All
said
right.
the point when the
I
governor had
heard
to
what you said as well.
prescribing.
I heard
Okay,
it.
you go
Thank
ahead.
you.
You go ahead. You go
I
ahead.
want to
You go
interject
ahead.
the Igbo guy. I want to interject here.
I said the point when the governor.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mike. Let's hear Charles. Charles, yeah, go on.
The reason why Nnamdi Kanu did that because the North were killing the Igbos like chickens. That's why he did that. Mike, you're wrong. Don't say something you don't know. As an Igbo guy, you're wrong. The reason why he did that because the North were killing so many Igbos. That's why he did that.
All right.
So don't say something wrong. You have to wake up to your sleep. Wake up. Don't say something you don't know.
All right. Thank you. Charles Lit Vlog. You have to come and show us. You have to come and show us one of your fortnight dances one of these days, Charles.
I was even thinking maybe it's into cars because when you say co-part, is that what the name he was using before?
Yeah, no, I think he does a fortnight dance on.
My question is right, one man.
Yeah.
People from the north, let's say they are Muslim. People from the south, they are Christians. And both religion is they said is religion of peace. So why are they killing themselves? Is it the religion that is confusing people or what?
No. Did you see what was going on in Jos recently?
It's not religion.
Yeah. No, religion is never about peace. It's just a tool for politics.
It's a tool for politics.
Is it not religion that they brought to Africa to come and enslave people?
Yeah, it's a tool for conquest, political way to achieve your goals, to achieve your conquest.
Let's go back to our originality, native doctor, and everything. Okay,
are we back to Nduguru again?
Exactly.
Engineer, the issue why the South are getting killed is
engineer.
Engineer, the reason why the South are killed is because the North are killing the Igbo, and Mike doesn't understand that. The North, that's what Nnamdi Kanu was saying. The Eastern, he immediately did that because the North are killing the Igbos, and the Igbos stand there as chickens. So you guys to understand that. That's the reason why you better defend this time. So you guys are wrong. The reason why that happened because the North are killing the Igbos like chickens. So Mike is wrong. He gotta understand.
Yes, sir.
All right.
God bless Nigeria.
One thing you guys need to understand about
Nigeria. Charles, you have to make up your mind now. Is it God bless Nigeria now?
Yeah, but the freedom fighter. They gotta fight for the freedom. I don't care. They fight for the freedom. You can't say I'm being killed like chickens. It's not gonna happen.
All right.
He still has a passionate for that country, Nigeria.
No. Charles is a Nigerian. He just doesn't want to admit it. All right. Back to you, Mike. Thank you, Charles.
See, we start now. We have to start using our senses. You know. When we saying things like, have you seen when they kill Satan in the north, when they did this in the north, and that justify this same killing in the south? The difference between the two killing is this: when the northerners really are killing, they don't expose that we are doing it under the banner of this organization here. You understand? Oh, it was this imam. They don't tell you who sent them. It's just a killing that we can't say, okay, it was sent by this person. You understand? In Yoruba lands, there's been so many killings of northerners, even especially during all these. So the difference is in the east, the killing, you made it obvious that this was under banner of hyper, here and all those kind of things. So that's not how you do things. That's the difference. So now if you make it something that's being done under a banner of one organization, then the authorities have no choice but to say, okay, we have to prescribe the organization. You put your governors in a position where they have to carry out legal action.
We don't care about government. That's saboteur. We don't care about that.
In the north, for example, if they say one Hausa guy just slaughter one Igbo guy in the north, okay, we have to go after that individual Hausa guy because he's not saying I did this under the banner of Ishba. I'm an Ishba member. You understand?
The Boko Haram are killing. The bandits are killing.
But Boko Haram has been proscribed. It's a terrorist group. We are war with Boko Haram now. Exactly. So when Boko Haram do killing on behalf of Boko Haram, the nation has to go to war with Boko Haram.
The Metesinas killed as well.
Who?
Metesinas. Have you heard of Metesinas?
I'm not sure if I know about those ones.
No, they don't know that one.
Was that during Obasanjo?
They don't know that one, Vine.
No, that was during. Was it?
I'm not from the north now.
No, that's a long time ago. IBB.
My brother, this thing has been going on for a long time. Only that people have never reacted. If the Southerners have reacted, the way they're being killed in the north,
Yes.
you will not see no Nigeria today.
So
I
man,
tell
you don't
you.
speak for the Igbos.
I tell
Talk to
you, my
somebody
brother.
Yeah,
for the
Ben, the
Igbos.
difference now is that there's social media, there's camera
Yeah, there's
everywhere,
awareness.
and
Yes.
videos are
And even
going.
in Northerners,
Yeah,
when they do
it's
their
not
killing, they don't
all
record it
this
and send it
killing
to
has
us.
been going on
Yes, they do.
from for a long time. So now it just come mainstream that we are reacting to it. There's nothing new
Exactly.
Yeah.
now that
Oh,
that
so
is
what you want
new
to
that
do? You
is
want to
not
be
done
killed like
10,
chickens?
20 years ago.
No, that couldn't happen.
All right. Just to move things on, let's just take Mike sounding on Obasanjo and the diabetes thing, and then we'll go on to Vin, who has been waiting patiently.
What happened to him?
No, he was just coming out to say that he has been battling diabetes for 35 years. And he was talking about the discipline that he used to manage his health. And he was saying this to a crowd of young people who are also with diabetes. And then we're using that opportunity to speak about all these silent ailments that people carry. Either they know or they don't know, and how they manage it. So Basanjo just speaking, using a human touch to reach out to the younger generation through
Yeah,
personal. Yeah.
in fact, my uncle, who's in Nigeria, the guy was telling me, like, actually, was telling my mom, and then my mom was telling me, like, told her, like, say in Nigeria right now, like, people are dropping dead, man. Like, I don't know, it could be COVID maybe contributing to it. They say a lot of people in their like 40s, 50s, say they're just dropping, man. They are dropping. Say that just people are dying on high rates.
Mhm.
The thing is, in Nigeria, like, there are things we're not conscious of. You know, many of us, we've gone to this westernization, all those things that we've dumped our, during the old days before Igbo came, we were conscious of health. We used to have traditional, Agbona in Yoruba land,
Mhm.
we have so many traditional way of taking care of our body, right? The way we used to eat, the things we used to consume. Like even I remember my grandmother, they used to chew on bitter leaf, bitter leaf now.
Mhm.
And I used to wonder, what are they doing? Why are they chewing? Like, it's so bitter. And I'm like, why are they doing that? They used to have something Agbo that they have to consume every certain amount of days. They were conscious of that health because for thousands of years they've dealt with illness and they've came up with solution. You understand? Came up with the herbs and all those things. But the problem that is going on with Africa today is that when Oyibo came and start telling us that everything we are doing in Africa is just rubbish, just dump it, man. Go to school and go and read English and read about and this thing is all it's just to market their own things in Africa. That's all it is. So many of us now, we are sick. We have to go for Imboma's medicine now. We have to go to the chemist to diagnose paracetamol or some fancy or whatever it is that is manufactured in Oyibo land. And many of these medicine concepts, they are coming to Nigeria are fake. You understand? So that's what I told you earlier. Like if you go to the villages in Nigeria, you see old people. Like last time I was in Nigeria, I went to the village. I saw old people everywhere. I'm like, I haven't seen old people like this in a long time. If you go to Lagos, you hardly see any old people because they don't grow old. People drop dead 50, 60, they are gone. They are, the westernized part of my so-called Igbos, we call ourselves civilized people, but we're actually backward.
Mike, who has ever called you a civilized person? Certainly not anybody on
No,
this
in
platform. The
Nigeria,
way you go around abusing people.
in Nigeria, if you speak English, you are the civilized one. Huh? If you can't speak English, you are primitive.
Can I chip in something, please?
Go on, engineer.
Let me educate everybody, including myself here, right? There are things that we find ourselves at times. We have a running stomach. At times we're not sleeping well. This is something that I want everybody to put it in practice. Just do it in a week. Just try it twice or once every week, and you see the difference. You see the WC we're using these days, right? The WC is something that is affecting us health-wise, but we don't know. We take it as, it's a leisure or it's a relaxation. No. You see, when you use WC, right? If you look at your spinal cord, it's not that straight. But if you use the method of going to bush, right? Going to bush and squat down completely, you can see that your spinal cord from your neck down to
that is what you are doing in Manchester.
No, listen, I'm telling you.
You know, I was actually going to bring my pen and paper and start writing down idea. I thought
No,
taking
I'm telling you, just try this
you
thing.
do that
I'm
in
telling you.
Manchester, we arrest you immediately.
Try it.
You're right.
If you try it, you see everything in your stomach will be empty.
Yeah.
But once you use WC, some particles of the food in your belly will still gonna be stuck there.
But then where do you try it? Is the thing.
You can still use your WC. You have a plastic cover.
You know the Turkish, what they call Turkish, the Turkish, the kind of toilet that the Turkish they have. That's the concept. You know, you have to squat. So
do you mean a bidet? Is it a bidet that you...
No, you have to like squat, like the one we used to have when we have latrine back in the 70s.
Exactly.
Shalanga.
Tamba, as they call it.
Good. You see, honestly, if you try these things once a week, you will see it yourself. You will like, wow. You
it's
feel
true,
like
right. You're right.
When you jump in the bush, it actually feels better than WC, man. I won't lie.
But when you go to the bush in America, you get arrested on the spot.
I was a soldier now. You jump in the bush.
To be able to enter your bowel. Because if you look at
there is no bush in America or UK.
They try it in the bush. Public
no, we'll go train in the bush now. What do you think? You think we'll go to the jungle to do jungle?
No, I know some people here in America they get the Turkish latrine. I mean, this Turkish type
of my
God. And it works for them.
All right. Thank you for that, and thank you, Mike. Let's go.
It used to feel good, man. I'm telling you, like when you take a dump in the bush, boy, you feel better.
Something that I cannot imagine myself doing that because I have a phobia.
Oh my God, try it, man. Go and try it.
No,
when they bush there in London, and try it.
For snakes, I cannot abide snakes. You know. So I cannot go into You know, I cannot do that.
Didn't you grow up in the village?
I grew up in Lagos.
In Lagos, not even in your brother.
My brother went to Maryland Comprehensive too, man. My older brother, he went to Maryland Comprehensive.
There you go. I'm sure it's the clever one in your family.
He's clever.
Sorry. Good.
That's cool, man. That's cool. Just
try what I said.
Agbero school. Where is Alexander? Don't say that when Alexander is around or you phone you. And I'm sure, you know, Alexander has your number. He'll be phoning you when he hears this.
The school that was in that area that was better than Comprehensive was this school called Immaculate. That school was better.
No, that was school too. That came after Maryland Comprehensive. They took our grounds and then they built this jack on this school.
You guys were better. I remember Bobby boys used to come and slap you guys around. Those Baptist Academy boys.
We used to win the inter-house sports. What is it called? What is this called? Whatever it is that we had proper facilities. We had a full pitch, we had a full tracks, we had a basketball court, we had tennis courts. It was fantastic.
Yeah, I remember. My brother went there and became a decent kid.
Igboho is one of those elite schools. Then I went. I did my entrance exam in Igboho.
Igboho in the 90s.
No.
Igboho was a rugged school, man. I'm sorry, those boys.
Igboho has it all. I mean, back then in the early 70s.
Early 70s.
All right, thank you. Let's go on to Vin then. Vin, so memories of do they have schools in Ghana first? They have schools, I imagine. They have schools.
We have fantastic schools.
Right,
we have fantastic schools here, and we don't pronounce doctor.
No, you call it doctor, don't you? Doctor. They call work. Say work.
Work.
Pronounce W-O-R-K. Work.
That's work.
Look at that. Work. Are you a dog? Work.
It's not work. It's not work.
Yeah,
it's work. You work. It's not. It's phonetics.
Oh God. It's work. Doctor.
Well, they speak French.
It's doctor.
Yeah, and I'm sure all the schools there, they're like Nigerian missionary, and the teachers like Nigerians doing missionary work there or something. All right.
We have
my math teacher was a Ghanaian. Yeah.
Yes,
what Mr. Vin say about the Anglican pastor that was kissing everybody?
Oh yes, I saw that.
I'm begging you.
Huh?
Ghanaians and women,
Yeah, the authorities they have sanctioned that man, and he is going to be prosecuted right away.
But we have a lot of this thing in the Ghanaian churches, the Ghanaian pastors, they're almost getting to the level of the South African ones. Do you remember that one? What is it called? That said they resurrected somebody. What is his name? Some pastor in South Africa that people had to go and flog him, we are going to do a session on
Yeah,
pastors.
I've known that video. I've watched that video.
You saw that video?
Yeah, the hungry man that was just in the casket there.
In the casket, eh?
Yeah.
God. Yeah,
and there's the one he put, I think, is it Nigeria or I think he put someone's passport in under his foot, and he said, "Oh, your visa, I think you lost your passport. Oh, God says I should close your eye. I'll find your passport under his foot."
Ridiculous.
Huh?
Christianity is becoming ridiculous in Africa.
It's beyond they make them eat grass. They make them eat grass.
Even miracle. Even today, angels can send you an alert.
Yeah, but this is it. Manna from heaven. This is it. Pastor Suleiman style. Manna from heaven.
Maybe the more ridiculous the pastors get.
Of the central,
the more ridiculous the pastors get, the more audience they are getting. That's the funny thing. The more Apostle Suleiman tell his bullshit, the more his church fills up. People, people are lost.
Are you not now seeing it as they're just going there for entertainment value? I don't think anybody is going to Suleiman to worship God or Dumeje to worship God. They go there for entertainment. It's just like a theater center, these places.
The pastors have become celebrities, so everybody wants to see their favorite celebrity.
Yes, Vin.
Have you seen the video where they are singing "I go go Oshodi for your sake" in a church?
I think I heard about that.
Which one is Oshodi?
They were singing Tenny and Davido in church.
Exactly, man. Exactly.
Has he gotten up to
like
that?
I said, they are entertainment. They are not churches. They are entertainment centers.
They're just entertainment, bro.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Vin. So the talking points then: the Petroleum Industry Bill, the Afghanistan president emptying the coffers, Abubakar Malami making threats, and the lady that flew from.
Hold on, bro. One by one, please. I don't have the brain to take them up.
Okay, start from the PIB. Buhari signs it into law and says that this is the best thing that has ever happened. Petroleum Industry Bill.
That's sliced bread, eh?
Yes.
Yeah, he did well by signing it into law. But I consider that 3% given to the oil producing states a genocide. It is a slap in the faces of those people that we call elites and the politicians, traditional leaders, religious leaders, the intellectuals in these oil producing states. That is what I'm going to say. You cannot give these people from 1958, when the oil was discovered in Olubri and many other places, there has been serious environmental degradation that the United Nations Environmental Agency or something like that has even come out to write a very comprehensive report about all the environmental degradation, pollution, and so on and so forth happening in these oil producing areas. And the federal government has never thought it wise, at least, to do something to this, these areas. It is horrible for me. It is ridiculous, and it is a very big shame to those that are elected to represent the oil, producing states in the National Assembly. If I was in Bakassi Peninsula, I had the opportunity to visit most of these areas, especially the Ogoni side. I had the opportunity to be in Bakassi Peninsula. I have the opportunity to be in Oron. I have the opportunity to be in some places, Degbema and the rest of them. My brother, I do not know if there is any of us that had the opportunity to visit these areas and see how horrible these places are. In fact, if you test out of 100% of the indigenous inhabitants of these areas, if you check them today, they have their body system is contaminated with some of these hydrocarbon elements in their body. It is a research that is obvious. It is there. So,
Vin, if
yes,
I may interrupt you, did you
yes,
see a video that is being published by Sahara reporters today, somewhere in
No.
Ughelli, South or something like that, of
No.
the oil and pipeline that were being removed and oil spillage everywhere? Did you see
Yeah.
that?
Yes, not my brother, not just that alone. If you go to Ogoni land has been there for a long time, and that was the reason why Ken Saro-Wiwa was slaughtered by Abacha. What is happening in Ughelli, if is let me just say 20% of what is happening in Ogoni land. My brother, if you go there, you will pity these people. Giving them 3%. Giving them 3% is a slap in the faces of, let me just mention, Pa Edwin Clark and the rest of them. Sister Ankyo Briggs, Asari Dokubo, and all of them that are over there. It
and our
is
sister
a
here too.
Tompolo.
Our sister here that comes here.
Yeah, Tompolo and all of that is a very big slap to them.
Celebi.
Okay, good. It's a very big slap. Do you know what these people did? Do you know what these people did? I was in Nguru, Yobe State, very close. It's not far from Lake Chad. In fact, when the Lake Chad, the dam, when it overflows, it comes to my barracks, and we begin to use spears to, catch fishes in our barracks. That's to tell you how close we were with Lake Chad. They have been doing oil exploration in those areas. I am yet, to be convinced that there is oil deposit in that area. Then why are they now voting 30% to this, frontier? What they call, is it a frontier? What? I don't know.
Something basin, I think somewhere.
I was trying to post the link where Shell was apologizing to Niger Delta for they admit that they actually destroyed that area deliberately. I was trying to post the link where people can see that apology. Okay. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
My goodness. You see, Mike, this is exactly what we are fighting for. This is the reason why people are agitating. The geese that lay the golden eggs cannot enjoy the golden eggs. If you go there, I don't want to speak more,
Vin,
because the more I speak about this, the more I get angry.
Let me quickly interrupt you a little bit. Sorry, please.
Yes, sir, please.
But then you see the problem with that oil spillage. We know the federal government and the government and the what's it called? The oil companies. They bear
the oil companies.
They bear most of the fault, most of the blame. But you know that, like you rightly pointed out, that of Kenuli Saro-Wiwa, when he was killed. You know that the elders or the people, the elites from this place, the traditional leaders too, they are part of the blame too. Like the one that happened in Ughelli today, that was shown today. Those pipelines were being exhumed by some of the elites or the leaders there in the community, so that they could get some kind of money from the government to be guarding those pipelines, so that when they destroy it, whatever reason they have, there might be other reason they have behind it. But what I'm just trying to say is that we cannot totally blame those oil companies and the government.
Basically, there is nothing the white man has done in Africa without the collaboration of the African leaders. Even transatlantic slave trade, with the collaboration of the kings and the leaders. So we'll be dealing with the same problem for ages. We can see here and blame
saboteurs among us. It's just...
especially our leader. When they give them money, that's it, man. Once the leaders in Nigeria, once they pay the right people, that's it. Once they become rich, they don't care.
But do you know where you see, I share in your argument also, but I don't, completely share in it. The protection, this, the safety of, infrastructures is basically on the hands of the federal government. The federal government cannot just throw their hands in the air that, oh, we cannot because these people are doing this. Are there not oil wells in Texas? Are there not oil wells in Canada, in Russia? How are those people being taken care of? Have you ever seen where oil pipelines have been vandalized in those areas? Because what these international oil groups are doing in Africa, they cannot do it over there. Look at what happened
have you heard of racism? Have you ever heard of racism?
Of course.
Do you know that the Europeans, these people, they are inherently just don't like Africans, so they can care less if something terrible happens to you. They don't care. Slavery should have taught you a lesson. If they can come and kidnap our people, take them to come and work for free labor, massacre them. Did you see what the King Leopold did in Congo? He chopped hands of people. I mean, these Europeans don't care about you. So when we keep saying, we keep preaching to them that why are you taking care of your own people in oil in Texas? You take care of the environment, but in Africa you don't take care of the environment. They don't care.
Mike, do you know? I want to tell you something. No matter how bad it is, the rat in the house that informed the one in the bush that there is meat in the pot. See, if these people were being taken care of, when you are dealing with them, then you have a very concrete, evidence to deal with them the way you're supposed to deal with them. You starve them. They cannot look. If you go to Ogoniland, where they defecate is where they fetch water to drink. I swear to God. If you go to Abana, Ekang, where they defecate is where they fetch water to drink. Is it the people that are supposed to do all those things? You see, whatever you see that is going on in this place, whatever you see the people are doing is a reaction. They are reacting to the injustices meted on them.
Now, let me ask you a quick question. What do you think the root?
Sorry, Mike. Sorry. Vin, did you see that clip that we saw from Ovie's hometown when that guy was pulling up the road with his fingers?
No.
There was a clip that was going round about some road that was being built just in the region that Ovie comes from.
Yes,
so this road has been,
yes.
So this is the thing. So you see all these things that you say that the people are lacking. If you do a bit more digging, you probably find that they've provided for those things maybe 2-3 times in budgets, and those budgets would have just been eaten up, like we saw with that road. So they'd have just gone and done some cosmetic work there that would have collapsed within a week, and they would have walked away with the money. So in some instances, the things that afflict people are localized within their space. So they'll budget for these things and they'll do a rubbish job, and then the facilities are not there, and people are pointing to the central government.
The truth of the matter is they already, like the elderly ones, they already gave them money, right? It's just because human is greedy. Human is very, very greedy.
Why would they give them money? Why would they give those elders money? Why can't they just do the thing themselves?
The thing is, before you go into someone's land, there are what we call, you have to pay like a gate fee. You understand? And before you start even digging anything on that soil, you need to pay, like, see the elders, they'll do it in form of like consulting the gods that there'll be no trouble, no this, no that. You understand? From there, they can tell you, okay, this is what we can offer to you guys based on what we are doing here. You understand?
One man. The problem with that, sorry to cut you. The problem with Nigeria is we lack good governance. The social contract, as they call it in political science, it's in every way you look at it in Nigeria. It's so bad that you sometimes wonder what is the use of a government in that country.
Rational man, you're right, man. That we know what they do. They believe federal government believe that once they've thrown money to an area, they've paid the abuse. But they don't follow that. Okay, this money we put in that place, is it actually going to that development in that place, or is just going to? They don't care. They just be like, okay, we've cut your check. The same way they are doing this monthly allocation to states. You just don't cut state governor check. You have to follow the money. You understand? So that's what they do when they say, "Oh, we give you money to the Niger Delta," but then whatever the Niger Delta people do, well, those who write the check to, whatever they do is their business. Then you're not giving money to the people; you're giving money to individuals.
It's very easy to blame the government of the day. The question is that what is our own responsibility as a citizen? As you clearly said, it's a democracy here. We all have our own part. What is our own responsibility? If they give these people check, do we query this check? Do we say how do you utilize this check? The money that is coming to your constituency, do you know?
Wait. Somebody queried them and he paid with his life. Remember what happened to Kesariwa?
Are you going to stop? Are you going to stop?
Stop for what?
That's what they killed him, so we stopped. So we decided to say, okay, fine, let them continue.
Oh, we're not going to stop, of course. Why would
exactly? So it is we are not playing our own part. That's the fact.
Oh, he is 100% right. The lack of desire for the people.
The constituency project, the constituency money that is coming to your constituency by your senator and everybody. Have you ever asked them how that money is being utilized? Instead, if they come back to our community, we visit them, we lead our personal problem. My picking day school, I never job. That one no get job. That one no go. Instead of us to ask the combo, the money where they allocate to us this year, how have you spent it? So if you don't carry your own duty, how do you expect the person where they there? If I did it, I would do the same thing. I'll be human being. If you don't challenge me, I'll with your money.
This is what happens.
This is normal. It's life.
This is what happens, right? This is what happens. Let's say the money goes to the governor, right? The money goes there, right? And then me and you in the neighborhood, right? In the community, we want to walk to the governor and say, "Hey, governor, okay, we want to question you, query you." You know what he does? He say, "Okay, you two guys that came here, the one leading these guys, right? Okay, let me put some money in your pocket," and you shut up and say, so that's what it is. Everybody, our mentality is the problem. We worship money first. Money before integrity.
I keep saying
the root of our problem, the root of our problem is our mentality, our indoctrination. That's where the root of our problem is. We put money above integrity, above everything else. That's our problem.
This bill that they pass, it's very easy for me to say, oh, the federal government marginalized the state and all that. We once had a man who once claim to the world that has no shoe from that same region, who drank from that dirty water that Vein is describing. Who rose to become president? What did he do? What did he do? Nothing. So we can
I don't think anybody can accuse. No. I don't think anybody can accuse Goodluck Jonathan of doing nothing. That guy rebalanced that country in many ways.
Listen. See, as a president, we are a human being. You have your own
perspective. What's the point?
See, you know why I know they blame Buhari for doing what they are doing? Because now that is where their interest lies. Him, Goodluck Jonathan, this is a bill that will affect just as Russian man pointed out.
He did not have the numbers. No, forget all that. He can't do everything, and he did not have the Senate. Do you know how often he was under the threat of impeachment? He did not have the Senate. Buhari has the Senate. That's why he's able to push it through.
Who does not have the Senate?
I'm sorry.
Jonathan did not have the Senate.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Because it was under constant threat from the Senate. The Senate, the numbers were always
one man.
So what do you know to the contrary? What do you know to the contrary? He had the Senate.
With all due respect, one man. With all due respect, it baffles me when we sit here and be making case for a president, a godlike figure. Try first. Try what? As a president, you had the power to do and undo. Influence it. That's what you do as a politician. Influence, give and take. Did he try?
How do you know that he did not? How do you know that he did not? How do you know that he did not?
Stop making excuse for a president.
No. Hold on. I'm not making excuses. I'm asking you the question. How do you know?
How did Buhari do? How Buhari did it? Is it magic?
Wait. How do you know that he did not? Hold on, Vin. How do you know that he did not try?
Prove me wrong.
No. You're the one making the assertion.
He didn't try. Prove me wrong.
Yes. How do you know? How do you know
this is direct? I'm saying it. So prove me wrong that he tried.
So because you say it is the case. So you're not saying it based on substance. Are you speaking
just because you disagree doesn't mean it's the case too?
One man.
Just because
said that I didn't have the Senate.
Hold on.
You and your argument.
No, it's just because you say so. What are you predicating your position on? What are you predicating? You're saying he did not try. What are you predicating that statement on?
Will you allow me to answer the question?
Yeah, but answer the question though. Don't go on that journey.
Will you allow me?
Yeah.
Yes. Will you allow me the question? This is a president we are talking about here. So I am putting it to you or to him direct. Good Lord did not try. And if you claim otherwise, put it out there. If you want to just disagree, just because I said the Bible.
Okay, so he did not try. He did not try them because you are saying he did not because of anything substantial that you.
No, because I didn't
you
see
don't
anyway.
know anything to suggest.
So what evidence? What evidence do you have that he tried?
What I am saying is that him not passing that bill through did not mean that he did not try to pass that bill through. That bill had been. Can you hold on? That bill had been in the works since Obasanjo days. The way it usually works is you have to have the numbers to pass things through the Senate, and the weight of the Senate is with the North. And there's a lot of calibration. So they could not calibrate that politics to pass it through. And but Buhari, he conquered that Senate by virtue of the numbers of his own type of people and by virtue of the fact that he was able to, he couldn't pass this bill under Saraki, you have to remember. So you remember the person that was actually meant to be this Senate president was Ndume, not Lawan. But they've stepped him down and bought him off and put this guy in place. And when this Lawan came in, he said he was going to assent to everything that Buhari wanted to push through. And that was how they were able to, they forced it through. But the politics under Goodluck Jonathan of the Senate and the politics under Obasanjo of the Senate was in perpetual conflict with the executive because the North had the numbers. So it was a numbers game. So them not being able to pass it through those. Can you hold on? But them not being able to pass it through is not to say that they did not try, and there is nothing to back to put. You can't just make blanket statements like that.
Just wait. So sorry. You are making a case that Buhari is in control of both the Senate and the. You seem to forget that Goodluck was one of the most luckiest presidents that country has ever had. PDP are in control from A to Z. PDP, everything. And you are here making case for him.
Let's not forget that the oil companies were lobbying. The oil companies
is a village man.
were also blocking that bill.
That we are talking about.
All right. Let's just go back to Vane because I don't want to. Sorry, let's hear rational points, rational minds quickly, and then we'll go back to Vane.
But one thing also you should understand, like I've been saying here, that there's something wrong with that constitution, with the way it is made, because it gives everything to the northern part. But one thing you should, like Ovie rightly said, that Goodluck Jonathan did not try that. I don't believe that, or he did not try, or did not try. But what I'm trying to say is that they had the Senate, they were all PDP. The House was under them, all PDP. David Mark from Benue was the Senate president during his time, and then the other person we know, but they were all PDP. Why can't they get it done on their party platform? You rightly said it, because the Northerners are the majority and they don't buy into their whatever. So that is just a problem we're having with that constitution. As long as the people that does not have the resources, they have the government under their control, they will always dictate to we who are from the south, who seem to be the owners of these things, and they'll be telling us how to run our own things. That is why I'm saying that constitution has to be put down. That constitution doesn't help.
Politics now give and take.
All right, thank you. So Vin, just for reasons of pressure of time, let me just rattle you through the remaining talking points. So Abubakar Malami making threatening noises in the direction of Sunday Igboho. What are you reading to that space, Vin?
He's a fool. He's a fool. And that is the only thing I have to say. That one man, he has no pedigree. He has no pedigree. He does not know anything about, I don't even know the reason why he is made the Attorney General of the Federation. Somebody that doesn't know the rule of law, jurisprudence.
He's a CPC member. That's what
I don't want to talk about him. He's a fool. Let him go and try it there, and let's see what will happen.
Like Ovie rightly said, he used to be Buhari's personal lawyer, and that seems to be under CPC, and that seems to be what qualifies him to be now the national lawyer of the Nigerian space. The Atahiru that used to be the chief of army staff, he's the son of a Buhari loyalist, and that is what qualifies him to be the chief of army staff. Nothing to do with merit, nothing to do with competence, nothing to do with capacity. It's just family business.
Paddy.
Yeah, but this is what is happening in the world, isn't it?
He's qualified now as a lawyer, so the capacity
what qualifies him?
he qualified.
Who told you that?
Nigeria, come, hey, one man.
You see, we will always be backward under this sort of system. When people look at
it's funny. That's why we encourage people with bright ideas to go into the game. If you know play them, you know.
No, but look,
the
space does not. No, listen, the space. Hold on, sorry, Vin. Just to address what Ovia said, the space does not facilitate for people with bright minds, because you see hold on. You see the criteria for recruitment. His personal lawyer becomes the attorney general. The son of his best friend becomes the chief of army staff. So you can be as bright as you like. The criteria of selection is not for your brightness. You know, that's the thing.
They were a member of a party first. That's the first thing. Be a member of a party and they work for that party. So that's exactly if a Yoruba man or Igbo man becomes a president.
Festus Keyamo is a member of that party. He's a senior lawyer and is a superstar lawyer. He's a superstar lawyer, Festus Keyamo.
Yeah, Festus Keyamo is way more competent than
you have to protect your power. Yeah,
no,
but you have to
the
protect your
world
power.
has turned to the stage that you don't get job by what you merit.
You have to protect your power. How do you protect your power?
The Minister of Information, he's a senior lawyer. He's better than this guy.
One man, you have to protect your power now. If you don't protect your power, they will take you down. So why do you protect your house? You have to bring your people close by. It's a game. It's as easy as that. It's a game. If you go there, you protect your area, protect your position first. That's the first thing. Before
that's fine. Let's get back to Vin. Yeah, Vin. Yeah, back to you, Vin.
You see, we are in a nation where merit don't count. Because if you are in a country where meritocracy is the order of the day, you will not have a Sharia judge as the CGN of Nigeria. Sharia judge as the CGN of Nigeria. If you are in a place where merit counts, you will not see the president nominating a representative to the ICC who went there, sat for aptitude test, out a total of 20 people, and he came 20th position. You see, these are some of the things you see. These people have, it's a non-brainer, my brother. It's a non-brainer. These people has nothing in there. Most of us, if you pass through quota system, you were pushed. I paid my fees to go to school. Nobody fed me in school. But when you go to the north, while I was there, they were feeding them in school. They were using steer trucks to box them to schools and bring them back. So these are some of the things that benefit. Yet there is no tangible results coming out from them. In Nigeria, we are in a situation where merit doesn't work, and that's all I have to say. Let them go to court.
Those people, we are not moving forward.
Yeah, let them go to court.
We will never move forward under those people.
Yeah, you cannot progress in this kind of arrangement. See, you see the Constitution.
When merit means nothing.
Yeah, everybody is complaining about. Most of our people here is complaining about good luck, Ebele Jonathan. I was a military officer, and that constitution that was given to you people, the civilians, let me put it that way, was given to you, drafted under the watchful eyes of the northern military hierarchy. It is never your
most of the constitution started like that now. Started by a few people.
No,
yes.
There is no way. There has never been a time when the military junta drafted a civil constitution that is going to benefit you. Look at what happened in this constitution.
What I'm saying is that every constitution is actually started by a few people coming together and put it together.
But
in Nigeria,
that I know of.
Yes. Yes. Nigeria is, let me say, Nigeria is a multi-ethnic nation. Different nations coming together. The most, the most populous ones are Igbo, Yoruba, and the Hausas. You see, let me tell you, you cannot just wake up through a fiat and give these people, in addition with the other ethnic minorities, impose a document that they did not attest for.
But we accepted it 25 years on.
You don't have no choice. You don't have no choice.
No. I disagree. We have choice. What do you mean we don't have choice?
I want to tell you something. To tell you something. Let me tell you something. There is so many things people doesn't know. Obasanjo challenged. I was in Abuja as a strike force under Major Al-Mustafa then. Okay? So if I'm going to tell you this now, take it to the bank. Obasanjo rejected that constitution. And Abu Salami said, no, you can work with it. When you get there, the people can change it. That was how it became a constitution of Nigeria.
The Coco say he accepted it.
Of course, but what? You have no, you see,
you have a choice to walk away. No, don't tell me you don't have choice. You have a choice.
No,
is to accept it.
There is something that you're not getting.
Hold on, Vin. Yeah, describe that choice, Ovie. What choice are you saying he had?
There is something you're not getting.
Oh, hold on, Vin. Okay. Yeah.
Now, he wants to become the president.
Right.
At what cost? At what price? That's it. That's the question. These people is a game. They know what
you said he has a choice. So describe that choice.
He has a choice. Fulfill the presidency and walk away, and it will be on record that yes, you were against this to the core.
So then
or you accepted it, and
you say this is it. So when you say, I just wanted to force you to follow through the logical, because you say all these things in abstract. So now that I've forced you now to say what choice did he have? You are saying to abandon the presidency and walk away.
So there's another choice again. There's another. This is the second choice. Second choice. You accepted it and you became the president.
Right.
The most powerful man alive at that time for straight 8 years.
No.
What did you do about it? What did you do about it? What did you do about it?
Yeah, what are you recommending?
Why are you making an excuse for a president?
Don't run away. What are you asking that? What is your suggestion? What are you saying?
Push it out for debate. Let the country burn. After all, they kill your kids, but nothing happened. Push it out for debate. If you really want change for that country, if you really want the two people, push it out for debate. Let them let the Nazi continue it out. Let them kill you. Let them. They kill us.
Presidency in protest against the Constitution.
As a president, you are.
I think we get where you are coming from now. So you should abandon the presidency in protest against the Constitution.
That's why I said he chose his own interest over the national interest. Yeah, so why don't you want to accept that?
What are you talking about?
He became the president. What did he do about it as a president?
Yeah, what are you saying? What is your suggestion? What are you saying?
For the masses voted for you, and this is what we want.
The same thing that happens to Obasanjo.
Deep down, Obasanjo know that there's not something wrong with that constitution. After becoming president, what do you do as a civilian president if you don't have any other? If you actually mean well for your people, put it out to the National Assembly. Put it out to the National Assembly. Let them debate it. Let them fight for it.
Has the Constitution not been with the
National
Assembly?
No, that man was head-bent on becoming a third-time president. He was head-bent on that, so you know sense. You know sense. Don't make an excuse for president.
That space because we're not getting to that territory.
Okay.
Which means no Southerner under this Constitution can do anything.
That's what imagine. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying.
Sorry, hold on.
That we cannot. That's still I'm done.
Okay, let rational mind speak. So what are you saying?
What I'm trying to say in essence is this: that no Southerner who becomes a president is able to achieve anything. I mean, turning things around 360 degree. Because
how do you mean?
Okay, now this is my point. Because the way that Constitution is written, like he said, I mean, was it Vin? If Obasanjo had said, okay, I reject this something, mind you, we're running a presidential system. We have the parliament. They could easily impeach him. And then Atiku takes over from him. You get it? That is if, like he said, like Ovie said, if he protests, no, I don't want it. I want to, they will impeach him. Like they will try to stabilize the democracy, our nation.
Nah, lie. Why they not impeach am when they
can
do
you
for
let
third
him? Oh God.
They will. So what I'm trying to say in essence is this: the constitution was made by these people to go against the Southerners in any way.
To feed their
There's no way the
agenda,
Southerners
my
can
brother.
come with it and ask for a total kind of redo of the whole system in Nigeria without their consent. That's how it is. And if they don't give any consent, we can't move forward.
Rational mind, you know what will recalibrate this constitution? One thing and nothing else, a fifth republic. So military intervention to recalibrate the country is the only thing. It's the only thing.
But
or revolution.
Nigeria don't big pass military coup. Nigeria don't.
Yes, if you're saying you're going to, if you're saying that you're going to go through the National Assembly, you've seen how the process works. They just be kicking the ball down the road and having all these town hall meetings and all this. So the only thing that can quickly recalibrate is just really a military intervention.
But let me take that.
One man,
one man, also the people's uprising too.
People's uprising, yeah.
One man.
Let me say this quickly, please. I'm sorry. So you said military coup, but who controls the army? They have. I mean, we know they don't have the majority in the army, but I mean, in the key posts, the key places. Look at it. Ever since 1960, besides Aguiyi Ironsi and maybe OBASANJO that are Southerners, the majority of the people who have become military head of state in Nigeria are all Northerners.
Yeah.
So if any coup should take place now, it's still going to be a Northerner. And
with the level of awareness now, with the level, rational mind, with the level of awareness now and how punitive this constitution that we're under is now, the next, if we have a military intermission, it would not be as it was that they would just an imposition. I think there might well be a negotiation of our positioning.
I doubt it.
That's just my views, Yeah.
I doubt it. Well, that's it. I'm not for that. I'm done.
All right. Thank you for that, rational mind. Let's go back to Vin. Yes. So Vin, let's take you then out of the Nigerian shores and take you to Afghanistan, where the country where the president has fled with the entirety of the national treasury. So the dollars flying out of aeroplanes as the guy fled the country, emptying the whole thing. So what are you making of that?
It bleeds my heart to see, people in authority misbehaving, so corrupt the way they are and the way we have, been seeing them, not just in Afghanistan, even in Nigeria. In fact, in Nigeria, they do it with alacrity, with vim. They don't even care what you say or what you talk about. You see, that is a common denominator. These our politicians. Afghanistan, I don't think is a developing nation as well, just like Nigeria. But I don't think it is wise for such a thing to happen over there. A president running away simply because you've been deposed and you run away, pack everything. You cannot even remember, the people that you left behind. I watched the Air Force, my career plane, flying through the, I think taxiing through the runway, and how the people were climbing on it. It was just like, flies gathering on a rotten meat.
It looked like a movie, didn't it? It didn't even look like real life, did it?
I never believed that such thing will happen in a country in this 21st century.
It's like James Bond escaping from Dr. No. Yes.
My goodness. You see, you made away with $160 something million for who? You and your family? This is why people like that need to be arrested and shot, tie them to the tree, just like my former late president did in Ghana here. Tie them on the street and shoot them, execute them right away, my brother.
It's quite shocking. So let's leave that dark space to a lighter space. This lady now that flew all the way from Abuja to Lagos, just to go and knock on her boyfriend's office door. Imagine, not even meet him at home or meet him in his workplace, just because the guy did not pick up our call. So what sort of marriage then do you think that guy has to look forward to? That level of... Have you experienced anything like that, Vin? I know you only deal with civilized people. Vin?
Well, my brother, okay, they were not married before the incident, right?
No, they were boyfriend, girlfriend then, but now they are married. So what future then for that guy?
She was lucky.
Hmm.
She was lucky to have, married the same guy. My brother, if I were him, one thing that would be, hitting my mind was that a proverb they say in Igbo land: a fly that has never entered into the pot of palm wine and the stomach is as big as this, what happens if it enters into the palm wine, into the pot?
This is it. because that's temper right there, isn't it? That's temper. You know, do you want to...
Do you know what could have happened to that lady as she enters into the flight, into the plane, and made that shuttle? What
just
happened?
Raging.
Yeah, just for something that you can just sit on the phone. Why couldn't you wait and see the reason why your man could not pick your call? Probably he will return the call. He will not, he will not keep silent forever.
Imagine when she got to that office, she had met that some girl on that guy's lap. What do you think?
And it's a shameful thing that she went there and saw nothing.
Mm.
She went there and saw nothing. You see, anyway, they are married now. Glory be to God. What God has joined together, let no man put asunder.
There you go. We all know who is wearing the trousers in that marriage. But let's go quickly to Obasanjo and his diabetes. 35 years of managing that ailment. What are you making of that?
Obasanjo, being who he is, I still regard him. He's a father to me. And
how is he staying in the army? You're a military man. What is
he's my comrade. He's my comrade.
Is he respected in the...
Yes, I respect him so much as a retired general and a former head of state, twice, both military and civilian. Obasanjo, I am wondering, or maybe because of his old age or his advancing in age and so on, that made him to suffer diabetes at this time. Because the Obasanjo that I know, when he was elected 1999, he is a man that doesn't eat anyhow.
No, he's had diabetes for 35 years. I think he's been managing it through medication and discipline. Like you said, he doesn't eat anyhow. And that, of course, one of the recommendations because you are on a strict diet.
Obasanjo was lying, man. I remember one video that Obasanjo was drinking Gary. That's eating anyhow, man. Remember that video now?
Yeah, but
Gary's not a good food.
Did they put sugar?
It depends on how long. It depends on how long you sip the Gary now. It depends. Obasanjo is such a man. Look, if you look at the military training, there is what we call service support. You might go to both officers and the other rank go to these operations, IS operation and so on and so forth, and you might not see food to eat. You have what you call service support, and one of the service supports you get there is kwili groundnut milk and the gari.
There you go.
You see, so what I know is that maybe the life he lived when he was young. Diabetes is they call it a sickness of, is it lifestyle sickness or something like that? But one thing I will say now is that he is very, very unfortunate that he is rich, wealthy to manage it. He can only be, eating the diet as is prescribed by his dietitian and doctors, and manage. If they give him glucophage, dialine, or insulin, then he can use it to manage it. So that is the only thing. He with that, he can still live long with us, and till God will call him.
Vin, what attracted me to that story was that it just then made me think of the sort of ailments that people carry through their lives. Some they know, some they don't even know. And I was even just saying in just conversations with somebody else on this platform that some people, even they know that they're carrying something in their body, but they are too afraid to go to the doctors just for not wanting to know. It's just these little niggles and funny feelings that we have within ourselves, and we just try and ignore it and wish it away.
Yeah, you see, sicknesses is not, it's not something, especially when it comes to diabetes. You know, diabetes, anybody that is, that has a diabetic patient will also, there are three types, of diseases. They are intertwined. You see, renal problems, heart diseases, this diabetes and the high blood pressure, they are all intertwined. If you get one, you are likely to get all of them. You see, so it is the management of it. People, that is why it is advisable for people to go for regular, checkup, especially for BP. They call BP a silent killer. You might see a strong man today, very healthy. By the time you realize, they say the man has just slumped and died. You see, but if the person is checking himself or herself regularly, you will see some of these things, he will detect them in time and find solutions, to it.
All right. Thank you, Vin. Always a delight to hear from Vin. I think you're one of the voices now that people come here to listen to because, of course, and I think Ovie has been trying to get hold of you just to,
Honestly,
because, yes, but
I have tried to WhatsApp Ovie on the number he gave to me. It's not going through. My WhatsApp, my system is not even recognizing it in a WhatsApp. So I don't know.
Okay, maybe he will exchange details with you again, because definitely, I with like you, with a lot of people, you don't really get enough time to have full expression just because of the time constraints. But that one-on-one session that Ovie does, then that gives you just as long as you need just to share your thoughts. So if you can arrange that with Ovie, I think people would look forward to that. So thank you, Vin. Let's go to Solomon Peters.
You're welcome.
I hope
You're welcome, sir.
stay with us just for as long as you can. Let's hopefully Solomon is still with us. Solomon, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm online.
Look at that. Are you sleeping?
No, I'm not sleeping.
You've kept so quite silent. I wondered if we still had you, but thank you for staying with us. So Buhari is signing the Petroleum Industry Bill and giving the reasons why. Abubakar Malami making threats to Sunday Igboho. Your thoughts?
Concerning the PIB stuff, I just feel like they just insulted, or they are really carrying out their agenda of making this out, especially the communities that these resources are being that own these resources, or that you can find the resources. They are just trying to just like a form, a way of intimidating them. But it's not to me. It doesn't make sense at all. It doesn't make sense. Then for the
Abubakar Malami, yeah,
that guy he's doing too much.
He's almost like he's the president, He is in everything. He's always Abubakar Malami.
He's really doing too much, because the Igboho is in Benin Republic now, and he's not disturbing. He's just there, quiet and not disturbing. Malami is trying to go and get him back to the country and arrest him and lock him up. It doesn't make sense at all. I just feel like in all these things happening, where my mind still go back to is what their elites or their fathers, their forefathers has already the plan they've already set for them, that they should conquer the South. That is what I just feel that they are still working towards. Because you will not tell me why are they arresting all these people now? why are they arresting them and making them, because they are just agitating, saying that they don't like the way they are being treated in the country, and you are trying to shut them up, trying to make them not talk again. So I just feel that they are trying to their conquest mission. That is what they are just on. We should not say we don't need any proof. We don't need any proof at all. If it's something we need to just think as a move, that you just arrange everything. It's like a puzzle. You arrange it well, and you see that these people, this is where they want to arrive to. Even in this PIB stuff that they signed to, it's the same thing. They are trying to render the South, like, cut them off from every way, every means of getting revenue and all that. So that it should just be the change the federal government allocates to them that they will be saying.
Okay, and the Afghani leader running away with the nation's treasury in Dubai now, living the life of an Arab prince as his country continues to burn. So the Ghani, his name is, just following that third world template. What are you making of that?
I'm not surprised about that kind of action the man took. Afghanistan is a third world country. So, and these countries, what baffles me more is that they have resources that will make them even be more than, as in their status to be more than the way it is. But because of the selfishness of the leaders, the greediness of the leaders, the countries will just still keep as they still retardate
70 minutes, 80 minutes, then like the sports analogies with.
They still continue to become third world countries. It doesn't make sense at all. I mean,
do you think he ran away too quickly?
He ran away quickly. Now he doesn't have the people at heart. Yeah. He was just there. He was just there for the power and for the benefits. He never had the people at heart. If he was somebody that had the people at heart, he must find a way. He must find a way, or you just remain with his people. If just like a captain in a ship, the captain is the last person that leaves the ship.
Yes, but he was the first to run.
He was the first person to run. That is to show you how wicked he is. And you want to run, you did not even leave you had to loot the treasuries.
Although if he had not looted it, I'm sure the Taliban would have just looted it. So it was whoever stole it first. Really, it was the case. Really, what do you think?
At least if now that the Taliban are in power now, I think they will still use the money, and because they want to run the government by themselves. They want to arrange the country in their own way, even if they will do it most of the things wrong. I'm not in support of them, but at least they will use it and develop the country. But I don't think that those people, one person among them, can just come and take all those. Will take all the money. No, it's not possible. Unlike the way only one person took it's not $169 billion just for himself and his family. It doesn't make sense at all.
You know, all of that money, he will do some of it to buy his freedom, because because when they steal this money, sometimes they know that they have to negotiate themselves into a different space. And of course, a lot of that to do with money. But now he's in Dubai, of course, safe and sound, as the country, plummets into, some dark space.
Yeah. My question, I am even asking myself, like, why the news now? The thing is all over the news. That the president ran away with the money, and wherever he is now, and that country he went to now. Are they not supposed to question him about this money?
No, they won't. Though 169 million, they will put him in the presidential guest house and give him babes.
It's coming to invest in the country.
The 169 million in cash, they will welcome him with dancing and singing.
The same countries that be accepting corrupt African leaders to bring their money in.
Yes.
Waiting concern them.
The only question is, could you not steal more? We could have sent you an extra plane if you needed one. You have stolen more.
This same thing now about some leaders taking their country's money to another to Dubai. That is the same thing. Hush Puppy, I was following up on stuff on Instagram where they said Hush Puppy mentioned some of the Nigerian leaders that he loaned that money for in investing in real estate and building hotels. It's just the same thing this man did now. That is what most of them in this our country.
A lot of the money in Dubai is illicit money, it's mafia money, corruption money, even drugs. It's just a den of iniquity.
One man, I have a question. Let me quickly ask this question.
Yes,
does Hush Puppy, those money he made from those stealing and fraud, does he have any investment with it? Did he make any investment? Do you know?
I'm sure he must do.
Yes, no. He said he's a real estate. If you go on his Instagram handle, you see he's a realtor, what? A real estate agent.
So what happens to all those investments? Would they confiscate them?
The ones that they can tie to his name, yeah.
Okay.
They will seize them.
You see, what these people usually do, rational mind, is essentially they surrender themselves to the inevitable. So all of the money that he's doing, he would have settled a lot of people, invested, packed the monies with people, cousins, trusted friends, distant people, that, okay, I'll give you this, 300 million naira, you take half and do this, that, and the other. Use this one to do this, that for me, but put it under this name. So they are hiding it in all of these, so many places,
Don't you think he would expose them in this plea deal that they gave to him?
No, he's not going to expose them, because when he was doing these things, he knew that at some point he would be caught. So he's effectively sacrificed himself to that space. Now, the only thing is, you know that, look at this Hush Puppy, for instance. Let's just use him as a template. Let's say he stole $500 million. Let's say he stole $500 million. They catch him. They recovered $200 million from him. They put him in jail for 10 years. He comes out still under 50. So he then still has like $100 or so million stashed away. So, in all of his life, if he had lived a straight and narrow life, he would probably be a downfall driver in Lagos or something. So he has then made that calculation that ultimately, if they catch me, so long as they don't kill me, I spend a period of time in prison. I have hidden away this vast fortune. They will recover. This is what you see, all these corruption people as well, when they steal all these billions and billions and billions, they've insulated that when they come after them, they will give this much back, they will hold on to this much. And this is why they always negotiate with all these looters, all these abatas, etc. So Abata steals $10 billion and then he packs it away. So you either negotiate and get $7 billion and let him keep 3, or you go to court and with $10 billion, he will fight you in court till the world comes to an end. With $10 billion, the best lawyers that the world has to offer, all the judges bribed. So this is what they do. They just, if you steal that much wealth, you can just insulate yourself and just do a period of penance in some penitentiary and then just come out and live like a big boy.
You think if Hush Puppy wasn't posting those videos and putting himself out there and
he's
all
an
that
idiot,
rubbish, you think they would have ever caught him?
No, I don't think so. He's an idiot. And TikTok for this will be Cubana as well, that anytime you pick up the scene, you see him splashing money all over the place. There was this headline that I wanted to do, but I didn't. The EFCC are saying they're now looking into all that spraying of money. So that's to tell you that they mentioned him, e-money, Obi Cubana, and all of that set that they just keep, anytime you go into the papers, they're just splashing money about. So why do that?
But these guys, they have investment, they have hotels. They have
yes, don't worry about that. Everybody has investment. See, will tell you is a car dealer. All the drug dealers on Allen Avenue in those days, they have car showrooms. They will point to,
There's no way someone will walk out for his money and be spraying it. I don't believe that.
No, it's just
it's not possible.
But you are right, it was stupid to be advertising himself on Instagram. I'm sure he's not the biggest of that space. A lot of them that have brain, they probably even go back to school and go and do PhD on stolen money.
Let's
And
focus
then,
It was so
on.
stupid.
yes.
It was so stupid. The guy was stupid.
The guy, I'm like, it was so obvious that this guy, if you're convincing us as that rich, there's no way I mean, you don't own. There's no way you can be making that kind of money legally.
No.
There's no way. And the fact that you knew you were actually not making it legally, and people will be suspecting that you're not making that money legally. So why put yourself out like that?
There was nobody that was saying Hush Puppy on Instagram that did not know that he's a 419 guy. Did you not know before they caught him?
I knew it now. Like, okay, this guy, there's no way this guy is working for
I
money.
can't string two words together. He's just like some.
I mean, a black man,
like some guy from the bushes, and he's telling you that it's come on, everybody knew it was a 419 guy, So it's just, but like you said, he shot himself in the foot. But Solomon, yes, back to you. So still staying within that space. This girl now that flew all the way from wherever to go and knock on her boyfriend's door at work for the grand ignominy of not picking up her phone. So what future then lies for that guy? They are now married.
That girl, she's going to hook that guy in his neck.
Yes.
He's not. He will not be flexible in the house. He just because she must want to know everything that guy does. In fact, to the extent she might even be in control of his life.
Who do you think is going to be sent to the kitchen in that marriage? Who do you think they are going to be sending to the kitchen? Is it the girl or the man?
No, there will be individual differences in this kind of thing. Do you know why I said I said so? Because some ladies they would want to stalk you, like hook you in the neck, but they will perform their duties. Why some would hook you in the neck, but they will not perform their duty? In fact, as they hook you in the neck, they are turning you to another thing. In fact, you become, will I say, an errand boy or that kind of thing.
You become the babe in the relationship.
Yes, they will not. That is how they will not be. When they are talking to their friends, they will say this that their husband is a romantic guy because he does everything. They will define the definition of a romantic guy.
He will go to the kitchen and wash the plates. He's a good guy.
Yeah,
he will sweep the floor and mop the floor.
That is stupidity.
Imagine. But that was just an interesting little aside. So just finally to the Obasanjo space and just the ailment that he was talking about. And I was just using that as a catalyst to speak to the sort of ailments that people carry for years and years, some known and some unknown, just how we manage ourselves in this time and age. Solomon.
Yeah, it shows. As soon as I heard this thing, I just understood. I just felt like the man is a reasonable man. He knows he takes care of himself. He takes proper care of himself.
All right, Solomon, where are you based? Are you based in the UK? I think you're based in the UK. Are you not?
Are you referring to me?
Yeah, you.
No, I'm in Nigeria.
Oh, okay. No, then it's late at night. I mean, should you not be asleep?
No.
Oh, all right. You're enjoying the woman went to more sessions.
I like the show because you everybody here they talk about history. And
who is your favorite? I bet it is Ovie or Ajanle Koko.
Everybody here, I love everybody.
No, but you have a favorite. Who is your favorite? Discount me because I am not anybody's favorite. Not only my mom. I'm only my mom. I don't even think I'm my wife's favorite.
There is something you do that I said that I'm going to try and talk to you about. The way you don't. I don't think you like Igbo people. The way you talk about Igbo people.
Why would you say that now?
You tackle when especially when somebody like is it Mr. Vin or when they talk about some things concerning Igbo, you just tackle them, and you might not just show it up like that, but the way you would just place it.
Look. In fact, look, let me. I'm going to even change my name now to Igwe One Man. I'm a champion. Yes. I'm a champion Igbo. Some of my favorite people here are Igbo people. Ovie is an Igbo man.
No,
I don't have issues. I don't have issues with Igbo people. That's But
okay.
Yeah. Are you Igbo yourself? Are you Igbo yourself?
I'm an Igbo guy. I'm from Abia State.
From which state?
From Abia State.
Abia State. But that's not full Igbo now. You're almost south now.
No, I'm Igbo. Abia State is full Igbo.
All right. No. I love Igbo people. My favorite. Every time I come here and I say I'm an Oyo man and I'm an Oyo man. But actually that my favorite culture is the Igbo culture because it's just so rich. Especially I'm talking about the rural Igbo culture. I know it's only like a Nollywood something, but it's just so rich and so colorful. And then the music, sometimes I come in with the Igbo flute. I love that kind of. So I do love the Igbo culture. I really do. But sorry if I come across otherwise.
I understand. I still love Yoruba people. I love Yoruba people. Just even the Hausa people are nice people. It's just those Fulani
girls.
It's just these Fulani people that are on their conquest, trying to make the place uncomfortable for the indigenous people of the country to stay.
But just talking about loving people, do you know that this is just and everybody to their personal choice? But for me, the Fulani women are the most beautiful amongst the Nigerian women. Just that tall elegance, that they just have just this elegance and just this beauty to them, Out of all of the Nigerian women, if they were to say to me, who are the most beautiful, I'll probably say the Fulani ones. I picture them in that calabash that they carry on.
If their women are beautiful, why are they humping on, the Southerners? We saw they were raping, whole women. What is wrong with them?
No, that's an act of aggression, though, is it not?
Those are bandits, man.
Do they not rape their own women too? But just in terms of aesthetics, just in terms of what pleases the eye, for me personally, everybody to their own taste. But the Fulani,
I've heard about
I find
that
them very striking. Yeah.
I've not really been around those kind of people like Fulani people, but I've heard most of my friends and relatives that have stayed in the north. They say that Fulani women are they are beautiful, that they are very, very okay. But I've not really.
You're talking about the Shua Arabs.
Are they Shua Arabs? Well, okay, I don't know.
Arabs are women are they look elegant.
So Fulani women hold their side though. Fulani women are some of they are up there. The Fulani women.
Economic malu chicks.
Enter their cities and see,
And if I should go to their cities, I would like to mingle with them because I would like to mingle with them.
But don't touch their women, though. They don't like people touching their women. They will, they will chop off part of your body that you don't want them to.
They are civilized ones now. They have civilized ones.
It's civilized Fulani.
Like those who are.
Yeah, the first person that I've ever heard those two words that I've ever heard use those two words together, civilized and Fulani. But I'm sure they must be.
No, there are some of them that like Buhari's daughter now. If you should meet Buhari, she's educated, especially the son that wants to get married now. And okay, the son, okay, sorry, I thought it's the daughter they wanted to marry. It's the son that is marrying the emir's daughter. But his own daughters are still beautiful and they're educated too. So they're the kind of ones I'm referring to. I like the show because it takes us back to history and the way everybody talks here contributes.
You still not told me who your favorite is. I want to know who your favorite is. I'm sure it is Ovie, so just say so because of everybody comes here for Ovie.
Why I like Ovie? He makes the show hot. He and Mike.
Yes. We just have to calm him down once in a while because when it starts going, it doesn't. There's no break. He just
rational mind. He is very good at giving points and all that. Even Ajali Koko, I think, yeah, but he's not around. He says he gives points to, and Vin too. It's just the prof that this is the first day I'm seeing prof on the show. I've not really.
No, prof is a regular. He comes often, but you know.
Yeah, this is the first day I'm seeing.
All right. Thank you, Solomon. Good to hear from you. Yeah. So now let's go on to rational mind. Oh, okay. I say, yeah. So let's go on to rational mind now as we start to peter down. Thank you, Solomon. So rational mind, the talking points are Petroleum Industry Bill and Malami making threats. So start with those two first, rational mind.
You see, I think a lot have been said, even during when I interject people, a lot of things that I would love to say right now have been said already. My stance is just, well, I think at the same time, what Ola said could also be considered that half is better than nothing, you know, at least something is better than nothing. So, but then, like they say, we can start negotiation from there. But I tell you, 20 years, 30 years from now, maybe most of us will be gone by then. The people that are our kids and their grandkids that will come after them, they'll be debating it. That is if Nigeria still ever remains as one. Because with the constitution right now, I don't see. What I don't even know is maybe there's in the constitution of Nigeria, maybe a new president can repeal a law that has already been signed before. That is yet to be seen. And if I thought he's going to repeal it, maybe it will also need the maybe 2/3 or whatever third they say they require in the Senate or in the House to be able to repeal it. So then I see this PIB bill, I mean whatever they call it, being redone again. I see it as something that I don't think it's possible again. Since it has been signed, it's going to remain that law, and it's going to be that
the only thing that will really impact it is if there's a big backlash in the Delta regions. Yeah.
So maybe that. So, but we can start negotiating from there. That one I doubt if we ever revisit it again. But let's see. But then at least like he said, Ola said, and some other people said, it's better than nothing. At least something is better than nothing. You know, they were having 0 before, but now they're having 3%, which is still, I mean, compared to the economic damage that has been done to that area, I think it's nothing compared to it. So that is just for that. Then Malami to me is, we've been talking about this guy. This is the same guy who, when they said they arrested some people, some bureau de change people that were sponsoring the Boko Harams. I tell you, to this very day, the identity of those people have not been revealed. That's to tell you that
Falana went to court on this matter just a couple of days ago.
I think he wrote him to explain or to tell the Nigerian people who are these people.
Yeah, under the freedom of information.
You see, that's to tell you how these people are baiting, and these are people from the north. I mean, they are so-called Islamist brothers, and then they give this facade of no, we're against them, or we don't like, I mean, everything you can see everything from their body language, that these people, they don't really have the interest of they're not patriots. They're just sectional and religious bigots who just want to pamper their own people. We talk about amnesty they are giving to the Boko Harams and the rest of them. The bandits are there. They will never even tag them any name. They won't say they prescribe them. They won't say they are terrorists. But just people from the south who are agitating peacefully, that they want to break away. They want a redone of this whole thing. But then they will want to silence them and kill them, like they did in Igboho's house and they did in Kanu's house, where they went to kill people. And then even the G4, they went to his house, they killed his PA, and then all these things. I mean, like, what kind of a state sponsoring violence by government? I don't understand it. I mean, a government that would, just sometimes it's beyond it sometimes. So for me, I don't know. Malami saying he was going to he's going to do the same thing that he did to Nnamdi Kanu. Well, let's see. But what I want to ask is, what is the situation? What is the status of this guy now? Igboho, has he been released?
No. I don't know. Is because I don't think there's been silent on that front in the news So I think they're still in the workings of the legal whatever that they're doing. It's still in the hands of the law.
My wish is if he ever gets the asylum, let me just get out, go to Europe. Let me seek asylum in Germany. Maybe that way it will just get out of their hands, because as long as it's in the Benin Republic, the possibility of him being captured and being extradited back, like what they did to Kanu, is every possibility. I don't put it beyond Nigerian government. They can do it.
It's a race between him getting himself to Germany or being captured in Benin Republic.
Exactly.
So if he gets to Germany, then it's safe, because I don't think even Buhari would dare go to Germany and rendition anybody.
I don't think they can do that. So, but we stay in Benin. Benin Republic and Nigeria is almost like the same thing. You just cross the border, and I'm not saying that. They have a very good security there too. But I tell you, Beninois, they will always look for money. It's all about money for them. So
yes, and what is his name is there bribing people to sacrifice to sell him.
So that's just for that. So what other topic do we have? I know we have to run through it.
Yes. The Afghani president emptying the treasury as he makes his way to Dubai to go and all those lush babes. $169 million.
Ashraf Ghani is that not
Ashraf Ghani? Yes.
Yeah. So you see. Well, religion still does not help people. I don't know if he said he's an Islamic person. If it's, you see, it still boils down to something. People are always corrupt. Humans, we have that tendency to be corrupt. But the thing is, it shows the kind of people, the kind of leaders that people, acquire for themselves. This was a guy who was voted in when the US were still there during the election, and then at the time that these people needed him for moral support.
Do you think he left too quickly?
Well, you see that area. That's one area I wouldn't want to I won't say he was a coward leaving. I won't say he's not a coward. But then yes, I think he left too quickly. But the thing is, the fear of Taliban is the beginning of
wisdom.
So I think he had to run for his life
because they forget it very quickly as soon as they finish.
Those people are ruthless. People knew them back then, even before the invasion, or when the US went there to push them out. They knew how they were brutal. They're very brutal people. They will kill people and they will just. They don't care,
Even now, because as I'm doing this, I'm also watching the headlines. They started shooting on the streets in Afghanistan.
I think they said people were protesting against them, and then they started killing people.
And they started killing them.
Yeah. So it's just to tell you that if he leaves, I think because I think even though if it's there in the presidential palace, it's not safe. His bodyguards, they can turn against him, because one thing about these people is this: you see that ideology that they had, that religion, whatever it is they had. They will always betray their own person for that religion. That's what I know. They don't mind if I'm an Islamist and you're my brother and I see you do something that is against the intent of Islam. I tell you, I will kill you. That's how it is. That is if you're extremist. So you imagine that if he doesn't trust his own bodyguards to protect him, or is the presidential guards, to protect him. So I think it's a good thing if he has to leave, but living without such a huge amount of money, and even I thought if I thought he has to live with that kind of money, but it doesn't have to make it so public or make it so obvious to people that he's living with such a money. At least he would need money to survive. I know if he's abroad in exile, they won't. Say maybe the UN or the country that is hosting him will be able to take care of him, but which I think he doesn't want to become a burden. Who knows whatever plan he has too, coming back again or whatever. So I would say he's a coward for leaving his people at the time when they needed him. He could have shown leadership by dying there, if I know, showing that yes, I love my people. But people will always save themselves first, So that's just what
do they say? A coward dies 1,000 times. So thank you. So just finally on that, just human interest story of the lady that flew all the way just because the boyfriend would not take the phone call.
You see,
hell had no fury like a woman scorned.
Yeah, you see, what relationship is one area of your human that's interested me. There's a course I took recently that I'm doing. It's called Gender and Communications, like that. So
You're taking a course on how to speak to women. What is wrong with you, rational mind? Look at that. You're taking a course on how to toast babes.
No, not really. Not really.
Just, are you the one giving this lecture? Because I know you are a religious man.
Here in America now, is a
rational man a prof.
He's taking a course on how to toast babes.
Would they take lessons for rational mind?
Look at that. Mike, are you the one delivering lecture? Are you the one teaching rational mind how to toast babes?
Rational mind is calm when he talks. He's very calm and his words are very coming out.
No, women like aggression sometimes. They want to be jarred. But sorry. I guess rational mind carry on.
Yeah. So America now, the society here is this LGBTQ and whatever the other letters they had to read recently. There's a need for people to be.
What's the other letter?
Well, I think the other, is it LGBTQ and then the other two other.
They're hiding more to it. I don't lose touch with their rubbish.
That's why.
America now is so ridiculous.
Because now we have gender neutral, we have gender ambiguous, we have undefined, we have trans, we have intersexual.
Do you know that in many bars and clubs,
Mike, in this country, they are debating just removing the verbs male or female because they say it's too constraining. Because people can opt not to be either. So you can opt not to be either male or female.
There are some restrooms now that is both for men and women. Here, I'm telling you.
In France now, there's a debate in France now that they want to remove, France is French is a kind of language that is gender centric, like everything, even their words, it's either masculine, feminine, as the case may be. But then they just want to take that out of it now. That's a debate going on in France now.
Yeah.
So
the toilets, some toilets, they are taking away the gender out of the toilets.
The additional IA stands for intersex and asexual.
What is intersex? What is intersex?
So it's just maddening. It's just crazy.
No, but who is intersex? What are they?
Is it lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender?
No, we don't want that is, but who is an sorry, I think rational mind myself. Who is an intersex? Who is an intersex?
Let me post it. I'm being serious. I'm quoting.
Explain it.
I'm literally quoting from I'll post it now. Go ahead, rational.
Let me just say it now. So intersex are people that are called there's another name for them. I can't remember that name right now, but then there's some kind of people where they're born with two genitalias.
Right. Yes, I remember there's an athlete from South Africa.
They have both.
No, that is one man. They corrected that they were wrong. They actually everybody's apologizing to her now. The World Athletics, British newspaper, everybody's apologizing that the analysis was actually wrong. That she's a full-grown woman. This just came out.
She just has a lot of testosterone. That's why.
This just came out today. So everybody's apologizing now. The whole world is apologizing after they deny Olympic appearance and all that crap. So it's just crazy.
Oh my God.
It's crazy.
It's a mess. It's a mess.
Remember, rational mind. When you wanted coffee, that the only choice you had in that coffee was black or white, with or without milk. Now it's mocha, soca, duka. Yeah, latte, mate, it's just, and this is the gender space as well. America is either a man or a woman, but now you're not a man or a woman anymore.
It's just
you can be a dog and argue that you're a dog, and that
it's terrible. It's terrible. So if I was actually when I was writing a lot of essays on that, some of my assignments that I was giving, I write them with reservation, but I just have to write it to my professor just so that they don't look at me as an homophobic. You get it? But when deep down in me, I just have that hate for whatever they make me write. Sometimes talk about certain things, how you handle them. No, I'm not homophobic, right? But what I'm saying is that sometimes it's just disgusting to me. Like just certain things, some ideas. Like my goodness.
Pre-op, post-op.
It's just,
the tragedy is this. Now they've put it in the curriculum, like those kind of education in the schools with the children. They are teaching them all these things, man. Like the children are the way they are talking now. Even my kids when they talk, I'm like, hey, what is it? What? They are talking. There are some kids like one of my friends, his son is 9-year-old, and he came to tell his father that he's a transgender. He has to change his. What the hell are you talking about? You're a kid. What do you know about it? I know, like
I have a
it's
daughter
because in
that came
school,
home.
in school they are forcing them to search themselves to find out what they are. Now, if you are this, if you are that,
but just
children
in
have
that
no
space,
business with that rubbish, man.
But just in that space, Mike. Sorry, Rational Mind. Just in that space, Mike. There was this thing that was making a lot of news just a few months ago. This young person, male then, round about 13, 14, made that decision, came on as you said, and then he told his parents that he's now is transgender, is a male, is a female trapped in a male body, and the parents facilitated for that to the point that this 13-year-old boy went and had an operation to to convert to had a gender change. So I was just puzzling how. So when 4 years down the line, he then decides that he's no longer female, and he wants to be a male at 17.
I can give you a story about myself. I have a daughter whom we homeschooled her for many. I mean, I won't say many years or some years. We homeschooled her after she left in the elementary. We homeschooled her for the first part of our junior high. I mean, yeah. So anyway, she started going to normal school because we wanted to continue homeschooling her because of all this thing too. We're trying to protect her from all this thing going on in school and all this crap. So then immediately she started going to school, mingling with all these kids. Then one day she just came home and says, "I'm pansexual." That she's pansexual, like she like men, she like women, she like everybody. If you're trying to
pancake,
indoctrination.
Me and Mama just like when they look at like say, what did they worry you? She swear for you, I've been waiting.
You send her to Lagos, we go fetch water for stream.
Nah, they're indoctrinating those children, man.
That's why I'm taking their courses too. That's one of the reasons why I'm taking the course, because I don't lie you. I get we had issues with the state here because the state where I am here, they carry this thing, they carry this LGBTQ for head like gala. In fact,
it's almost as though they are promoting it.
They are pushing it, man. They're heavily pushing it.
It's a crime here if you
and then if you claim they are transgender, trans something, they give you a whole bunch of money.
They're giving them so many what they call incentives to come out and tell you. Some people that are even confused now. They want for better benefits and all that.
I tell you, my Peking get right past me. Where be the papa?
Yes, of course. Your Peking, the vicary go court. You know, one I know that in America, if your Peking, if it's saying be something one day follow and they do see vicary go court.
Of course,
national mind. That's
I'm
what
telling you,
and they will put you on the register.
The American dream.
The American dream, my brother.
The American, your program and work for them. You guys done everything to achieve it, so enjoy it.
Wow. It is what it is. Like I say, it is what it is. So anyway, let me just go straight to that question.
Welcome to the new world.
Yeah. So quickly to that, let me just, because I know time is running now. So on the issue of the relationship, you see, when it comes to man and woman relationship, you see, it's a very complex area. In the case of that lady you talk about, there are many things. Maybe we don't have some facts in front of us. We only know what they've said so far. Maybe the other things. It could be that the guy has maybe done some things in the past that the lady has caught him doing, and then maybe he has begged, and the lady's okay. Let's continue. But you see, in such a situation whereby a woman suspects you that you're doing something, and like she had to fly all the way, so many kilometers from a different state to come and meet you in another state. And that tells you a lot about our relationship. That if that relationship continues, there's every likelihood that it might not last, perhaps, because if the guy gets frustrated, depending on who the guy is, if the guy is a beta, well, maybe that might not be an issue. But if the guy is an alpha, and then the guy wants to assert his authority, like, look, you can't just continue monitoring me. Let me breathe. Let me have my breathing space. And then the lady realizing that this guy has been unfaithful, has cheated on him in the past, that could be an issue. So you see, sometimes we need to understand relationship, the dynamics between a man and a woman. It's not set in stone like that. But sometimes if people read up a lot on relationship, you might understand. But then I see a problem in that relationship. That is, if truly that the guy has cheated on him before, and based on that, the lady is just suspicious of every move of that guy. If the guy is a beta, that might not be an issue, because the guy will take anything that comes, and then that's a quality of a beta. But if the guy's an alpha, which is you just I won't take it, that marriage might not last, and that might be the end of it from there.
All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. And thank you for staying with us. So, Ovie, now, just you last. Just, you know what the talking points are. So just rattle through them.
After 5 hours.
We take, this is it, you see, when you won't stop interjecting and trying to cause
No.
trouble. Eh?
No.
Troublemaker. This is only because of people like Solomon that they are your fans. You know, you have too many fans on this. But Ovie, your thoughts?
Oh no, what are we? Because we actually went off.
Petroleum Industry Bill, Malami talking tough, Afghanistan president looting the Treasury, and the lady that flew to go and make sure that our calls are received.
You know, the petroleum bill, as I said, there are so many ways anybody can say anybody you blame in the way you are right. But I think I'm curious. I'm waiting to see how my people will react. That is the men, what they call the Niger Delta Avengers. Sorry, I'm waiting for their response. I think that's that they have the final say at this point. Are they going to be approached beforehand and smooth them over, or they're going to say, you know what, this is the time for us to make noise and see what we can get out of it? Yeah. Other than that, I'm curious. Other than that, I would say that I give this administration credit for pulling off, regardless of how small it is. There's also the room for improvement. I know as time goes on, it's still going to come up for debate, and there's a chance to move up from there. That's my take on that. Then on you said that Malami will capture Sunday, but to me that's just for us to chew about. that's what it's about for me. They want to keep us busy. They always look for a way to keep us away from exactly what is happening. They are just trying to dilute the debate of the petroleum policy, because pretty much everybody have a say. What a way to try to induce what they say. How you want to catch it away inside prison? The government said they know what is so it's just it's part of the game as far as I'm concerned.
And the Afghani president?
Yeah, man, that's a very interesting one. I look at it from
$169 million in cash. Can you imagine? Just imagine the size of it.
No, for that country, for the way that country had possessed, that's not chicken change.
Yes.
But I'm just this is America doing what they know how to do best, and to me that's just a warning or a caution to us. Where every small thing will write them by American embassy, British embassy. By the time they come, living na problem. That's one thing people don't understand. They won't just come without them having something to gain in the first place. I don't think that what happened is it's going to die down like that. We will see for the next 10 years. Opportunity now. There's still so much more to get from that place. These are just 35 million people. That's another thing. They are few. So it's America. Now the Chinese are coming. They are supporting the current government. They will do everything to show you that. Even the Americans too, they are saying as far as you protect women and protect all those rights, we will work with you. So at the end of the day, you will now say, okay, where are we? After 20 years of 2 trillion gone, and so it's for us from that angle. It's just to watch to say, come, what is happening there? We are not immune from it, even though I know that Nigerians are we like life more than that part of the world. So even though if it starts, because I believe that the system will be disrupted. It will be disrupted come 2024, 2025, 2026. I'm pretty sure, but is it going to be this bad? That I can't say, but for sure, it's not going to be business as usual. The issue of the constitution that we are trying to say change whatever, it will still come to play, because we're not going to achieve any meaningful progress without actually tampering the constitution. The next administration, I don't care who that person is going to be, outside Igbo, Yoruba, whatever, it's not going to do better than what this man is doing so far. It's going to get worse. That's what I'm saying.
All right, so, and the babe that flew to make sure her calls are received.
I like that my third wife. There should be that should be criteria.
Right. You go be handle that one. That one no get energy past you.
Hey, I need now. I need somebody to put on my toes.
Is that Okrika behavior?
No, because this is not high level relationship with this now. How many people the best enter planes? So I didn't see her from that angle. But again, you said this happened when they were dating. I mean, then they end up getting married and they are still going strong. So there's something that actually make her to do that apart from what we are saying. I understand how kind of ridiculously sound that because your boyfriend no answer your call, you just job better place. To me, it's more romantic than crazy. That it sounds.
All right. Well, this is it. This is what makes us individuals. Thank you, Ovie. We start to round off. So we go Mike, and then if we still have engineer, we go engineer, and then and then we go Ovie again, and then Solomon can round things up for us. So Mike, just very short words now because we're deep into it.
Yeah. So I'll round up with this because I don't think I spoke on it. The situation with the oil, the petroleum shit. See, the problem with African that I noticed is until we get rid of that problem before we can actually liberate ourselves from every issue that we've been having. Because it's the same, it's a trending thing from beginning of time. Everybody have this mentality that if something is not happening to me, then it's not my problem. If something bad is happening to somebody else, then I don't have to do anything. It's not my problem, so I shouldn't. It's not my obligation to act on it. You understand? So like when you see something like the environmental degradation happening in Ogoni land, like that complete injustice, just wickedness. Like people that are very oil-rich place, people that are super wealthy, their land is rich and they are being deprived. Poverty is all over the place. I mean, that just doesn't make sense. And the rest of us in Africa, in other tribe, in Nigeria, we look at that place, we look at that situation, we look at it like, okay, that's not my tribe, so it's not my problem. It's a problem. Why can't we act? It's a problem, and unfortunately, that's a mentality we've had since beginning of time, and we have not learned any lesson. For example, during when the British came to invade the Shakiri land, right? When they were fighting the Shakiri, at war with the Shakiris, right? Trying to conquer the Shakiris. The Benin Kingdom in the north knew it was happening, but they looked the other way because they saw it as okay, that's the problem of the Shakiris. But eventually, when the British defeated the Shakiris, guess what? The next place they had to go invade was the Benin Kingdom. Now, imagine if the Benin had looked at what was going on with the Shakiri and say, okay, this is wrong. Who's this invaders invading the Shakiris? Trying to let's fight against, join the Shakiris, supporting to defeat the British. They would have spared themselves of that invasion by the British. The same thing throughout even.
All right, we don't want to hit the
I'm
6 hour
almost done.
Yeah.
But the point I'm trying to make is this: like, okay, let me just land on the point. The point I'm trying to make is this: if in Nigeria everybody is just focus that okay, we should all fight for justice and not just when it applies to you. If something is going wrong against one group of people, we should all just stand for it and fight against it. I mean, in Europe, that's how they do things. If one thing is happening to one group of people in Europe, the entire Europe will not sit back and just say turn the other eye. They will go there and try and defend those group of people. But anyway, but I think if we can learn to change our mentality in that manner, I think we things will change. We can free ourselves. But okay, thanks.
All right, thanks, Mike. Always a delight to hear from Mike. Mike, one of the popular voices in this space. So the other popular voice in the space, Ovie, just very short words, just closing remarks. Ovie.
I'm trying to. How do I get to Vin before he come on? I think I might be free tomorrow to, do a section. Well, Niger matter. Now we are not even talking about the election, this is important. They successfully divide our attention and they are winning. Again, I don't know what is plan as in why Buhari horribly signed the petroleum bill. I'm still trying to figure out why. As you know, the guy touched down from London, bam bam. The electoral amendment bill is still there. I think that's another thing that is going to
react to everybody up, which I don't know. I won't be surprised if the guy not even sign him at all. But we'll see. That one we actually turn him to a villain if he refused to sign it. But again, with the characters, the main guys, how would they react to it if he nobody signed them? So I think these are the things that we should look out for in coming days. More as far as um, the Afghanistan is concerned, everybody, yeah, I don't know, is Buhari administration going to recognize the new government in Afghanistan? One man.
No, I don't know. I just really short remarks, really, because I want to come off
Yeah,
this
yeah.
space. So yeah.
I will allow Solomon to round up there.
All right. Thank you, V. Always a delight. So Solomon, then just the last word is yours. Solomon,
Yeah,
to you. Yeah.
my own. I just feel like we should let all Nigerians be on guard because this for the Taliban's now, to them they've gotten achievements. The Boko Haram and other bandits and the bandits in Nigeria, they will have their own belief that they can still do the same to Nigeria, that they can still capture this government in Nigeria and take over, because that is what their mission is. There is nothing anybody has to say about it. That is just the truth. They are on a conquest to take over this country. First, they will make sure that the South doesn't have any power to defend themselves. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
They will make sure that the South doesn't have any power to defend themselves. So, and they will want to conquer by the special grace of God. They will not succeed in their plan. But everybody in this country, Nigeria, especially the South, they need to be united and try to defend themselves from whatever plan these jihadists are up to or have against the country. That's what I have to say.
All right. Thank you very much, and good to hear from you, Solomon. A real delight. Hopefully, we hear a lot more from you. So, Solomon, ladies and gentlemen, he's just rounded it off with our words of prayers. So, amen is really all that you add to prayerful words. So, with that, amen, I'll leave you here. Carry the conversation and within the comment section. But here, I say, peace.